Chapter 4751, Si vis pacem, para bellum si vis pacem, para bellum, if you want peace, prepare for war. The ancient words had echoed through countless civilizations across countless eras, spoken by generals and philosophers and common folk alike who understood a fundamental truth about existence: peace was not a gift freely given. Peace was not something that simply happened because one wished for it strongly enough. Peace was a fortress that had to be built with blood and iron and the willingness to use both. It was a garden that could only flourish when surrounded by walls high enough to keep out those who would trample its flowers. It was a dream that required nightmares to be faced and conquered before it could become reality. The pacifist who refused to raise a blade would watch everything they loved burn while congratulating themselves on their moral purity. The warrior who never knew when to sheath their blade would drown in blood of their own making until nothing remained worth protecting. But the one who understood the paradox? The one who loved peace so deeply that they would wage war against anything that threatened it, that one could build something that lasted. Noah could be considered very similar to the peacemaker in this regard. He also loved peace. He loved farming and tending to crops and watching things grow under his careful attention. He loved the quiet satisfaction of creation rather than destruction. He loved seeing his people flourish, seeing his civilization expand, seeing the seeds he planted bloom into something beautiful. But for his own peace, for the safety of his people, he would go to war with existence itself. This time, he was only going to war with a part of existence, the forces of the living paradox. His mind was filled with immensity as he crossed the wastes of the fallout atop Skull. Everything was absolutely mapped out. He knew exactly where he needed to go. Every corrupted landmark, every distorted region, every twisted zone of reality that the simulation had burned into his memory. The route was clear, the destination was certain. And how could he explain the sensation that came as he got closer and closer to the weavers? It was actually serenity. Strange, wasn't it? Heading toward three genuine absolutes who could crush him with a thought, who controlled fates and potentialities, who had pinned his pillars down and prepared to collapse them, and he felt serene. Whatever was coming, let it come. His formless depth and immensity roiled within his existence, his seals vibrated with terrifying weight. 27 concentrated expressions of everything he had become, everything he represented, everything he would continue to build. There was no fear, even while going against an absolute. There was no fear. It wasn't because he knew how things would turn out. The simulation had been terminated before he could see the full outcome of this confrontation. He was flying partially blind into a situation that could result in his collapse, but simply because this was his way, simply because he felt his immensity that denied anything that wished to go against him. Tyranny did not bow, tyranny did not hesitate, tyranny stood in the open and dared existence to challenge it. So he patted Skull's fur calmly. The transformed Duke's neon plasma flames raged around them both, blazing with colors that had no names. The incandescent sun and moon in Skull's eyes burned with excitement. His mane of crystallized fire billowed backward as they moved at speeds that made reality itself struggle to keep up. Everything seemed to play out in slow motion. The corrupted landscape stretching endlessly, the ashen clouds parting before their passage, the weight of absolute authority growing heavier with each instant, and then, he felt it, that oppressive aura of the absolute depth. It pressed down upon everything like the weight of mountains made from concepts rather than stone. It crushed lesser beings simply through proximity. It demanded acknowledgement from reality itself, and Noah passed through it. Boom. The scene that unfolded was glorious. Noah crossed into the standoff between the weavers and his pillars with speed that carried the signature of something only absolute should possess. Almareth stood valiantly, his obsidian gold hair flowing with defiance despite the injuries that marked his massive form. Lumavara flickered behind him, heavily damaged but alive, her brilliant existence still burning with the stubbornness of one who refused to fall. The legion of the entities watched from a distance, Gilgamesh at their forefront with an expression of cold calculation, and above everything, three shrouded figures floated with the overwhelming presence of absolutes who had never once considered the possibility of being challenged. Noah appeared directly before them. He looked straight at the weavers. Their decrepit faces became visible beneath their hoods. Ancient, withered, papyrus-thin skin stretched over bones that seemed too prominent. Deep wrinkles carving canyons across features that had existed since before differentiation. And their eyes, those golden orbs swirled with light that spoke of fates being measured and cut, but now, those ancient eyes pulsed with something new. Surprise. The daughters of the night. Noah's voice emerged with weight that compressed the surrounding reality. You have been seeking an absolute of the first tongue. One of those who laid the claim to the oldest paradox of existence. His gaze held theirs without flinching. If paradox came himself, I would understand. But he actually sent you to me to die. His lips curved into a smile that held no warmth whatsoever. Are you ready, Huum? His words came off filled with the vibrancy of the first tongue, immensity backed his seals as they manifested externally around himself and skull. The absolute seal of quintessence blazed into existence, spinning with patterns that spoke of fundamental perfection. The absolute seal of infinity stretched outward, its endless designs conveying boundlessness made visible. The absolute seal of tyranny pressed down upon everything, demanding submission from reality itself. The absolute seal of fortune. The absolute seal of advantage. The absolute seal of narrative. The absolute seal of harvest. The absolute seal of hunger. The absolute seal of potential, 9 seals that belonged only to him, 9 letters of the first tongue that he had forged himself. They displayed externally around his form like a constellation spelling out his name in the oldest language. Oh, there were many things that made what happened next possible. Chapter 4752, Si vis pacem, Parabellum 2, the glimmer of phonemes shining around him with majesty that none here recognized. His words reminding all those present that his claim made him among the select company of the creature in the living paradox and the primordial chaos, his dominant gaze, his blazing eyes, his words that made him look utterly glorious, his body billowed with liquid flames that seemed to pour from his very existence. Blue-gold fire of concentrated mana spilled from his nose and mouth with every breath, as if he was releasing immensity at every second. He looked like a fiend descending to deliver judgment. He looked like something that should not be challenged. He looked like an absolute. All of this gave him an extremely enticing and magnetic allure. Momentarily, even the distant Gilgamesh felt something stir within him. The first leader who never felt fear found his blood beginning to flow with possibility. His eyes shone with calculations that had not existed moments before. Could this entity actually be what he claimed? Could the first tongue have truly produced something on this level? And the weavers, a flash of surprise flickered across those decrepit faces, a moment of hesitation as they looked at him closely. Immensity gathered around them as if they were questioning themselves. Questioning what they perceived, questioning whether this confrontation would proceed as they had originally planned, and in that hesitation, the moment Noah looked into those decrepit faces and golden pupils and saw that brief flash of uncertainty, he raised his hand. The absolute seal of infinity began to spin above his palm, burning with patterns of boundlessness that made space itself groan. When you fuck around, his voice carried across the wastes with the inevitability of judgment being delivered. Eventually, you find out, the distant Gilgamesh and the weaker the entities from the loom stepped back slightly, the weight of his words and seals pressed against their existence with force that demanded respect. And, whap, as everyone waited to see what this entity on the caliber of the creature in the living paradox and the primordial chaos would do, neon light flickered, he, Skull, and the shocked Lumavara and stern Olmareth disappeared, gone in an instant, extracted from the confrontation with speed that left after images of neon flame burning in the corrupted air. Gilgamesh was astonished, he froze completely, his ancient mind struggling to process what had just occurred. An entity had appeared, claimed absolute status, displayed power that seemed to support that claim, and then ran away, and momentarily, the weavers also paused, their golden eyes flickered with confusion that beings of their classification rarely experienced. Their decrepit faces twisted with expressions that cycled through surprise, uncertainty, and then, understanding. They had been played. This entity had never intended to fight. This entity had used presence and words and displayed power to create a moment of hesitation, a window of opportunity, and then exploited it with speed that should not have been possible for someone of his apparent classification. An instant later, boom, an utterly overpowering and immense aura spilled from the weavers like an endless sea. The wastes around them cracked and fractured under the pressure of their fury. Reality itself screamed as 3 absolutes released their suppressed authority in response to being deceived. Their faces showed anger that had not touched them in eons, their voices spoke in unison, 3 ancient beings expressing the same sentiment as one evil. Boom, the word carried weight that would have collapsed anything below the fundamental depth instantly. An instant after, the wastes around them fractured like broken mirrors, the weavers disappeared, giving chase toward a direction only they could perceive. Their authority over fate and potentiality allowed them to track the threads of possibility that connected their quarry to their destination. The chase had begun. A moment after they shot out, Gilgamesh shook his head with incredulity, then he followed, and absolute had been bullshitted. 3 of them, actually, the daughters of the night, the Morai, the weavers who controlled fates and potentialities, had been deceived by presence alone. The wastes of the fallout trembled as the chase thundered through corrupted reality. Atop Skull, Noah felt the warm embrace of Lumavara who hugged him from behind. Master, you were gone for such a long time. For eons I waited. For so many years, and the little fox was badly injured. Her brilliant form flickered with instability, her weavings damaged in ways that made Noah's heart pulse. But she had him now. Her crimson gold blood came to cover his back as she pressed against him, seemingly letting out all her grievances in that single desperate embrace. Noah couldn't help but soften his gaze. He turned around to pat her head gently, his fingers running through fur that still burned with stubborn radiance despite everything she had endured. Skoll continued to run at the fastest speed possible. At this moment, Noah, Lumavara, and Ulmareth were all atop the transformed Duke. Raging neon flames of the first tongue surrounded them, blazing with colors that had no names. Noah's seals burned around the group in protective constellation, each one pulsing with weight that pressed against reality itself. A thesis was already activated, Skoll is fastest in existence. The declaration rang through the fabric of the wastes, asserting dominance over the concept of velocity itself. It wouldn't hold forever against genuine absolutes, but every fraction of advantage mattered. While Lumavara hugged him, Noah's gaze also came onto Ulmareth. The ancient Geno lifeform's radiant hairy figure seemed a bit dim after standing against the weavers for so long. The countless hairs around his body that usually blazed with obsidian gold authority had lost some of their luster, but Noah could feel his smile at this moment. "You have grown, little anomaly." Ulmaretha's voice emerged warm despite their desperate circumstances. "Even that doesn't seem right at this moment." The first anomaly? The tongue anomaly? The mana anomaly. He seemed to be genuinely contemplating what to call Noah now. Either way, a lot has changed from Ginnungagap, but here we are again. Here they were again. Noah patted Lumavara as he looked toward Ulmareth with a smile. He glanced back behind them where the allure of an absolute felt infinitely close, but it had not arrived before their perception just yet. He replied calmly, "Here we are again. Last time, absolutes were converging around us in Ginnungagap, and this time, it seems about the same. We just have to get past it ourselves." His eyes blazed with certainty. "There's a lot of time to catch up on, but first is survival. You'll see a few things here and there, so don't be too surprised." Yes, one had to be ready for surprises. At this moment, Noah was making a straight beeline toward the corrupted vault of Ginnungagap, not because of the secret of Ian. No, he knew she wouldn't move a hand to help. The simulation had proven that definitively. She would watch him struggle and fall without lifting a finger unless the price was right. No, he was going to the same location another body of his had arrived at. The entrance in the Stoa of Dogmata where he was supposed to save the disciple of the secret of Ian, an entity of the fundamental depth, and yet even Ian could not go to save her disciple. She had said the fallout had corrupted many things in an obscene manner. That there were corrupted domains with strange weavings of existence that didn't follow conventional logic. That there was a region ahead that likely nullified power through some ancient methodology. Perhaps it stripped away accumulated weight, perhaps it enforced a baseline state on all who entered, perhaps it did something else entirely. These were all words Ian had said to him when she showed him the fairy-like image of her disciple who had gotten stuck in that place, and Ian herself did not enter to retrieve her. She said it was for one reason or another, but what was real and what was fake? In Noah's mind, a place in absolute did not wish to enter because of whatever undeniable effect such a corrupted region had, would be a place the weavers would think twice before entering. And if they did enter, his body there had already done a partial simulation for what he could expect in that location. If the weavers did enter it, it may very well be their coffin. Chapter 4753, Si vis pacem, Parabellum 3. This was his ideal plan, not to reverse time, but to utilize the corrupted vault of Ginnungagap. The region within it in the Stoa of Dogmata that had been gloriously distorted by the fallout. A core domain of the vault of Ginnungagap before it was corrupted. They simply had to reach it, but at this moment, like a burning sun, the scorching aura of the weavers raged behind them. It pressed against reality with force that made the corrupted wastes crack and splinter. The weight of three absolutes in pursuit created pressure that would have collapsed anything below the fundamental depth instantly. Their voices echoed out in glorious, terrifying, three heavy, scratching voices speaking one after another in sequence that made the air itself recoil. Can the claimer of the first tongue be such a coward? The words overlapped and intertwined, each voice completing the thought of the one before. One of the four, running like a little bitch. Can your way even survive such cowardice actions? Such terrifying words echoed out behind them. The sound as if existence was breaking boomed through the wastes. Obsidian gold glimmers of light began to bloom as it felt like the weavers were getting ever closer. The threads of fate they controlled were pulling them inexorably toward their quarry. Lumavara remained embracing Noah as if nothing else mattered. her injured form pressed against his back with desperate determination. Whatever happened, she would not let go. Whatever came, she would face it with him, and Almareth seemingly did not even pay attention to that screeching set of voices. The ancient Geno lifeform looked toward Noah with veiled eyes that seemingly held immense belief in him. He had seen Noah grow from a curious anomaly in Ginnungagap to something that made Absolute's pause. He believed Noah couldn't betray this belief. In 3 nanoseconds, one of the Weaver's voices cut through the chaos with terrible precision. You will be captured in my inescapable net? Little coward of the first tongue, WAA, the Weavers had their voices echo out again, and at this time, far ahead, the outside boundary of the corrupted vault of Ginnungagap appeared, that massive crimson-gold cloudy barrier that extended for countless miles, shrouded by the ashen clouds and flames of the fallout. The entrance to a domain that predated the first tongue's differentiation. Noah's eyes shone sharply. He went even faster. Skull's neon flames blazed with intensity that exceeded anything he had displayed before. The transformed Duke pushed past limits that should have been absolute, driven by loyalty and the desperate need to protect his master and those his master cared about. They surged toward the boundary, and the moment they approached, crack, the terrifying figures of the Weavers shattered space behind them to finally become visible. 3 decrepit forms wrapped in robes and hoods, their ancient faces twisted with fury, their golden eyes blazing with the light of fate itself being manipulated. The two sides managed to observe each other briefly once more. Noah stared into those multiple golden eyes. He saw rage. He saw determination. He saw the absolute certainty of beings who had never once failed to catch their prey, and then he disappeared into the corrupted vault of Ginnungagap. Boom, without fail, the Weavers silently charged forward to follow. Their obsidian gold authority blazed around them as they crossed the boundary without hesitation. Whatever dangers this corrupted domain held, they would face them. Whatever price had to be paid, they would pay it. The claimer of the first tongue would not escape. Across the boundary, an instant later, things played out as if in slow motion. Noah, Lumavara, and Almareth seated on Skull appeared in the Stoa of Dogmata. The endless colonnade of pillars stretched in all directions, each one carved from crystallized authority that predated differentiation itself. Inscriptions of ancient dogmata glowed upon their surfaces, and there, exactly where she always was, the secret of Ian raised her head up in surprise from her seated position. Her dark eyes widened slightly as she observed the neon-blazing form of Skull carrying 3 passengers thundering through her domain at speeds that should not have been possible. Noah locked his gaze onto hers calmly, and he nodded, just a simple, nonchalant gesture. As if he was casually saying hi while passing through on his way to somewhere else entirely. Then he disappeared with the speed of an absolute toward the depths of the Stoa of Dogmata where another body of his waited. Moments after Noah passed through, boom, the aura of genuine absolutes spilled out as space tore apart. The Weavers appeared, their wild authority erupted in all directions, pressing against the ancient pillars of the Stoa with force that made even this primordial domain groan. They were about to continue their chase when, boom, their decrepit gazes suddenly became shocked and stern. They stopped immediately. They formed a protective circle where they stood, obsidian gold auras blazing around them as they turned to look at the secret of Ian. Their gazes were extremely heavy, as if they had come across something utterly perilous, as if they wondered whether they had been led into a trap. 3 absolutes who had been pursuing with absolute confidence now stood frozen, their attention fixed entirely on the small, delicate figure seated calmly upon the obsidian ground. But, in the heavy silence that followed, they shockingly observed the secret of Ian look toward them with interest. Then she thoughtfully looked at the distance where Noah and his forces had disappeared to. She never made a move. She simply sat there with her legs crossed, her chin resting on her hand, watching events unfold with the patient curiosity of someone observing something mildly entertaining. The Weavers seemed to look at each other in sequence, as if they were affirming something, as if they were communicating through threads of fate that connected them. They observed the nonchalant gaze of the secret of Ian who was looking at them as if they were absolutely nothing. Such a gaze of contempt made them extremely stifled, but they didn't complain. They couldn't complain, not to her. At this moment, one of the Weavers pulled a golden string from the air and broke it. The snap echoed through the Stoa with finality that spoke of fate being read and accepted. We are not her targets. After such words, the Weavers glanced at the secret of Ian with care. Then slowly, they began to surge toward the same direction Noah had disappeared. Their prey awaited, and whatever that corrupted region held, it could not be worse than remaining in the presence of the secret of Ian while she stared at them like insects beneath her notice. All that was left behind was Ian herself. She remained where she was as if she was merely an observer and not a participant in all this. Interesting, very interesting. Her voice emerged measured and unhurried, each word placed with precision. Where did the scale breaker get such a speedy dog? And to have them chasing him, she smiled. At this moment, Ian was seeing Skull for the first time in actual existence rather than simulation, and this glorious moment here, Noah's entry, the Weaver's entry, the brief few seconds wasted by the Weavers as they sensed the terrifying aura of Ian, who at this time wasn't hiding it, they had stopped, they had almost thought they were led into a trap. All of this brought precious seconds for Noah. He crossed the stoa of Dogmata at impossible speed, racing toward the point where his other body stood before a massive swirling obsidian cluster of event horizons. That body turned into a streak of light and fused into him. He patted Skulls for one final time. The neon flaming brilliance blazed around them all, and they delved into a corrupted region of the corrupted vault of Jinangapap, a region that even the secret of Ian did not wish to enter. Chapter 4754, The Shores of Cleos. The fallout did countless things that others could not even begin to fathom. Only absolutes truly understood what the fallout did and the long-lasting effects that would carry out across observable existence, but the idea of corruption and distortion was widespread throughout. One of the major things to understand was that the fallout came, yes, but there were always places that others had never been to. Places that even fundamental depth entities and absolutes explored with caution even in Jinungbigap. The vaults of Jinungbigap was one of them. At this moment, they held the moniker of the corrupted vaults of Jinungbigap, so just what had the unique internal compartments that others may have never even been to changed into? The answer to this could only be experienced, because existence was vast and filled with wonders. The secret of Ian had told Noah there was much he didn't know and understand. There was so much that many did not understand, and he was about to experience one of those things firsthand. Boom! Noah opened his eyes to a booming sound of existence distorting and the sound of waves splashing on his body. Even a partial simulation of this place had only yielded bits of information before it dissolved. It was an extremely unique place that resisted being modeled by the Moirai thread. But he had grasped what this place was upon initial entry. At this time, he was looking at an endlessly blue sky filled with rivers of golden light and clouds moving above, not the corrupted gray of the wastes, not the burning obsidian of Muspelheim, an actual blue sky. Pristine. Ancient. Beautiful in a way that felt like it had been preserved from an era before corruption was even a concept. He rose up from the waters hitting his body. Nearby, Skull shook his entire form to splash water everywhere. The transformed Duke's body still shone with neon flames, though they seemed dimmer than before. His mane of crystallized fire flickered with reduced intensity. The incandescent sun and moon in his eyes still burned, but with the subdued glow of power being suppressed, even Skull was affected by this place, and yet his tail still wagged. His tongue still lolled out. He was still having fun despite everything. Such a good boy. Nearby, Lumavara allowed the water to freely splash on her as she looked around with wonder. Her injuries from the confrontation with the Weavers seemed less severe now, as if the waters themselves carried healing properties. Her brilliant form still flickered with instability. But there was hope in her eyes. Master, where are we? Her voice came soft with amazement. The hairy figure of Olmareth had already stood up straight. He looked around with his veiled face showing amazement and a light of fervor. As if he had arrived at a place he had always dreamed of. This is, can it be? The ancient Geno lifeform's countless hairs rippled with excitement despite being suppressed. Little anomaly, do you know what this place is? Do you understand where we have arrived? Before Noah could answer, a glorious set of prompts bloomed before all of them. Welcome to the corrupted primordial nexus domain. You have entered the Agora of Primordial Judgment. Location, deep within the corrupted vault of Jinungbigap, accessible only through the stoa of Dogmata. Historical context straight face, this domain was previously inaccessible. It had been locked from within to prevent entry to later generations. The fallout has unlocked entry and corrupted it in an unknown manner. What lies within has not been witnessed by outside eyes for eons beyond counting. Entry effects activated. Upon crossing the threshold into the Agora of Primordial Judgment, all entrants experience immediate suppression of their accumulated weight and depth. Effect, all newcomers are reduced to the surface depth regardless of their external classification. Mechanism straight face. This domain operates on ancient principles that predate the modern depth system entirely. This land stands as one of the nexus domain points of all the primordial realms. Jinungbigap, Muspelheim, Alfheim, Jotunheim, Nibelheim, Vanaheim, and others that have been lost to history and time, all primordial realms once connected through nexus points like this one. This place does not recognize accumulated weight as legitimate authority. It does not care what you achieved outside its boundaries. Instead, it enforces a baseline state where only merit earned within the domain itself determines one's standing, duration, permanent while within the domain. Power returns immediately upon departure. But departure requires specific conditions to be met, exception, none, even absolutes are reduced to the surface depth upon entry, their knowledge, skills, and techniques remain, but the raw power behind them is suppressed to surface levels. You are no exception, Genesis Monarch, your 27 seals of absolute tongue exist but can only express surface level authority. Your formless depth has been compressed to baseline parameters, your weight, while still present, cannot manifest beyond surface limitations. Welcome to equality. The prompts continued without pause. Location identified. You have arrived at the shores of Cleos of the Agora of Primordial Judgment. Cleos, glory, fame, renown earned through great deeds. This is the starting place of this domain. The Agora of Primordial Judgment contains straight face, established order maintained for eons, a complex civilization built on philosophical foundations, society established by primordial lifeforms who are scholars of the oldest paradox of existence. Those who hold true power in this particular nexus point are primordial perfected geno-lifeforms, not malformed, not standard. Perfected, the ideal expressions of what geno-lifeforms were always meant to become. Rank designation assigned. You have been granted the designation of hoplite. Classification, citizen soldier rank of the Agora of Primordial Judgment. Depth limitation, the surface depth. Status, all newcomers begin as hoplites. This is the baseline rank, representing those who have not yet proven their worth to the society. Right straight face, may reside within the domain, may participate in public debates, but not formal Agora proceedings, may engage in commerce and trade. This is the vault of Ginnungagap, may petition for tasks that could earn merit. Restriction straight face, cannot leave the domain, cannot challenge those of higher rank directly, cannot access restricted areas, libraries, armories, sacred spaces, cannot vote on matters of governance. Symbol, a simple bronze pin depicting a shield. This symbol will manifest upon your person shortly. Wear it with neither shame nor pride. It simply represents where you currently stand. Rise through merit, and better symbols await. The prompts were grand ones that outlined exactly where they had entered. Noah rose fully while raising his hand and clenching to feel the vibrant power flowing through him. His way in civilization was restricted to the surface depth, yes, but many beings at the surface depth held varying weights and immensity. His ho-ho, even suppressed to surface levels, he could feel the density of what he had accumulated. 27 seals compressed into a space that should only hold a fraction of that authority. Knowledge of the first tongue that most surface depth entities couldn't even dream of. Techniques and understanding that transcended the limitations being placed upon his raw power, and this place was one of boundless possibilities. Beings like Ulmareth had been looking for it whenever they delved into the vaults of Ginnungagap before. A place of complex and stable civilization put in place by perfected geno-lifeforms. There were malformed geno-lifeforms like Ulmareth who were the first tries of existence, experimental creations that came before the template was refined, and then there were perfected geno-lifeforms, the ideal, the complete, the final expression of what that ancient race was always meant to become. And, further ahead, on the sandy beaches, auras bloomed. Noah, Ulmareth, and Lumavara turned toward the source of the pressure. The brilliance of one fundamental depth entity and three intermediate depth entities floated over as they looked, grand, even at fundamental depth within this domain's limitations. The lead entity radiated presence that felt utterly suffocating, as if one was staring at a half-step absolute. His weight was that heavy. This was what it meant to accumulate merit within the Agora of Primordial Judgment. To build authority through contribution and wisdom rather than external power. A voice filled with power boomed out from the forefront. Newly arriving hoplites, welcome to the shores of Cleos. The speaker was a muscular humanoid man whose body glinted with white and gold. His physique was carved from millennia of existence, every muscle defined with the precision of something that had been perfected rather than merely developed. His face held ancient beauty that transcended conventional aesthetics. High cheekbones beneath eyes that shimmered with golden light. A strong jaw softened by lips that seemed accustomed to both stern judgment and warm welcome. His hair was dark as the void between stars but threaded with strands of silver that caught the golden rivers of light flowing across the sky. He wore a toga of pristine white trimmed with gold, draped across his form with the casual elegance of someone who had worn such garments for longer than most civilizations had existed. A laurel wreath of living leaves crowned his head, and upon his chest, a golden pin depicted a shield, spear, and laurel wreath intertwined, fundamental depth within this domain. What of the elite? Welcome to the ideal civilization, the agora of primordial judgment. His voice resonated with authority that made the very air compress. Come now, and let us see what you can contribute to the vastness of existence. Boom! The three intermediate depth entities flanking him stepped forward in unison. They were not all humanoid. One resembled a great lion whose mane was composed of flowing golden light rather than fur. His eyes held the same ancient beauty as the leader, that sense of having been refined across eons until only perfection remained. A toga was draped across his massive shoulders in a manner that should have looked ridiculous but somehow appeared utterly natural. Another was serpentine, her coils shimmering with scales that shifted between white and gold with each movement. Her face was humanoid but elongated, beautiful in a way that made observers question what beauty even meant. Laurels wrapped around her crown, and her toga flowed down her upper body before transitioning seamlessly into her serpentine lower half. The third was abstract, a being of geometric shapes that constantly rearranged themselves into configurations that suggested humanoid form without ever quite achieving it. And yet even this entity carried that same grace. That same sense of ancient perfection that defined the primordial perfected. These were not the malformed Jinno lifeforms that Noah had encountered before. These were not experimental creations still finding their form. These were the primordial perfected Jinno lifeforms, beings who had achieved what Olmareth and his kind had always aspired toward. Beings who represented the final, ideal expression of the Jinno template, and they looked upon Noah and his companions with gazes that held neither hostility nor particular warmth, only assessment, only evaluation, only the patient curiosity of a civilization that had seen multiple newcomers wash upon these shores and would soon see more. I am Alexandros, the muscular lifeform continued. I oversee the integration of new arrivals into our society. You have questions. That is natural. You have concerns. That is expected. You may even have plans to leave as quickly as possible. His lips curved into a smile that held eons of experience with exactly such plans. All of that can be addressed in time. For now, understand this single truth. His golden eyes swept across Noah, Olmareth, Lumavara, and the neon-blazing form of Skull. Within the agora of primordial judgment, you are what you prove yourself to be. Nothing more. Nothing less. Your past achievements mean nothing here. Your external power means nothing here. Only what you contribute, only what you demonstrate, only what you earn through merit will determine your standing. He gestured toward the beaches and the civilization that lay beyond. Welcome to equality, hoplites. Now, let us see what you are truly made of. Chapter 4755, Paths and Merit. The primordial perfected Jinna lifeforms were unique in that even when Noah activated his lens of a civilization, entity analysis, Alexandros, classification, primordial perfected Jinna lifeform, rank, polymarch, war leader of wisdom, depth within domain, the fundamental depth, weight assessment, approaches half-step absolute parameters despite depth limitations, additional information, restricted. Higher clearance required, entity analysis, Leonikos, classification, primordial perfected Jinno lifeform, form, Leonine, rank, Lochegos, captain of merit, depth within domain, the intermediate depth, additional information, restricted. Higher clearance required, entity analysis, Ophelia, classification, primordial perfected Jinno lifeform, form, serpentine, rank, Lochegos, captain of merit, depth within domain, the intermediate depth, additional information, restricted. Higher clearance required, entity analysis, Geometros, classification, primordial perfected Jinno lifeform, form, abstract/geometric, rank, Lochegos, captain of merit, depth within domain, the intermediate depth, additional information, restricted. Higher clearance required. He obtained the bare minimum information on these beings as they led them away from the shore. The lens of a civilization could only pierce so far into the mysteries of primordial perfected entities. They were ancient beyond measure, and many things here were restricted. Noah patted an excited Skull who seemed ready to run off and explore everything at once. The transformed Duke's neon flames still burned despite being suppressed to surface depth. His tail wagged with enthusiasm. This place was new. This place was interesting. This place had so many things to smell and see. Alexandros continued to speak as he led them up the beach. We have had different entrants across the weavings of existence since the great change occurred. His voice carried the weight of someone who had witnessed countless arrivals over eons. Some act up and need to be beaten down a little before they come to accept the terms of this place. Pride makes fools of even the powerful. They believe their external authority should translate into internal standing. He glanced back at Noah with golden eyes that held knowing amusement. it does not. His toga rippled as he walked, the fabric catching light from the golden rivers flowing across the sky, but even the dumbest ones eventually realize that this place is a paradise for power and immensity. Only those who have forged a civilization may enter here, and those who do arrive for the first time get brought down to the surface depth, as this place gives you a chance to rebuild an unrivaled foundation for your depth. He paused to let those words settle, to learn about expressions of power perfected over eons. Power relating to the oldest paradox of existence itself. And of course, his smile widened, unfathomable treasures from the vault of Jinungdagap. Items that have not seen the light of observable existence since before the fallout. Knowledge that predates the modern understanding of depth entirely. The beach gradually transitioned into firmer ground as they ascended a gentle slope, but first, as any hoplites get the chance to, you get to choose which path you follow, and then the view opened up before them. Massive archway gateways shimmered ahead, 4 of them, arranged in a grand semicircle at the crest of the hill. Each one was constructed from stone that seemed to have been carved by concepts rather than tools. Pillars supported triangular pediments adorned with intricate reliefs depicting scenes of philosophical triumph. The architecture spoke of an era when beauty and function were inseparable, when every structure was built to last for eternities. Each archway had a radiant road leading from it toward a barely discernible outline of glorious structures in the distance, similar to the limitation outside in the wastes of the fallout. One could barely perceive anything less than a mile ahead in this domain. Many things in the distance were a haze of golden light that obscured details while hinting at grandeur beyond imagination, but their focus was on the golden archways themselves. They shone with brilliance that Noah, Ulmareth, and Lumavara very much recognized, the light of the first tongue's influence. The resonance of fundamental principles give an architectural form. Alexandros stopped before the 4 gateways and turned to face them fully. The choice for any hoplites is the path they follow. He gestured toward the first archway. There are the Chausites. Followers of chaos, the archway shone with deep stellar obsidian, not mere black, but the darkness between stars given physical form. Within that darkness, points of light flickered and died and were born again in patterns that followed no discernible logic. The pillars seemed stable one moment and fluid the next. The pediment above depicted scenes of order crumbling into beautiful entropy. Their philosophy holds that order is an illusion. Structure is temporary. Only by embracing disorder can one understand the true nature of reality. They seek truth through the dissolution of false certainties. Alexandros moved to the second archway. Then there are the existentialists. Followers of existence, this archway shone with multicolored brilliance, every color that could be perceived and many that could not swirled across its surface in patterns that somehow remained coherent despite their complexity. The pillars pulsed with the rhythm of heartbeats, of breath, of the simple act of being. The pediment depicted scenes of entities simply existing in various forms, celebrating the fundamental fact of their presence. Their philosophy holds that being precedes essence. Existence itself is the highest value. All other considerations are secondary to the fundamental fact of existing. They seek truth through the pure experience of being. He moved to the third archway. Then there are the paradoxians. Followers of paradox, this archway shone with light that was simultaneously white, gold, and black. The pillars appeared solid and ethereal at the same time. The pediment depicted scenes that showed both victory and defeat, creation and destruction, truth and lies, all occupying the same space without contradiction. Looking at it for too long made one's perception twist in ways that were uncomfortable but strangely enlightening. Their philosophy holds that truth is found in contradiction. The highest understanding comes from holding two opposing ideas simultaneously and finding meaning in their tension. They seek truth through the embrace of impossibility. Finally, he moved to the fourth archway, and lastly, there are the glossarians. Followers of the first tongue, this archway shone with blue-gold radiance that Noah recognized intimately. The pillars were inscribed with phonemes that shifted and reformed with each passing moment. The pediment depicted scenes of words creating worlds, of language shaping reality, of speakers whose declarations became law. The very air around it hummed with linguistic authority. Their philosophy holds that language is the foundation of all reality. The first tongue is not merely a tool but the very fabric from which existence is woven. Mastery of language is mastery of everything. They seek truth through perfect expression. Alexandros turned back to face them fully. So, which path will you follow? His golden eyes swept across Noah, Ulmareth, Lumavara, and Skol, different paths, but here, everybody falls under the same rankings. All beings within the agora of primordial judgment are assigned a rank that determines the maximum depth they can express. Ranks are earned through merit, not accumulated through external power. The taxis of merit, he began counting on his fingers. Merit is gained through contributing to society. Inventions, ideas, unique items, services that benefit the collective. Through winning formal debates in dogma and thesis contests. Through completing tasks assigned by higher-ranked officials. Through demonstrating philosophical insight that advances understanding. And through acts of valor in defense of the domain, though those are rare but highly valued. His smile returned with warmth that seemed almost paternal. You all are currently hoplites at the surface depth. But you can increase in rank as you refine your foundations. Rise to become Lochegos, the captains of merit, with a depth limitation of the intermediate depth. Or even become a polemarch like myself, a war leader of wisdom who is unrivaled at fundamental depth. Chapter 4756, Glossarians. Alexandros said all of this with a smile while his followers remained calm. Leonikos the lion observed with eyes that held the patience of eternity. Ophelia the serpent watched with curiosity that seemed particularly focused on Noah. Geometros the abstract shifted through configurations that suggested deep contemplation. They were simply observing and learning from this entity who was higher ranked than them. Master, we know where to go so we can outshine everyone. Right, Lumavara spoke with excitement at this moment while looking toward a certain archway. The blue-gold radiance of the Glossarian gate seemed to call to her, to resonate with everything they had learned and become under Noah's guidance. Noah and Olmareth couldn't help but smile. The path was obvious, wasn't it? They who had claimed the first tongue, who had forged new phonemes, who had built their entire advancement upon linguistic mastery, the Glossarians awaited. And yet, at this time, far behind them, obsidian gold light shone, the sandy beach trembled. The shores in the distance vibrated with the arrival of something that carried authority even when suppressed. When they turned around, the visages of the weavers appeared, 3 decrepit figures wrapped in robes and hoods, their ancient faces twisted with fury that had only grown during their pursuit. Their golden eyes blazed with the light of fate itself being manipulated. Even reduced to surface depth, they radiated menace that made the very air recoil. The moment they appeared, Noah only stared at them calmly. He did not move. He did not flinch. He did not show any sign of concern whatsoever. His gaze was purposefully raised high and imperious, as if he were looking at ants. The weavers were infuriated and calm at the same time when seeing this gaze. How dare this creature look upon the Moirai with such contempt? Their eyes seemingly broke down where they stood, analyzing the surrounding weavings of existence. Calculating. Planning. Preparing to strike despite whatever rules this domain might hold, and then, boom, the weavers shot toward Noah and the others, 3 streams of obsidian gold light converging on a single point. Their suppressed power still carried enough force to devastate anything at surface depth. Their fury drove them beyond caution. Lumavara and Olmareth frowned while trying to get in front of Noah, but he held them back while shaking his head. Not yet, not necessary, because a moment later, Alexandros moved, the polemarch's form blurred with speed that should have been impossible at fundamental depth. The spear he carried in his hands shone a glorious golden obsidian. His infinite seas of chaos seemed to be contained within its seemingly simple form. His blow carried unfathomable depth and weight. A swing of his spear shockingly smashed onto the weavers even faster than they came. Boom! The collision was catastrophic. A paradoxical golden light of immensity buzzed around the weavers, their own authority trying to deflect the blow. But their faces showed calm fury as they were shockingly pushed back by Alexandros. Pushed back, 3 absolutes, even suppressed, forced to retreat by a single fundamental depth entity. All of the surroundings darkened. Alexandros revealed himself fully as a Chaucite, his entire figure now burned with boundless primordial chaos. The toga he wore seemed to dissolve into streams of entropy that swirled around his muscular form. His golden eyes became voids filled with dying stars. His spear burned with the authority of endings that came before new beginnings. Immense waves of phonemes formed around him, chaos. Darkness. Endings, they coalesced into dense philologies that pressed against reality itself, constructs of linguistic authority refined over eons until they achieved perfection that modern practitioners could only dream of. No fighting allowed by any hoplites. His voice boomed across the shores with authority that made even the weavers pause. Regardless of what power you held before, his spear pointed directly at the 3 decrepit figures. If you wish to fight, do so in the glory of the arena or during debates. Until then. behave, the chaos around him intensified until it felt like standing at the edge of a collapsing existence. You do not wish to be marked as deplorables. Boom, a glorious scene unfolded, absolutes knocked back by someone seemingly lesser than them. The weavers floated in the air where they had been pushed, their golden eyes burning with calm fury that had no outlet. They could not attack. They could not pursue. They could not do anything without facing consequences within this domain's rules. They were bound by the same limitations as everyone else, and someone of higher rank had just demonstrated exactly what those limitations meant. Noah looked at this scene with shining eyes. This place held boundless possibilities, a domain where absolutes could be challenged by those who had earned their standing through merit. Where external power meant nothing and internal refinement meant everything. Where the weavers, despite being genuine absolutes outside these boundaries, were now merely hoplites, just like him, just like Ulmareth and Lumavara, equal in rank, equal in suppressed depth, but not equal in knowledge. Not equal in understanding. Not equal in the foundations they had built, and in the agora of primordial judgment, those foundations were exactly what mattered. Noah's smile widened as he turned back toward the four archways, and he whispered just for the weavers to hear, "Wait for me, you old hags. Just wait for me to butcher you and eat you whole." Boom, the weavers could wait for him to butcher them. Their eyes flashed with a chilly light as they heard his words. At this time, Noah went toward the gateway of the Glossarians as if the weavers had absolutely nothing to do with him. After all, he couldn't do anything against them right now. An absolute restricted to surface depth versus the current him right now? He wouldn't be able to leave a scratch on them. Their accumulated knowledge, their refined techniques, their eons of depth, all of that remained even when their raw power was suppressed. What he needed to do was gain enough merit to become a polemarch, and be faster than the weavers at doing it, because with these entities at the level of absolute, he knew they would quickly adapt in this place. They would use their terrifying power of understanding to gain merit and rapidly ascend through the ranks. They had existed for eons beyond counting. They had accumulated wisdom that most beings couldn't even comprehend. At that time, if he was slow, they could challenge him in the arena or debates and butcher him instead. Chapter 4757, Glossarians. 2. So he had to work efficiently and learn more of the rulings of this unique place. Refine his foundation to even more glorious heights. And only then forge ahead. He looked at this place as a domain of profound opportunity for his elevation, his aim of exceeding the foundations of beings like the creature and the living paradox and the primordial chaos. Could be achieved here, a nexus point connecting all the primordial realms. A civilization built by perfected Jinno lifeforms who had studied the oldest paradox of existence for longer than most realities had existed. Knowledge and treasures from the vault of Jinungagap that hadn't been seen since before the fallout. This wasn't just a trap he had led the weavers into, this was an opportunity he had stumbled upon, and he would seize it with both hands. Oh, and there was also the matter of finding the secret of Ian's disciple and exiting this place with them in the end, if they even needed his help. So, without fanfare, he walked toward the archway representing the Glossarians. The blue-gold radiance intensified as he approached. The phonemes inscribed upon the pillars seemed to recognize something in him. He stepped through. HUUM, waves of blue-gold light shone around his form. The transformation was immediate and profound. His outer garments shifted and reformed, reality itself clothing him in the manner of this ancient civilization. The style was similar to what Alexandros wore, those flowing robes that spoke of eras when beauty and function were inseparable. But while Alexandros and the others monitoring the shores of Kleos seemed to wear neutral colors to not reveal which path they stood on, what Noah wore as he stepped on the other side of the archway shone radiant blue-gold. The color of the first tongue made manifest in fabric. You have begun to walk the philosophy of the Glossarians. The Glossarians, followers of the philosophy the first tongue, an ancient and complex school of thought revolving around the oldest paradox of existence, core belief, language is the foundation of all reality. The first tongue is not merely a tool but the very fabric from which existence is woven. Mastery of language is mastery of everything. Historical significance. Straight face. The Glossarians have existed long since before the fallout unsealed this domain. They have refined their understanding of the first tongue across eons. Their debates have produced insights that shaped the very nature of linguistic authority. Their archives contain knowledge of phonemes, declarations, thesis constructs, and apophysis that the outside existence has forgotten. Current status. Straight face. The one who laid the claim on the first tongue has silently joined a group dedicated to discussing philosophy revolving around it. This is bound to be an extremely glorious affair. The Glossarians have not received a new member with such profound connection to their core subject in recorded memory. Glossarian hoplite. Designation active, rank, hoplite, citizen soldier, depth limitation, the surface depth, philosophical school, the glossarians, gathering place, the lexicon, the taxis of merit has been initialized. Current merit, 0, merit is displayed upon your toga in the numerical system of this civilization. Current display, 0, merit threshold straight face, 0-99 merit, hoplite, surface depth, 100-499 merit, lochegos, intermediate depth, 500 merit, polymark, fundamental depth. Note, these thresholds represent minimum requirements. Actual promotion requires demonstration of philosophical understanding alongside accumulated merit, ways to gain merit straight face, contributing to society, 1 to 10 merit per contribution depending on value, winning formal debates, 1 to 10 merit depending on opponent rank and debate significance, completing assigned tasks, variable merit based on difficulty. Demonstrating philosophical insight, 1 to 90 merit for breakthroughs, acts of valor, 1 to 500 merit for exceptional defense of the domain, warning straight face. Merit can also be lost through violations of domain law, fighting outside sanctioned venues, -10 merit minimum, disrespecting higher ranks without cause, -5 merit, attempting unauthorized departure, -100 merit and potential deplorable status straight face. Those marked as deplorables lose all accumulated merit, they are barred from formal debates and arena challenges. They must perform remedial service to remove the designation. Even absolutes are not exempt from this punishment. Noah stood on the other side of the archway in all his glory. His muscular and toned figure became more visible through the flowing robes that draped across his form. The toga was inscribed with phonemes of the first tongue that shifted and reformed with each breath he took. They weren't merely decorative. They were functional, resonating with his own authority and amplifying his connection to linguistic principles. Upon his head, a laurel wreath materialized a crown of leaves, but this was no ordinary crown of leaves. It was made of crystallized language. Each leaf was a frozen phoneme, a fragment of the first tongue given physical form. They glittered with blue-gold radiance that caught the golden rivers of light flowing across the sky. They whispered with meaning that only those attuned to linguistic authority could perceive. His dark hair framed features that had been refined through countless trials. His eyes blazed with the conviction of one who had claimed what others merely studied. His stance carried the weight of 27 seals even when suppressed to surface depth. He looked like he had transformed into a glorious scholar of ancient times. He looked fucking grand. Upon his toga, in the space above his heart, a symbol glowed meaning 0 in an ancient language, 0 merit, the starting point for all hoplites. But that number would change soon. A moment after he completed his transformation, Lumavara looked toward him with shining eyes. "Master, you look amazing." Her voice carried excitement that transcended their dangerous circumstances as she and Skoll rushed toward the gate as well. The little fox passed through the blue-gold radiance and emerged wearing a toga of her own, smaller but no less elegant. Phonemes inscribed themselves across the fabric in patterns that complemented her brilliant nature. A laurel of crystallized language settled upon her head, the leaves seeming almost playful in their configuration. A 0 appeared upon her toga as well. Skoll bounded through next. The transformed Duke's neon flames dimmed momentarily as the gate's authority washed over him, then blazed back to life in harmony with the blue-gold radiance of the glossarians. His massive form now wore what could only be described as a toga adapted for a very good boy. The fabric draped across his back and shoulders, inscribed with phonemes that seemed to dance with his wagging tail. The laurel that appeared upon his head sat between his ears at a jaunty angle. 0 glowed upon his toga. Even Skoll was now a glossarian hoplite, and Olmareth, the ancient Geno lifeform, turned toward the distant weavers who had become eerily cold and calm as they looked at this scene. His veiled gaze was heavy with understanding of what was to come. Then he also took heavy steps toward the glossarian gate. He passed through and emerged transformed. His countless hairs now carried traces of blue gold that wove through their obsidian luminescence. A toga draped across his massive hairy form in a manner that somehow appeared dignified rather than absurd. The laurel of crystallized language that crowned him was large and ancient-looking. All 4 of them now stood as glossarian hoplites ready to begin their ascent. Behind them, at the shores of Cleos, Alexandros still billowed with chaos as he faced the weavers. "Are you ready to comply?" His voice carried the weight of authority earned through eons of merit. The shocking scene that followed made even Noah's eyes narrow. The weavers calmly floated down from where they had been pushed back. They landed upon the sandy beach with grace that belied their decrepit appearances. And then, they smiled, those ancient faces twisted into expressions of eerie amusement that held no warmth whatsoever. Of course, their voices spoke in sequence, each word delivered by a different throat but forming a single continuous sentence. we are happy to comply. One of them gestured toward the archways with a withered hand. Is that pathway there to paradox? We feel a very strong inclination toward it. Chapter 4758, Glossarians. 3. Alexandros put his spear down, his golden eyes, still void-like with dying stars, regarded the weavers with cold assessment. The chaos surrounding him did not dissipate, but it calmed into something more controlled. The Paradoxians. Followers of paradox, his voice was measured now, professional rather than wrathful. Their philosophy holds the truth is found in contradiction. The highest understanding comes from holding two opposing ideas simultaneously and finding meaning in their tension. They seek truth through the embrace of impossibility. He gestured toward the archway that shone with light both white and black simultaneously. Their gathering place is the antinomia. Their debates are famous for producing insights that seem to make no sense yet reveal profound truths. Their members are known for being unpredictable, for seeing connections that others miss, for finding victory in apparent defeat. His eyes narrowed. It is a fitting choice for ones such as yourselves. The weavers smiled wider at those words, then they moved. Their steps were eerie, synchronized perfectly as if three bodies shared a single will. They walked toward the Paradoxian gate in unison, their decrepit forms casting long shadows across the beach. They passed through HUUM. The transformation was immediate and disturbing. Their togas materialized in patterns of obsidian gold and white. Half of each garment was dark, half was light, and somehow both halves occupied the same space without contradiction. But their faces, their decrepit features morphed, the papyrus thin skin filled out. The deep wrinkles smoothed. The gaunt angles softened into curves that spoke of vitality rather than decay. They became vibrant, bronze caramel skin filled with ecstatic beauty replaced what had been ancient horror. High cheekbones. Full lips. Features that were simultaneously young and ancient, beautiful and terrible, inviting and repulsive. Three stunning figures now stood where three decrepit crones had been, but their eyes remained the same, golden light swirling with the authority of fate itself, and their smiles remained the same, eerie. Cold. Hungry. Zero appeared upon each of their togas, zero merit, but that would change quickly. Alexandros looked at this transformation calmly before turning to his followers. Ophelia, the serpentine Lochego straightened at her name. Lead the glossarians to the lexicon. She inclined her head in acknowledgement, and geometros, the abstract, geometric Lochegos shifted into a configuration that suggested attention. Lead the paradoxians to the antinomia. He nodded in his strange, angular way. The two Locagoi moved to fulfill their duties as Alexandros remained at the shores of Cleos with Leonikos, prepared to greet whatever other entrance the fallout might deliver. But before the groups separated, the weavers turned to look at Noah with their vibrant, beautiful, terrifying faces. Their smiles widened. Yes, we must not waste any time. Their voices came in sequence, each word from a different throat. There are challenges to be made in the arena, and debates to be had. After all, their golden eyes blazed with promise. We will see you again soon enough, Osmont, HUUM. With such words, the weavers didn't even wait for geometros. They began to walk ahead on the vibrant path leading toward the antinomia, their synchronized steps carrying them forward with purpose that spoke of plans already forming. They knew exactly what they needed to do. They would gain merit. They would ascend through the ranks. And then, Noah's eyes shone with veiled brilliance and grandeur as he watched them go. Let them come. By the time they were ready to challenge him, he would be ready to fuck them up. Ophelia arrived beside Noah's group, her serpentine form coiling gracefully as she moved. Her toga transformed to become similar to theirs, the blue-gold radiance of the glossarians now marking her as one of their guides rather than a neutral observer. She sighed. Just how did you all enrage an absolute outside of this place? Her voice carried genuine curiosity mixed with concern. It will be extremely hard. Any absolute has an undeniable weight that will allow them to gain merit rapidly. Even suppressed to surface depth, their understanding of existence, their refined depth, their eons of accumulated wisdom. All of that translates into advantages in debates and contributions. She began to lead them forward, away from the shores of Cleos. You will have to work hard. And I will root for you as fellow glossarians. Her serpentine lower half propelled her smoothly across the golden road, but do not worry. You have a grace period as new hoplites. She glanced back at them with eyes that held ancient beauty. Your lives are not in peril just yet. Unless you seek it yourself, no challenge for the arena or debates can be forced on you guys just yet. The domain protects newcomers until they have had time to orient themselves and begin their journey. She paused. Use that time wisely. Learn the rules. Understand the paths to gaining merit. And build your foundations before that grace period expires. Her gaze grew serious, because when it does, those absolutes will come for you. And they will not show mercy. She said such illuminating words as she led them away from the shores of Cleos and deeper into the agora of primordial judgment. The golden road stretched before them, winding toward structures that slowly became visible through the haze of light. Towers and temples and amphitheaters built from concepts rather than stone. A civilization of scholars who had dedicated their existence to understanding the very foundations of reality, and at its heart, awaiting Noah and his companions, the lexicon, the gathering place of those who believed that language was everything, they rapidly went across while observing everything as soon after. This is the lower city, Catopolis. Ophelia's serpentine form coiled gracefully as she gestured toward the sprawling expanse before them. Most hoplites of all paths have their dwellings here. But Catopolis is divided into different sections for Glossarians, Paradoxians, Existentialists, and Chaucites. Her scales shimmered with blue-gold light as she led them forward. We are currently in the Glossarian sector. You will not get to interact with the other paths unless you go much further in, where all paths converge for debates and battles in the central districts. She smiled with ancient beauty. For now, this is your home. Learn its streets. Know its people. Understand its rhythms. Chapter 4759, Glossarians. For, as she said this, Noah looked at the lower city. It was grand beyond measure. The architecture seemed to have been carved from the very essence of language itself. Pillars rose in elegant columns, their surfaces inscribed with phonemes that pulsed with quiet authority. Walls of buildings shimmered with linguistic patterns that shifted and reformed with each passing moment, as if the structures themselves were engaged in eternal conversation. The buildings followed designs that spoke of an era when form and function achieved perfect unity. Triangular pediments crowned with intricate reliefs depicting scholars in debate. Archways that seemed to frame reality itself. Courtyards where fountains of liquid light flowed in patterns that wrote and rewrote themselves continuously. It was ancient, it was fantastical, it was beautiful in ways that modern civilizations had forgotten how to achieve. Glossarian hoplites dotted the landscape in various states of activity. Some sat cross-legged on the roofs of their abodes, their eyes closed in deep meditation as phonemes swirled around their forms in slow orbits. They were refining their foundations, building understanding of the first tongue one revelation at a time. Others moved through the streets with shining eyes of excitement, their togas rippling as they walked with purpose along a blue-gold road that led toward the outline of a massive ancient library in the distance. That structure dominated the horizon even through the haze of golden light that obscured distant details. Its silhouette promised knowledge beyond measure. Its presence drew scholars like moths to flame. Noah looked at the few dozen the surface-depth Glossarians of different forms moving toward that place. Where would everyone be going right now? Ophelia smiled at his question. It seems that a debate is taking place right now in the lexicon. Her eyes sparkled with the enthusiasm of someone who genuinely loved her craft. The lexicon is a massive library stretching for miles. It contains knowledge accumulated since before the fallout sealed this domain. Every insight, every breakthrough, every refined understanding of the first tongue that the Glossarians have achieved across eons is recorded within its halls. She gestured toward the distant structure, but it also acts as the junction between the lower city and the middle city, Mesopolis, where Lokagoi and their households reside. The debates take place in chambers designed specifically for philosophical combat. It is where reputations are made and broken. Her serpentine lower half propelled her forward as she continued leading them. Do you wish to go see the debates? This is one of the ways to earn merit here if you can show off your glory in the first tongue compared to others. Ophelia said such words with genuine encouragement. Lumavara and Olmareth looked toward Noah with silent smiles, as if they knew something nobody else did. They knew that as the one who laid the claim on the first tongue, who could argue they understood it better than he? Who could challenge the foundations of one whose very existence was intertwined with the oldest language? So their eyes shone with luminosity as they were expectant for what would happen ahead. Skoll blinked as he looked around with vibrant eyes at everything. He noticed the smiles on Lumavara and his master. He was simple-minded and did not understand what was making them so happy. But he wanted to be part of the excitement. He wanted to share in whatever joy they were feeling. He barked and jumped around. Woof, such a good boy, with such enthusiasm. They went toward the lexicon. The lexicon itself was another work of wonder. As they approached, its true scale became apparent. The structure rose in terraced levels that seemed to climb toward the golden rivers of light flowing across the sky. Massive columns supported porticos that extended outward like welcoming arms. The central dome was crowned with a crystallized phoneme that rotated slowly, casting shifting patterns of blue-gold radiance across the surrounding plazas. The architecture blended the gravity of ancient temples with the wonder of impossible fantasy. Floating platforms connected different levels of the library. Staircases that seemed to defy conventional geometry wound between sections. Windows of solidified language filtered light into spectrums that enhanced reading and comprehension. Statues of legendary glossarians lined the approach, their forms captured in moments of profound insight or passionate debate. Some held scrolls. Others gestured as if delivering declarations and theses that had shaped the understanding of generations. The massive library seemed to have many compartments and regions, each one dedicated to different aspects of linguistic study. Archives of ancient phonemic research. Chambers for practicing dogma and thesis. Halls where thesis constructs could be tested without endangering surroundings. Ophelia took them toward the right section of the massive building. They joined the throngs of dozens of hoplites flowing across the wide blue-gold halls of this place. The corridors were vast enough to accommodate beings of all sizes, from humanoid scholars to massive entities whose forms barely fit through the archways. All of them moved with the eager anticipation of those about to witness philosophical combat. This region of the lexicon is called the Logosian, Ophelia explained as they walked. It is where glossarians can formally debate matters of linguistic understanding. The results are recorded, merit is awarded, and reputations are established. Her eyes gleamed with interest. Currently, it seems two locagoi are having a debate. This is rare enough to draw significant attention. Most debates occur between hoplites seeking to prove themselves, or between hoplites and locagoi where the outcome is predictable. She glanced back at Noah. A debate between two locagoi is a spectacle worth witnessing. Their mastery of the first tongue far exceeds what hoplites can typically achieve. As she said this, they fully entered the atmosphere of the Logosian. The space was filled with silent whispers that somehow carried reverence rather than distraction. What seemed to be a few hundred the entities filled this place, arranged in circular formation around a central clearing. Many of them were hoplites of different forms. Bears and serpents and humanoids and abstract beings, all wearing the blue-gold togas of glossarians, all watching with eyes that burned with desire to learn and grow, but a minor portion were locagoi. Chapter 4760, What? The locagoi radiated profound power at the intermediate depth. Even though their power seemed to be merely intermediate, their foundations were astonishing enough that they could likely stomp on a fundamental depth entity like Galtharak if they ever met one outside in the wastes. Their weight within the domain's limitations was suffocating, the result of merit accumulated through eons of contribution and victory. They all stood or sat in circular formation on flat seats of polished stone. Their eyes were set on two entities floating at the very center of the clearing, and that clearing, it looked like an infinite sea of blue-gold swirling plasma. Dense logos swam through it like fish through water. Philologies formed and dissolved in patterns that spoke of potential waiting to be shaped. The very air thrummed with the first tongue's authority, creating an environment where debates could manifest visually for all to observe. The two locagoi debating floated above this sea at this moment. Their current challenge seemed to be forging the longest combination of logos to form a philology that would remain stable while being the longest. A test of linguistic construction, of understanding how meaning built upon meaning without collapsing under its own weight. One competitor was an entity that looked like a massive humanoid bear. His fur was silver white, his form powerful despite the scholarly toga draped across his broad shoulders. His eyes burned with concentration as logos after logos connected beneath him, his philology growing longer with each addition. Sweat beaded on his brow. His paws trembled with the effort of maintaining stability. The other was a woman. She wore a glossarian toga with casual elegance, as if such garments were merely extensions of her natural authority. Vibrant spectacles sat upon her nose, their lenses inscribed with phonemes that likely enhanced her perception of structures. Her hair was dark and flowing, her features sharp with intelligence, and her eyes held a light of profound arrogance. She knew she was winning. At this moment, she added another logos onto her extremely long philology. The construct buzzed with energy that made nearby observers wince. It stretched across the plasma sea like a bridge of pure meaning, each component word connecting to the next in chains of logic that defied what most considered possible, and yet it remained stable. Her philology held firm despite its impossible length. The bear competitor tried to match it. His massive paws shaped another logos, attempting to add it to his own construct. BZZT, his philology fizzled, the connections between logos broke down catastrophically. Meaning collapsed into meaninglessness. His entire construct exploded into fragments of failed language that dissolved into the plasma sea below. All those in the surroundings rose up and cheered. The sound was thunderous, hundreds of voices celebrating the victory they had just witnessed. Hoplites stamped their feet. Lokagoi nodded with respect. The entire Logosian vibrated with the energy of philosophical triumph. A booming voice echoed out from everywhere and nowhere, the voice of the Logosian itself announcing results, victory to Theoris the Articulate. The woman with the spectacles smiled with satisfaction that bordered on smugness. Lochagos Theoris has demonstrated superior philological construction. Her chain of 47 stable logos exceeds the previous record by 3. The crowd cheered again. She has earned 1 merit point for this victory. Upon her toga, the number shifted. Where it had displayed CDXLVI 447, it now displayed CDXLVI 448. 448 merit. She was close to becoming a polemarch. Lochagos Theoris indicates she wishes to continue for another debate. The booming voice carried challenge across the Logosian. Will anyone else step up and stop her chain of victories? At such words, Ophelia turned her head toward Noah. She wanted to explain something, but she blinked. Noah was no longer standing beside her eyes opened wide as she followed his signature through the crowded Logosian. She found him already floating up toward the center of the domain. He was rising to accept the challenge. Ophelia's eyes opened wide with shock. The surroundings quieted down again as everyone noticed what was happening. A hoplite. A brand new arrival with 0 merit displayed upon his toga. Rising to face a Lochagos with nearly 450 merit who had just broken a record in philological construction, and then, in many areas, smiles and laughter broke out. Big guy, you look grand and all, but you might be in over your head. Sit back down, a humanoid hoplite shouted from below while he smiled and laughed with other hoplites around him. They weren't being cruel. They were trying to save this foolish newcomer from embarrassment. Noah paid no heed to this, amidst the buzzing discussions. He came to float at the opposing side where the defeated bear Lochagos had just stepped down from. The plasma sea swirled beneath him with eager anticipation. The logo swimming within it seemed to gather closer, as if recognizing something in this new challenger. He looked toward the entity opposite him. Theoris the Articulate gazed back with an imperious expression. Her eyes behind those vibrant spectacles held contempt that barely acknowledged his existence. He was beneath her time. He was beneath her notice. He was a hoplite with 0 merit daring to stand where Lokagoi competed. From the surroundings, the deep voice boomed out again. Interesting. The word carried weight that silenced the remaining whispers. Sometimes, knowing one's place is critical for survival. The wise understand their limitations. The foolish overreach and are humbled. This is the natural order of growth. The plasma sea pulsed with blue gold radiance, yet the debate between a hoplite and a Lochagos is always allowed. It serves to show the immensity of some compared to others. It serves to show some just how distant they are from true glory. The voice seemed almost sympathetic. Perhaps this hoplite seeks to learn through failure. Perhaps he wishes to understand the gap that separates him from greatness. Such humility, even when disguised as arrogance, can be the first step toward genuine advancement. Applause. Very well, this debate shall proceed. The plasma sea between Noah and Theoris began to churn with increased intensity. Chapter 4761. What? 2. While a debate was about to unfold in the agora of primordial judgment, there was a particular question worthy of an answer that Noah had also wondered a few times. The living paradox had his loom for his war against the creature. Those who sided with the living paradox made the gains they made through him and through the fallout. They received positions within the loom. They gained access to resources and authority that elevated their power. They became instruments of Paradox's designs. But what of the creature? What of those who fought alongside the creature? Those whose civilizations were collapsed by the living paradox? Those who had stood on the opposite side of the conflict and paid the price for it? One could make the argument that the creature was much more powerful than the living paradox. So what did those who stood alongside him gain? What rewards awaited the faithful who had been crushed by the enemy? Noah had pondered such a question, and as he was talking with Anaximander in the early veiled shore of the creature, the skies of this endless shore began to vibrate. From above, existence shuddered with awe and glory as something began to form. Something that radiated authority beyond what most beings could comprehend. Something that made the very fabric of reality bow in acknowledgement, an embodiment, a power of an absolute. Noah raised his gaze up sharply as He didn't see any force of life, as this embodiment seemed to be just that alone, an embodiment sent out across existence, and he saw things differently compared to others. He saw clusters of 18 phonemes make up a single logos. Then 81 of those logos intertwined and multiplied endlessly to form 729 philologies. And these philologies twisted and distorted against each other to simply declare the embodiment that burned with the way of existence. The construction was beyond anything he had witnessed before. Layer upon layer of linguistic authority building toward a singular expression of absolute power. The first tongue being wielded at a scale that made his own achievements look meager. The embodiment blazed with multicolored radiance that contained every hue that could be perceived and many that could not. It was formless yet defined. Abstract yet undeniably present. A manifestation of the simple, overwhelming truth that things were rather than were not, and then it spoke with an utterly glorious, booming voice, the voice of the creature. Those who have stood alongside existence shall be rewarded. The voice was not loud, yet it resonated through every particle of reality within the early veiled shore. Those who have suffered for their loyalty shall be elevated. The words carried weight that pressed down upon everything. Those who have been collapsed shall rise again. Stronger than before, boom, right after, beams of incandescent multicolored light shot out from the embodiment. They descended with the inevitability of gravity itself. One smashed onto the living origin, one smashed onto the first hunger, one smashed onto Anaximander. Noah's eyes remained locked on the embodiment as the beam produced from it which struck Anaximander was a glorious one. He could feel it from meters away. Its immensity was suffocating enough to make one fall to their knees, and across the early veiled shore, beings did drop to their knees, but Noah remained standing defiantly, his own foundation, compressed though it was by the distance from his primary body, refused to bow. His seals of absolute tongue pulsed with recognition of the linguistic mastery being displayed, and his eyes burned with the tyranny that defined his way. He saw the sheer existence of Anaximander pulse with immensity. He saw the living origin and Tor, the first hunger, undergo transformations that defied normal progression. The immensity of their depths rapidly began to rise. They crossed into the intermediate depth threshold, they surged toward the fundamental depth, but then something unique happened. Boom, from the descending pillars of light, multicolored hammers bloomed. They smashed onto the living origin and the first hunger as if compressing their depth, packing more and more immensity into them, condensing power that should have elevated them further into denser, more refined foundations. While they remained at intermediate depth, the weight they gave off increased more and more. It was like watching someone forge a blade, taking raw material and hammering it repeatedly until what remained was harder, sharper, more dangerous than the original substance could ever have been. Their foundations were being perfected. Anaximander was unique. He didn't seem to emanate any waves of immensity. His form remained as calm and unassuming as ever, that ancient scientist who had seen more of existence than most could imagine. Yet he seemed to be benefiting in his own way. At this moment, he had a wry smile bloom as he looked toward Noah. "Ah, my friend. It seems I must go right some wrongs." His voice was light despite the overwhelming pressure surrounding them. "Just like you called for me not too long ago, right now, the creature is calling out to me." His eyes grew distant as if hearing something beyond normal perception. "He has said, 'Come, Anaximander, Huum.'" The words were heavy. Anaximander began to float upward, drawn by authority that transcended distance and dimension. His hand let go of the vibrant stick he had been carrying, the goat of the creature. It fell toward the grounds as Anaximander's weavings began to disappear, his form becoming translucent as he was pulled toward whatever summons the creature had issued. He looked toward Noah one final time. "I will also come if you need me, just let me know." His smile remained warm despite the forces acting upon him. "For now, if you can take care of things here just until after I return, that will be dash, whap." Before his words even finished, Anaximander disappeared, gone in an instant. Summoned by the creature to destinations unknown for purposes that only those at the absolute level could comprehend, Noah remained imperious. His gaze landed on the goat of the creature as it fell, the ancient artifact pulsing as it remained upright. He gazed over to Tor and the living origin. The former gazed up with a look of annoyance and defiance, as if he didn't want this. As if being elevated by the creature's power was somehow an insult to his pride. His body trembled with the effort of containing the compressed foundation being forced upon him. "This," Tor growled through gritted teeth. "I didn't ask for this," but the hammer continued to fall regardless, while the living origin had a saddened gaze, as if she didn't care much for this elevation. As if she wanted something else entirely. Her ancient eyes held depths of loss that no amount of power could fill. Whatever she truly desired, it was not strength. Noah looked at all of this with calculating eyes. It seemed those the creature considered to have sided with him were getting boons and elevations right now. The living origin he could understand. She had been one of the creature's most devoted followers before the living paradox collapsed her civilization and cast her adrift, but Tor was killed by the creature. Was this his way of paying back? His way of acknowledging that the death had been, what? A mistake? Or simply a debt that needed settling? And if the living origin was receiving this boon because she had been collapsed by the living paradox before, Noah's gaze rapidly changed, his eyes flickered with realization, his consciousness surged toward Muspelheim, chapter 4762, what? 3. There, a body of his under the control of ruination woke up. He had been dormant while the partial simulation of the living concept was being run. But now his awareness flooded back into this vessel as he looked toward Core, and as if on fucking cue, boom, the skies of Muspelheim tore open, the same embodiment appeared, blazing with multicolored radiance that contained the authority of existence itself. The Muspelly lifeforms throughout the realm almost dropped to their knees as pressure beyond their comprehension descended upon their burning domain. A similar multicolored beam of existential light smashed into Core, her depth and weight rapidly became elevated. Her form, already powerful at the surface depth, began to condense further. A flaming hammer appeared above her and smashed down, compressing her power at an alarming degree. It was forging her foundation here and now, taking what she had built through eons of hunger and refining it into something denser, harder, more lethal. In the surroundings, the Infiniverse watched on with stern eyes, and shockingly, it wasn't only a single beam of light, another one descended on. The first farmer, the ancient cultivator who had tended to farms since before most civilizations existed, found himself bathed in multicolored radiance. His connection to effort and harvest pulsed with new authority as his foundation was similarly compressed and refined, and then another beam descended on Sigrid, the living order. Boom, Noah's eyes buzzed as he watched one of his closest pillar become engulfed in light. The multicolored radiance wrapped around her form. And a hammer of pure existence descended to forge her foundation alongside the others, even Sigrid? Who had siphoned off and effectively crippled the dead order. Why would the creature do this? An embodiment has manifested across multiple locations simultaneously. This embodiment carries the authority of the creature, the one who laid the claim to existence itself. Analysis of current events. Straight face. Certain entities and their ways have been ordained as targets for this terrifying embodiment. Selection criteria identified. Straight face. 1. Entities who sided with the creature during the conflict against the living paradox. 2. Entities whose civilizations were collapsed by the living paradox or his instruments. 3. Entities who have demonstrated loyalty to the creature's designs. Targets confirmed. Straight face. The living origin, collapsed by the living paradox. Former backer of the creature, the first hunger, Tor, killed by the creature. Debt being repaid, an Asunder ally of the creature, Core collapsed by instruments of the living paradox. Ally of your civilization, the first farmer ally of your civilization. Has history with the creature, Sigrid, the living order. This one even I'm shocked by. Boon, your allies grow stronger. Their foundations become more refined. Their potential increases. Burden, this marks your civilization as openly opposed to the living paradox in the eyes of all who observe. There is no neutrality after this moment in the ongoing war. Noah saw these vibrant prompts as he kept his eyes on that embodiment. It blazed above Muspelheim with authority that made everything. It was a declaration, a statement that could not be misunderstood by anyone who witnessed it. The creature was making moves, the embodiment continued to blaze overhead, the hammers continued to fall, and across observable existence, the balance of power shifted ever so slightly. The creature made a move to elevate multiple entities with a terrifying embodiment as Noah observed it all happening and analyzed everything. He cared not that a beam of light didn't descend on him. He never expected any handouts. His path had always been forged through his own efforts, his own struggles, his own relentless pursuit of advancement. He did not need the creature's direct intervention. He did not want it, but that was his first tongue that embodiment utilized. Every phoneme, every logos, every philology that constructed that terrifying manifestation of absolute power drew upon the linguistic foundation that Noah had laid claim to. The creature was using the first tongue at a scale that dwarfed anything Noah could currently achieve, wielding authority that technically belonged to Noah's domain. He wanted to gain the full harvest and benefit of those using his claim in their own complex ways. His eyes flashed brilliantly as he kept an eye on Sigrid and Kor. The hammers continued to fall upon them, compressing their foundations into something denser and more refined. They would emerge from this stronger than before. Good, let them grow, let all his pillars grow. He gave control of this body back to Ruination, trusting her to manage affairs in Muspelheim while he focused on another body of his, in the corrupted vault of Ginnungagap, in the Stoa of Dogmata. Another body of Noah appeared in this region where the secret of Ian sat calmly, her brows raised at his appearance. Again. This scalebreaker kept showing up in her domain like he owned the place. Her hand went toward her chin as she smiled with interest. You continue to surprise me again and again, Scalebreaker. Her voice emerged measured and unhurried, each word placed with precision. All these bodies running around everywhere, and you have an absolute on your trail. Whatever could you be doing right now? She said such words as Noah remained calm and looked at her while positioning himself to float in a region that was a few miles away from her. I have entered the Agora of Primordial Judgment where your disciple entered. His voice came steady and informative, a place where every single entrant that arrives in it for the first time gets locked onto the surface depth. I can understand why someone like you, who has plans on top of plans, would not take the risk to enter such a place and expose yourself to so many possibilities. He paused. Is it likely that there are one or two absolutes already in the Agora of Primordial Judgment? He said such words calmly. The secret of Ian looked at him and smiled even more. Those dark eyes that could swallow civilizations sparkled with amusement at his probing questions. You have a curious imagination, Scalebreaker. Her voice carried notes of gentle correction. The biggest thing I can tell you about existence is that there are countless rules and impossibilities out there. And absolutes exist in order to deny such rules and impossibilities. Her head tilted slightly. What may be applicable to one absolute that they cannot deny may not be applicable to another absolute. We are not all the same. We do not all share the same limitations or capabilities. Chapter 4763. What? For, she waved her hand dismissively, but really, what are you doing here again when you have to focus on not getting collapsed by an absolute? Splitting your attention too much, especially while facing an absolute, could also have detrimental consequences for you. She said such words as if she was actually concerned about him. Noah knew otherwise, but he knew of the information hidden within her deflection. Different absolutes had different capabilities, different limitations. What affected one might not affect another. He looked toward the entrance of the Stoa of Dogmata as he continued speaking. When I was moving around in the earliest folds, I caught the gaze of a particular tyrant who was curious enough about me to send his curiosity to nearly collapse me and my people some time ago. His eyes burned with remembered fury. I made a promise back then that I would get him back. And he should be, just as his words were finishing. Space in the distance fluctuated, reality tore and reformed as something powerful forced its way into the Stoa of Dogmata. The ancient pillars trembled slightly. The inscriptions of Dogmata flickered with recognition of a new presence. And a moment later, Gilgamesh appeared, the first leader. His figure was glorious and imposing, radiating authority that made the surrounding atmosphere compress. His form was humanoid but idealized, as if someone had taken the concept of leader and given it flesh. Golden armor adorned his body in patterns that spoke of conquest and dominion. His eyes were sharp, calculating, filled with the intelligence of one who had commanded legions since before most civilizations existed. He looked around with those sharp eyes, assessing his surroundings with the caution of a veteran who had survived countless conflicts. Either he had followed the trail of the chase between Noah and the Weavers, or the Weavers had purposefully left a trail that brought him here. He would have likely gone in and entered the Agora of Primordial Judgment to continue his pursuit, but Noah had other plans. At this moment, he looked toward Gilgamesh calmly, because at this moment, he was doing a little thing the kids like to call divide and conquer. The moment Gilgamesh appeared, he locked his eyes on Noah, and Noah looked back calmly. You were looking for me this whole time, big guy. His voice carried across the Stoa with steady confidence. You were curious about me since the earliest folds. At this moment, I wish to close off this curiosity. Boom, the fundamental depth of Gilgamesh burned with imperious brilliance. His aura exploded outward, pressing against reality with the weight of countless victories and endless ambition. The pillars of the Stoa groaned under the pressure. The inscriptions of Dogmata blazed brighter as if responding to the challenge being issued, and shockingly, his eyes or gaze did not even turn toward the secret of Ian even once, as if he did not know that she even existed here. Noah only noted this with veiled interest. Had this ridiculous being actually made herself imperceptible to anyone else right now? It seemed that Gilgamesh, genuinely unaware that an absolute sat mere miles away, watching this confrontation unfold with amused curiosity. Well, that was more than okay. This was between him and Gilgamesh. Noah looked toward the first leader as behind Gilgamesh, golden pools of brilliance began to form like black holes in reverse. Vibrant tips of weapons began to edge out one after another from those pools. Spears and swords and axes and hammers, each one burning with immense depth and power. The glory of the first leader. Gilgamesh nodded slowly as he observed Noah's calm demeanor. I have been curious. His voice was deep and resonant, carrying the weight of one who had commanded armies since before time learned to count. I detest that my weavings and my existence have been led by the living paradox and the weavers. I detest that a being like me, a leader among glorious leaders, has been moving under the commands of another. Something flickered in his sharp eyes. I actually envy you a little, Osmond. The words came with surprising honesty. Nobody commands you to do this or that. You decide for yourself how you go about things. Like how you decided to be here right now, however foolish that may be. His lips curved into something that was almost a smile. For that, I am truly envious. His depth spilled out gloriously, the air of unity and paradox radiated all around him, the dual nature of his allegiance manifesting in visible auras that pressed against reality. Weavings of the first tongue began to bloom over all of his emerging weapons. Linguistic authority coating each blade and spear with enhanced lethality. At this sight, Noah's eyes flashed dangerously. You fucking bum. His voice came out domineeringly and commandingly. Did I say you could use the first tongue? Boom. His words carried the weight of absolute authority, the thesis that had not been denied since Muspelheim was applied to Gilgamesh. None who opposed the Genesis monarch may utilize the first tongue. The effect was immediate and devastating. The weapons emerging from Gilgamesh's golden gates dimmed greatly. The linguistic authority coating them flickered and died. The weavings of the first tongue that had been blooming across his arsenal simply stopped. He was cut off, and the way he expressed became noticeably dimmer. His aura, which had burned with the combined authority of unity and paradox enhanced by the first tongue, now burned with only its base components. Still powerful. Still dangerous. But noticeably reduced from what it had been moments before, and yet, even when such a thing happened, the figure of Gilgamesh actually began to smile more and more. An air of brutality and wonder permeated around his skin. He laughed. The sound was deep and genuine, filled with the excitement of one who had finally found a worthy challenge after eons of predictable victories. The paradoxical light around him became more and more intense, his remaining authority surging to compensate for what had been stripped away. Good, his voice boomed across the stoa. You are the real thing. His eyes blazed with something that looked almost like joy. I have always wanted to break away from paradox and the weavers. Today, at this time, I paid every ounce of my depth in being here. He raised his arms, and the weapons in his golden gates surged forward despite their diminished state. I lay all that Gilgamesh is. I lay all those I have led and all my accomplishments on this fight. His aura exploded to its maximum intensity. I either come out the other side glorious and with your claim beneath my feet, or the name and the legend of Gilgamesh shall stop here now. His smile became something feral and beautiful. It can only be one or the other. The words were gloriously heavy and imposing. After they were said, Noah looked at this being and nodded lightly. Behind him, a magnificent blue-gold seal began to rise, the absolute seal of infinity. It burned with patterns of boundlessness that made space itself groan. Endless designs conveyed the concept it represented, and the weight it carried pressed against Gilgamesh's aura with force that demanded acknowledgement. Then fight. Noah's voice came calm and certain, because this will be the last fight of your existence. The stoa of Dogmata trembled as two powers prepared to collide. In the distance, unseen by Gilgamesh but fully visible to Noah, the secret of Ian watched with eyes that sparkled with genuine interest. She had her chin resting on her hand. She was smiling. Chapter 4764. What? In his existence, battles were a dime a dozen. They came and went like waves upon a shore. Some were memorable. Most were not. Violence was simply a tool to be wielded when necessary, discarded when it no longer served a purpose, but he wanted to give special attention to Gilgamesh, purely because of what this being had done when he sent an attack of curiosity across time, that golden light that had descended upon Noah and his people in the early veiled shore. That casual display of power that had nearly collapsed everything he was building. That arrogant inquiry from a being who viewed others as interesting specimens rather than equals, Noah remembered. And he always collected his debts. Due to how rapidly he progressed, there were times when enemies he detested, he bypassed their power so completely that it wasn't even fun when they collapsed beneath his weight. By the time he was ready to face them, they had become insects beneath his heel. The satisfaction of vengeance was hollow when the target couldn't even comprehend what was happening to them. Gilgamesh was at a sweet spot that was just right. His own weight and immensity was breaking toward fundamental as Gilgamesh would be a worthy existence to carve out his glory. A genuine challenge. A meaningful victory. Something he could savor rather than simply execute, and as he did this here, he was particularly focused on the actions of his body in the deeper areas of this vault of Ginnungagap. He felt like it was time to spread the phonemes he created, after seeing the creature lay out an embodiment utilizing the first tongue and gaining nothing from it. Noah wanted to collect taxes on all the harvest and usage of the first tongue. He would be able to do so more closely with his personally forged phonemes. The 18 core phonemes had existed before his claim. Others had been using them for eons. Harvesting from that usage was indirect, filtered through layers of established practice as the harvest was a mere percentage and ongoing, but his 9 original phonemes, quintessence, infinity, tyranny, fortune, advantage, narrative, harvest, hunger, potential, these were his creations. His contributions to the first tongue. Every being who learned and used them would be using something that Noah had personally brought into existence. The harvest from that would be direct, the harvest from that would be his alone as he would tax absolutely everyone. So as a glorious battle began to show a supposed leader what a true tyrannical leader was like, his gaze flickered to another place deeper from here, back in the agora of primordial judgment. In the library of the glossarians that represented an opportunity to collapse an absolute while reinforcing his way again and again, and obtaining the treasures lying within this vault of Ginnungagap. In the Logosian, the atmosphere was thick with anticipation. Noah floated above the swirling blue-gold plasma sea, his toga inscribed with shifting phonemes, his laurel of crystallized language catching light that seemed to come from nowhere. The 0 upon his chest marked him as a newcomer. A hoplite with 0 merit daring to challenge a Lochagos with nearly 450. Opposite him, Theoris the Articulate maintained her position with casual elegance. Her vibrant spectacles reflected the plasma sea below. Her dark hair flowed in currents of linguistic energy that swirled around her form. Her toga displayed CDXLVII in glowing numerals. The surrounding glossarians watched in silence. This was the scholarly air of the Logosian. Even though many carried looks of mocking amusement, even though laughter had rippled through the crowd moments before, they did not scream or roar out their entertainment. They stayed silent while watching the debate ahead. This was a place of learning. Even foolishness could teach valuable lessons. Hoplites of various forms sat in circular arrangement, their eyes fixed on the confrontation. Bears and serpents and humanoids and abstract beings, all wearing blue-gold togas, all curious to see how badly this newcomer would be humiliated. The Lokagoi present observed with more nuanced expressions. Some showed pity. Some showed boredom. A few showed the faintest glimmers of interest, wondering if perhaps this hoplite knew something they didn't. Ophelia watched from the crowd with wide eyes, her serpentine form coiled tightly with concern for the newcomer she had been assigned to guide. Lumavera's tail swished with barely contained excitement. Almaretha's veiled eyes burned with anticipation. Skoll sat on his haunches with his tongue out, not understanding what was happening but happy to be here with his new master. Theoris gazed at Noah with imperious confidence. I will not even push for a complex debate of logos or philologies for you. Her voice carried the patient condescension of a teacher addressing a particularly slow student. We can simply conjure a single phoneme and see who writes it out the best. To its truest expression, she adjusted her spectacles with one finger. This is the most basic test of linguistic understanding. If you cannot even express a single phoneme with clarity, there is no point discussing higher constructs. Her lips curved into a smile that held no warmth. Consider this a lesson, hoplite. Learn from your failure today, and perhaps in a few centuries, you might be worthy of standing where you currently stand. Her words were calm with a hint of majesty, as if she was taking the time to educate a junior, as if this debate was already decided and she was simply going through the motions out of obligation. The surrounding glossarians nodded with approval at her generosity. She was giving this foolish newcomer the simplest possible test. She was being merciful. Theoris raised her finger. Light began to gather at its tip. She inscribed the phoneme of fire into the air before her. The construct blazed into existence with fiery brilliance. Crimson and blue light intertwined in patterns that spoke of combustion and heat and transformation. The phoneme burned above the plasma sea with intensity that made nearby observers shield their eyes. It was beautiful. It was precise. It was the work of someone who had spent eons refining their understanding of this single concept. Every curve of the inscription was perfect. Every line carried meaning that supported and enhanced the whole. The phoneme of fire, as theorists expressed it, was a masterwork of linguistic artistry. The crowd murmured with appreciation. This was why she was close to becoming a polemarch. This was the standard against which this foolish hoplite would be measured. Noah looked at it, his eyes traced every line, every curve, every subtle inflection of meaning that theorists had woven into her expression of fire. Then he nodded. Adequate, the word hung in the air. What? Adequate, adequate, whispers erupted through the Logosian. Hoplites exchanged glances of disbelief. Lokagoi raised eyebrows at the sheer audacity of this newcomer. Theoris's expression flickered with the first hint of irritation. Adequate, she repeated, her voice carrying dangerous edges. You dare call my expression of fire merely adequate? Do you have any idea how many years I have spent refining dash? But before she could finish, before anyone could react, Noah waved his hand, and he revealed not merely the phoneme of fire, he revealed the absolute seal of fire. Boom! The moment it fully came to fruition, the entire Logosian shuddered. The seal blazed into existence above Noah's palm with radiance that made Theoris's phoneme look like a candle beside a sun. It was massive, perhaps 10 meters in diameter, and it burned with patterns of such impossible complexity that observers felt their minds straining just to perceive its edges. This was fire, not the fire that mortals understood. Not the fire that even ancient scholars had spent eons studying. This was fire as it existed in the deepest foundations of reality. Fire as a concept so fundamental that it predated the formation of stars. Fire is one of the 18 pillars upon which the first tongue itself was constructed, and more than that, within the seal, compressed and refined and made infinitely more dense, were the stanchions that Noah had absorbed into this singular expression. Every aspect of combustion, every facet of heat, every nuance of transformation through burning, all of it contained in one perfect, impossible construct. Theoris was stunned. Her vibrant spectacles seemed to fog over as she looked the seal up and down, her enhanced perception struggling to process what she was witnessing. It was the phoneme of fire, but so much more glorious, so much more complete. She had spent years on years perfecting her expression of fire. She had believed herself among the greatest practitioners of this particular phoneme in all of the agora of primordial judgment, and this newcomer had just casually displayed something that made her life's work look like a child's first attempt at writing. She was not the only one affected. When Glossarians looked up and saw the seal, they were initially confused. What was this? It looked like the phoneme of fire. But the structure was wrong. No, not wrong. Different. More. It was as if someone had taken the phoneme they all knew and revealed that it was merely a shadow of something far greater. Then shock rippled through the crowd. This was real. This was actually happening. A hoplite with zero merit had just displayed mastery of fire that exceeded anything the Logosian had witnessed in recorded memory. Then contemplation descended, and immense silence fell across the entire chamber. All eyes focused on that seal. All minds struggled to understand what they were seeing. All preconceptions about this debate were being violently restructured. That seal, that impossible, glorious, reality-defining seal. Even Olmareth and Lumavara looked at it with vibrant eyes. They had not fully seen Noah's seals before. They had witnessed his mastery of the first tongue. But seeing it displayed here, in this ancient place of linguistic study, surrounded by beings who had dedicated their entire existences to understanding these concepts, it hit differently. At this time, Noah allowed the seal to continue burning above his palm. He looked out at the gathered Glossarians with eyes that held the calm certainty of one who knew exactly what he was doing. Today, I wish to do many things. His voice carried across the silent Logosian with weight that pressed against every listener. This is just a glimpse. He gestured toward the seal of fire, toward the impossible perfection it represented. Barring this debate, I wish to make a contribution and elevate what the Glossarians know about the first tongue. The seal pulsed with radiance that made the plasma sea below churn with excited energy. Today, his eyes swept across hoplites and Lokagoi alike. I wish to teach. Boom. The words landed like hammers upon the foundations of everything the Glossarians believed. A hoplite, a newcomer with zero merit, claiming that he wished to teach those who had studied the first tongue for eons, but that seal continued to burn above his palm, that impossible, undeniable proof of mastery that exceeded anything they had achieved. And slowly, one by one, the mocking expressions faded from faces throughout the Logosian. Something was happening here. Chapter 4765, I wish to expand. A hoplite wished to teach after they showed a Lochagos a much grander version of the phoneme of the first tongue, and first and foremost, because of this, the booming voice of the Logosian echoed out with weight that made the plasma sea churn. A unique construct of the phoneme of fire of the first tongue has been presented. The words resonated through every corner of the chamber. A hoplite has triumphed over Lochagos theorists the articulate. His expression of fire exceeds all recorded variations within the Logosian archives. This is unprecedented for a newcomer. Theorists floated in stunned silence, her vibrant spectacles still reflecting the impossible seal that burned above Noah's palm. 5 merit points awarded for winning a debate against someone of higher ranking and showing what has been deemed to be new. The voice paused with what might have been curiosity. And now, you wish to teach? What should you be referred to as, hoplite? The voice asked such a question as at this time, on Noah's toga, the merit points changed, 0 became V, 0 became 5, the first step on a long climb. Noah looked out at the gathered Glossarians with eyes that held the calm certainty of absolute conviction. Osmont. The Genesis monarch. WAA, he said his distinction out clearly. The words landed with weight that made several nearby hoplites take unconscious steps backward. The Genesis monarch. Not merely a title, but a declaration of what he was and what he represented. The booming voice of the Logosian echoed out again. The Genesis monarch wishes to make a contribution to the Glossarians. He has proven himself worthy of attention through unprecedented expression of a core phoneme. A pause, permission has been granted to display any novelty and wonder. The Logosian awaits, many eyes went toward him, hundreds of Glossarians. Hoplites who had mocked him moments ago now watching with uncertain expressions. Lokagoi who had expected entertainment now leaning forward with genuine interest. Even a few polemarchs in the distant shadows stirred. Noah looked back at the masses, then he spoke. Language is the foundation of reality. His voice carried across the Logosian with the weight of absolute truth. This is what the Glossarians believe. This is what I know to be true. The first tongue was not merely discovered. It was the medium through which existence itself was first expressed. Every phoneme represents a fundamental concept. Every logos builds meaning from those concepts. Every philology weaves those meanings into complex truths. He let those words settle, but at times, the letters of a language are not enough to portray the full immensity of what the language could express. His eyes swept across the gathered scholars. Languages evolve. Languages grow. Languages expand to encompass new ideas that their original creators never imagined. This is the nature of all communication, from the simplest grunts of primitive beings to the most sophisticated expressions of absolute authority. His voice grew heavier. Sometimes, someone has to rise. Someone has to look at a language and say, this is something I can add on to. This is something I can make more complete. This is something I can elevate beyond what it currently is. He raised his hand, and that is what I wish to do. The seal of fire above his palm pulsed with anticipation. I wish to expand the first tongue. Boom, what? The reactions were immediate and overwhelming. Since they were scholars, nobody erupted in screaming or shouting. The Logosian maintained its atmosphere of academic dignity even in the face of such outrageous claims, but the depths and immensities of all those present flared. Every hoplite locked onto Noah with gazes that burned with incredulity. Every Lochagos released waves of suppressed authority that pressed against his existence. Even the distant polemarchs stirred with displeasure that made the very air compress. It was as if they were already admonishing him for his words. To expand the first tongue, who did he think he was? The first tongue was the first tongue. It had existed since before differentiation. It was complete. It was perfect. It was the foundation upon which all of reality was built. 18 phonemes with countless variations that could make countless logos and philologies. Who among them had ever thought of expanding it? Adding another letter? This was preposterous. This was blasphemy. This was the ravings of a madman who had somehow stumbled upon a single impressive technique, but this was the Logosian. This was a place of learning and debate. Even with their heavy reactions, they listened. They had to listen, because that was what scholars did. Noah turned his gaze toward Olmareth, the ancient Geno lifeform who had acted like his teacher in Genungagap what seemed like eons ago. Who had taught him how to write the phoneme of fire. Who had shared knowledge that had fundamentally transformed his understanding of linguistic authority. Today, the roles would reverse. Existence is vast and full of wonders. Noah's voice came measured and certain. Something always needed in a language is the sense of endless immensity that existence can have. The concept of boundlessness. The idea that there are no limits to what can be achieved, no barriers that cannot be overcome, no horizons that cannot be exceeded. He raised his finger, and for that, he began to write. The first stroke cut through the air with precision that made several locagoi gasp. Blue-gold light trailed from his fingertip, leaving behind lines of concentrated linguistic authority that burned with power none of them had ever witnessed in a mere inscription. The second stroke curved outward, connecting to the first in ways that spoke of expansion without end. The third stroke folded back upon itself, creating patterns that suggested infinity through elegant recursion. Stroke after stroke, Noah wrote the phoneme of infinity in slow motion. Each movement was deliberate. Each line was perfect. Each curve carried meaning that built upon the previous curves to create something that had never existed before in the understanding of these ancient scholars. The phoneme took shape. It was not like the 18 core phonemes they all knew. It was not a variation or a refinement of existing concepts. It was something genuinely new. Something that filled a gap they had never realized existed in the first tongue. And when Noah completed the final stroke, HUUM, the phoneme of infinity blazed into existence. All glossarians looked up with widening eyes of horror and astonishment. It was real, it was genuine, it was a phoneme of the first tongue that none of them had ever seen, ever studied, ever imagined could exist. Olmareth trembled. The ancient geno-lifeform who had taught Noah the basics of linguistic inscription now stared at something his student had created. His countless hairs rippled with emotion that transcended normal expression. His veiled eyes burned with tears that were not tears but concentrated wonder. This was what his little anomaly had become. This was what Noah had achieved. The brilliance of the phoneme of infinity cast blue-gold radiance across every face in the Logosian. It burned with patterns of boundlessness that made observers feel as if they could perceive eternity itself. It was beautiful. It was profound. It was undeniably, impossibly real. Noah looked at his creation with calm satisfaction. For my contribution at this time, I give you the phoneme of infinity. His voice carried across the stunned silence, an addition to the letters of existence. The 19th phoneme of the first tongue, boom, chapter 4766, I wish to expand. 2. His words were like pouring oil into fire. Boundless depths rose and surged all around. All hoplites and locagoi here clamored with utter incredulity as they analyzed this brand new phoneme. Their minds raced to understand what they were seeing. Their foundations trembled as core beliefs were being restructured in real time. In the distance and hidden in the back, a few polymarchs floated forward with faces of shock. These were beings who had achieved the fundamental depth within this domain. Beings whose mastery of the first tongue had been considered supreme among the glossarians. And they looked at this new phoneme with expressions that ranged from disbelief to dawning wonder. Most wanted to say this was impossible, most wanted to declare that such a thing could not be viable, but as glossarians, they could tell it was genuine and true. The phoneme of infinity was not a trick. It was not an illusion. It was not some elaborate deception designed to fool those who should know better. It was real. It was functional. It was a genuine addition to the first tongue itself, so much so that in the next moment, with trembling fingers, one of the polymarchs floated fully into view. He looked like an old man despite being a primordial perfected geno-lifeform. White hair flowed around a face carved with lines of ancient wisdom. His toga displayed merit points in the hundreds. His eyes burned with the need to verify what he was witnessing. In this heavy silence, he raised his finger. He began to mimic what Noah had just written, stroke by stroke, trembling with each movement. The ancient polymarch inscribed the phoneme of infinity into the air before him, and it worked. HUUM. A smaller, less refined version of the phoneme blazed into existence before the polymarch, infinity. He said such words as if they were sacred. His voice cracked with emotion that beings of his caliber rarely displayed. He looked at the phoneme he had just created, then looked toward Noah with astonishment that bordered on reverence. All glossarians looked toward Noah with astonishment. Their minds were buzzing. There was a singular question permeating throughout the Logosian, whispered and shouted and contemplated in equal measure. Who had the capability to design a new letter of the first tongue? Who was this being? What was the Genesis monarch? But even before they could fully contemplate this, Noah spoke again. But these words were not for them, these words were for himself alone, declarations made in the depths of his existence where only his own consciousness could hear. This phoneme, and others I shall unveil, shall have an existential tariff imposed on them. His internal voice carried the weight of absolute decree. In addition to any cost to enact this phoneme, users must pay an additional 100% existential tariff for any usage of my core phonemes. His eyes blazed. With tyranny, and a 1000% existential tariff for any usage by those aligned with paradox, his seals pulsed with enforcement authority. Every time anyone utilizes these phonemes, a cost must be paid to me as if it were an inherent weight needed to be paid. This is the price of using what I have created. This is the tax upon my intellectual property. This is my harvest. Existential tariff system initialized. You have chosen to fully and extensively spread your design core phonemes across existence, beginning with the phoneme of infinity. Tariff structure established straight face, base tariff, 100% of existential cost for any usage of your 9 core phonemes. This means, for every unit of everything spent to utilize infinity, quintessence, tyranny, fortune, advantage, narrative, harvest, hunger, or potential, an equal amount is automatically harvested and transferred to the Genesis monarch. Paradox alignment tariff, 1000% of existential cost. This means, for any entity aligned with the living paradox who utilizes your core phonemes, 10 times the power spent is automatically harvested. This includes all members of the Loom, all servants of paradox, and all who have sworn allegiance to his designs. Collection mechanism straight face. Harvest occurs automatically upon phoneme activation, no action required from the Genesis monarch. Collected essence is filtered directly into your weight and immensity. This compounds with existing harvest from the archie of perpetual harvest. Spread protocol straight face. As your core phonemes are taught, learned, and utilized across existence, the tariff system expands accordingly. Every new user becomes a source of passive harvest. Every utilization feeds your advancement. The more your phonemes spread, the greater your harvest becomes. Current projection straight face. The glossarians of the Agora of Primordial Judgment represent approximately 5,000 entities. If even 10% adopt and regularly utilize your core phonemes, projected harvest exceeds current intake by 340%. As knowledge spreads beyond this domain, projections become incalculable. Warning straight face. This system will make you a target for those who resent paying tribute for linguistic authority. Entities aligned with paradox will particularly despise the enhanced tariff imposed upon them. Tariff system, active, harvest collection, engaged, let the taxes flow. Amidst the shock of the glossarians, Noah began talking again as if nothing was happening. As if he hadn't just restructured his entire harvest system, as if he wasn't about to become exponentially more powerful with every usage of what he was teaching. Existence contains not just infinity, but also the essence of what things fundamentally are. His voice drew their attention back from their spiraling thoughts, the purest expression of any concept. The ideal form that all variations aspire toward. He raised his finger again, quintessence, and he began to write. The phoneme of quintessence took shape in the air, burning with authority that spoke of fundamental perfection. Its strokes were different from infinity, carrying meaning that complemented rather than duplicated. The glossarians watched with eyes that couldn't look away, and existence contains the will to dominate. The drive to stand above all others. The refusal to bow before any authority but one's own. His finger moved again. Tyranny. The phoneme of tyranny blazed into being, pressing down upon observers with weight that made even polemarchs shift uncomfortably. Chapter 4767, Change. Existence contains the flow of fortune. The currents of luck that determine outcomes beyond mere skill. This is fortune. Another phoneme joined the growing constellation. Existence contains the constant seeking of advantage. The drive to be better positioned than any opponent. That is advantage. Boom, the phoneme burned with competitive radiance. Existence contains stories. The power of narrative to shape reality through the tales we tell. Narrative. This phoneme seemed to whisper of possibilities yet to be written. Existence contains the gathering of rewards. The collection of what has been earned through effort and victory. That can only be harvest. The phoneme pulsed with acquisitive energy that made Noah's own foundations resonate. Existence contains the endless desire for more. The drive that pushes beings to consume and grow without limit. Hunger. This phoneme burned with appetite that made several observers unconsciously step back, and existence contains the seeds of what could be. The unrealized possibilities waiting to bloom into actuality. That is potential. The final phoneme joined its siblings, burning with promise that spoke of futures yet to unfold. In the end, 9 radiant phonemes nobody here had seen before floated vibrantly above the plasma sea. Infinity. Quintessence. Tyranny. Fortune. Advantage. Narrative. Harvest. Hunger. Potential. 9 new letters of the first tongue, 9 additions to a language that had been considered complete since before differentiation. Noah looked at his creations with the satisfaction of a craftsman displaying his finest work. this is my contribution to the first tongue, his voice carried across the utterly silent Logocean. 9 phonemes that will give rise to countless more logos and philologies. 9 letters to complete the language. Boom, as the glossarians observed the 9 phonemes, absolutely nobody could say a single word, their eyes only reflected these letters. It was as if their entire lives, they had only known of numbers 1 through 9, and now, they were learning that 10 and 11 and 12 and 13 and 14 and 15 and 16 and 17 and 18 existed. Their understanding of the first tongue had just been fundamentally, irrevocably expanded, and the one who had done this, the Genesis monarch, stood before them with zero expression of pride or arrogance. Only the calm certainty of one who knew exactly what he was worth. Oh, everything was eerily quiet, as if nobody even knew how to proceed. The Logocean itself seemed to question the reality of what had just occurred. That booming voice that had presided over countless debates across eons of existence was also stumped. The plasma sea below churned with uncertain energy. The phonemes floating above cast their radiance upon faces frozen in expressions of incomprehension, and then, Noah's toga pulsed, the number of merit points displayed upon his chest began to jump by the dozens every moment. V became X, 5 became 10, X became XX, XX became L, L became C, 50 became 100. The numerals shifted and changed with increasing rapidity as the Logocean's assessment system struggled to quantify what had just been contributed. Each new phoneme represented value beyond normal parameters. Each addition to the first tongue exceeded anything the merit system had been designed to reward. The glossarians had their eyes locked onto the phonemes floating in the air gloriously. 9 new letters of the oldest language. 9 additions to what had been considered complete and unchangeable since before observable existence took its current form. Only now did the voice of the Logocean echo out, but it was filled with an immense sense of heaviness and grandeur that had not been present before. In existence, there are none who can add on to something unchanged since observable existence came to be. The words resonated through every corner of the chamber. The first tongue has remained constant across eons beyond counting. Civilizations have risen and fallen. Absolutes have emerged and collapsed. Reality itself has been reshaped countless times, a pause that seemed to stretch into eternity, and through all of that, the first tongue remained the same. 18 phonemes. No more. No less. The plasma sea churned with agitation. On this day, a contribution has been made to the agora of primordial judgment that exceeds all parameters. The maximum number of merits glossarians can give are being granted to the Genesis monarch. Noah's toga pulsed again, C became CC, CC became CCC. The numbers continued climbing toward heights that would soon breach the threshold of Lochegos entirely. As a show of recognition of this unfathomable accomplishment, and speaking on behalf of all those here, the voice grew heavier, more serious, more profound. The Genesis monarch is asked, "Are you him, HUUM?" The voice was booming and serious. As if it had to ascertain something that was unfathomably grand, only a single entity would be able to do something as ridiculous as expand the language of existence. Only one being in all of reality held the authority to add new letters to the first tongue itself, so at this moment, these entities that had studied the first tongue for all their lives had to ask, was he him? Was this newcomer, this hoplite who had arrived mere moments ago with zero merit, was he the one who laid the claim? Noah looked at these ancient entities of variable power. He could sense more and more polymarchs and their auras arriving from the distance, drawn by disturbances in the linguistic fabric that they could feel even from miles away. They were converging on the Logocean with speed that spoke of desperate need to understand what was happening. He raised his head imperiously. "I am him." The words landed like hammers upon the foundations of everything, and as of today, the newborn phonemes of the first tongue shall be released for usage and integration across observable existence. His eyes swept across every face present. Learn of them. Utilize them. And witness glory. His voice rose with the weight of absolute decree. Witness immensity. Boom. His declaration was heavy and grand at the same time. It began like so, a simple set of words that were only a declaration, but what they stood for and consisted of was far too grand. Chapter 4768, Change. 2. Many significant entities across existence had sensed that something had changed regarding the first tongue when Noah had initially designed the 9 brand new phonemes. They had felt disturbances in the linguistic fabric. They had perceived alterations to something that should have been immutable, but they did not know exactly what. At this moment, the one who designed what was new allowed for it to be fully spread out, and it was only after he was ready to tax everyone on it. So this declaration, even though it was simple in nature, began to grow in immensity and grandeur. It permeated across the agora of primordial judgment. It spread even further, reaching toward the boundaries of this corrupted domain. It grew from a declaration and went toward an embodiment, well, partial, a power that only a special subset of beings held across existence. It burned brightly to become another partial embodiment that Noah had uttered. The first tongue had been altered, and at this time, the Genesis monarch made it available to all, across observable existence. Countless things were tainted and corrupted, but the musings of paradox and existence continued clashing like always. At this moment, if one could envision an endless sea of obsidian gold paradox and an endless sea of multicolored existence clashing, they would see the meeting of an unstoppable force going against an immovable object, too fundamental. Approaches to reality engaged in eternal conflict, two of the four locked in struggle that had defined the shape of everything since before differentiation. Everything seemed to be at a balance in these endlessly roiling seas of conflict. Paradox pushed against existence, existence pushed back against paradox, neither gained ground, neither lost it, an equilibrium maintained across fronts that spanned observable existence itself. And yet at this time, a subtle change bloomed, something that affected both. At the center of the endlessly twisting sea of paradox, the visage of the living paradox could be observed. All around him, unfathomable waves of immensity seethed. Obsidian gold light that contradicted itself with every fluctuation. Authority so profound that reality simply stopped trying to make sense in his presence, and at this moment, his barely discernible face frowned. He sensed something. The phonemes of the first tongue that existed in the periphery of this place buzzed with new energy. They vibrated with alterations that should have been impossible. They carried meanings that had not existed moments before. He turned his attention toward them, and yes, they were in the periphery, because gloriously, for gigaparsecs around the living paradox, there was only paradox. Around him, existence was not made up of substrates and particles that everyone knew. There were no conventional building blocks of reality. There was only paradox. Absolute paradox. A domain where contradiction was the fundamental law and impossibility was the default state. No first tongue. No chaos. No existence. Only paradox, but existence was still existence, and the first tongue permeated across existence. Even here, in the periphery of paradox's domain, language existed. Even here, phonemes carried meaning. Even here, the oldest authority maintained its presence. At this time, he sensed the alteration in the first tongue. A new makeup freely unveiled itself. The perceptive eyes of the living paradox were grand as he very quickly saw through everything. He saw new musings of the first tongue freely express themselves as they were infinity. He listed the first one, tasting the concept as it manifested before his perception. Quintessence. His frown deepened. Tyranny. Fortune. Advantage. Each phoneme he named seemed to pulse with recognition of being observed by something at his level. Narrative. Harvest. Hunger. Potential. The paradoxical seas around him seethed with agitation. 9 new phonemes, 9 additions to the first tongue, 9 changes to something that had remained unchanged since he himself had laid his own claim. This was a change, and change could be good, change could be bad, or in this case, change simply complicated things. The living paradox gazed out from his domain of absolute contradiction. He didn't even look toward the distant multicolored sea of existence that he had been fighting against in multiple different fronts across observable existence. He gazed out toward the far distance, toward where the Weavers had reported discovering Osmont before information from them became cut off. Toward the last known location of his instruments before silence had descended. Toward where something was clearly happening that demanded his attention. He thought about many things: the scalebreaker who had claimed the first tongue, the anomaly who had forged new phonemes, the variable who kept introducing unpredictability into carefully laid plans, and then, he smiled. It was not a pleasant expression, it was the smile of someone who saw opportunity in apparent setback. Change is change. His voice echoed across the paradoxical seas with authority that made contradictions multiply. Change to the first tongue is a change with wide-ranging consequences. His obsidian gold eyes burned with the light of something that had existed since before differentiation itself. I was waiting for this unpredictability. I was waiting for the paradox of change to the language that cannot be changed. His smile widened. Every utilization will now aid you. Every time someone uses your precious new phonemes, you will gain from it. This is your trap. He laughed. The sound made reality itself flinch. But I can pay the cost, Osmont. His voice carried across distances that defied conventional measurement. I can pay it. Boom. With such words, change was ushered across observable existence, this time enacted by another one of the four. The living paradox acknowledged the alteration to the first tongue. He accepted that his own usage of infinity, quintessence, tyranny, and the others would now feed the one who had created them, and he was willing to pay that price, because whatever advantage Osmond gained from harvesting usage of his phonemes, the living paradox was confident it would not be enough, not nearly enough, the paradox of paying taxes to your enemy while still crushing them, that was a contradiction he could embrace, and across observable existence, the change began fully spreading all around. A man had imposed a tax, and he wanted to be paid. Chapter 4769, Existence is Too Vast. Across observable existence, in a region filled with multicolored flames, the visage of Anaximander was sitting in an incandescent sea of a massive embodiment. The sheer magnitude and concentration of existence itself was unfathomable. Waves of multicolored radiance lapped against his ancient form like tides of pure being. The authority of existence pressed down from all directions, not oppressively, but with the overwhelming presence of something that simply was in ways that defied comprehension. And then came a terrifying contrast. Anaximander was not sitting alone. His back was actually facing the back of another entity also seated down. But the size difference alone was nearly 1,000,000 times. Anaximander appeared as nothing more than a speck against the vastness of the figure behind him. A single grain of sand resting against a mountain that stretched beyond the horizon in all directions. It was not because the other side wanted to show off how much grander they were. No, the weavings of existence simply at this moment in time did not make it easy for this entity to take their size down to a level that many beings could comprehend. The very depth and immensity of their existence would seemingly not allow it. When one's being was so fundamentally tied to the concept of existence itself, reducing oneself became an act of self-contradiction that even the creature found difficult to maintain for extended periods. This massive entity was swirling with incandescent flames all around, multicolored fire that contained every hue that could be perceived and many that could not. Flames that did not burn but simply existed with such intensity that observation itself became a challenge. A unique process was currently taking place between him and Anaximander, something that required proximity, something that required the ancient wanderer to sit back to back with one of the four. At this time, Anaximander raised his head and looked around. He sensed imperceptible changes in the fabric of reality surrounding them. Subtle shifts in how the first tongue resonated within this domain. Alterations that most beings would never notice but that his scientific mind immediately began cataloging and analyzing. And he also felt something from the entity behind him, even though the creature was so massive that his entire body was shrouded by multicolored flames that would make his entire figure hazy and barely observable. Anaximander could barely perceive a smile on this being, on the creature. One of the four was smiling. This was notable enough to make Anaximander's heartbeat slightly faster, so Anaximander looked around as his own scientific mind began to break down exactly what had changed in the weavings of existence. Your mood seems to be a little happier. His voice came casual and measured, as if he was talking to any being rather than one of the most powerful entities in all of reality. What just happened? He asked such a question as if inquiring about the weather, and behind him, the entity shrouded in such terrifying flames of dense weavings of existence was quiet for a moment. The silence stretched, the multicolored flames crackled with energy that predated most of the observable existence. Then his deep voice echoed out. It was like listening to the surrounding existence itself speak. Not loud, but resonant in ways that made every particle of Anaximander's being vibrate. It seems that your friend has gotten a bit more serious. The words were calm and heavy, and is tweaking that which he has laid a claim on. The words were simple in construction but vast in implication. When Anaximander heard them, his eyes flashed brilliantly. He seemed to think about all of it heavily. There were many things to be broken down from the simple words of the creature. Layers of meaning that unfolded the more one contemplated them. Your friend, the creature referred to him as Anaximander's friend, has gotten a bit more serious. This implied that previous actions had been considered less than fully committed. That what came before was merely preliminary, tweaking that which he has laid a claim on. The first tongue. Anaximander knew exactly who the entity in question was. The swirling maelstrom of existence in the form of this humanoid made a simple motion a moment later. Just a casual gesture, but the force alone could crush the fundamental depth entities into paste. The mere movement of the creature's fingers displaced enough authority to collapse lesser beings simply through proximity. He pinched his fingers. Moments later, multiple phonemes of the first tongue began to gather around him. The 18 phonemes everyone was so used to blazed into existence first. Fire and water and earth and air and all the others, arranged in configurations that spoke of absolute mastery, and additionally, 9 more, infinity. Quintessence. Tyranny. Fortune. Advantage. Narrative. Harvest. Hunger. Potential, they gloriously arranged themselves before the creature. New letters joining old in a display that no other being in existence could casually summon. Moments later, this entity began to wave his fingers, old phonemes and new phonemes began to mix, hundreds of logos being formed and broken down rapidly. The process was mesmerizing to observe, combinations that would take most scholars years to construct appearing and dissolving in fractions of seconds. Then dozens of philologies began to be formed and broken down at speeds that would even make absolutes be astonished, but the creature simply seemed to be familiarizing himself with old and new, testing how they integrated. Seeing how the additions changed the possibilities of what could be expressed. It was like watching a master linguist encountering new letters for the first time, except this linguist had existed since before language itself was differentiated from raw existence. Anaximander observed this scene with perceptive eyes. There were many things he wanted to ask about Noah, about the changes, about what this meant for the ongoing conflict with the living paradox, about countless mysteries that accumulated whenever one spent time in the presence of the creature. But ultimately, he asked something simpler, something that had been weighing on his mind. Can he also not be considered your friend? Anaximander asked such a simple question, and truly, it should be simple. Noah had helped the creature's cause in numerous ways. His civilization opposed the living paradox. His actions aligned with what existence represented. By any reasonable measure, they should be allies, friends, even, and yet, the moving fingers of the creature paused momentarily. The phonemes and logos and philologies he had been constructing froze in mid-formation, as if he was deeply pondering this question. The seconds passed, the multicolored flames continued their eternal dance. The embodiments surrounding them thrummed with energy that exceeded comprehension, and still, Anaximander did not receive an answer. The silence grew heavier, more suffocating, eventually. In that heavy, suffocating silence, the creature replied, maybe. His voice came slower than before, maybe not, a pause that seemed to contain eternities. Existence is vast, Anaximander. Far, far too vast. The multicolored flames around him flickered. And there are many things that even I do not know. Boom. The words landed with weight that made reality itself groan. The creature, one of the four, the one who had laid the claim on existence itself, admitting that there were things he did not know, admitting that even his perception had blind spots. Anaximander sat in contemplative silence. Chapter 4770, Existence is Too Vast. 2. In an entirely different portion of observable existence. The living elemental had a wry expression as he followed the living emotive across the wastes of the fallout toward a floating obsidian hut. The scene was a unique one. The living elemental looked like an entity shrouded by the phonemes of fire, air, earth, and water. Four fundamental concepts swirled around his form in constant rotation, each one manifesting as brilliant displays of their respective elements. Flames licked across his shoulders. Winds howled around his arms. Stone formations crystallized and dissolved across his torso. Water flowed in impossible streams around his legs. He was power made manifest. Authority over the building blocks of physical reality given form. And yet he followed behind the living emotive like a subordinate trailing after their superior. The living emotive didn't seem to have any particular air of power around her, no swirling elements. No visible manifestations of authority. No overwhelming displays of depth or weight that would mark her as something significant. She appeared almost ordinary, a woman of indeterminate age with features that shifted subtly with each expression. Her hair changed color depending on the angle of observation. Her eyes held depths that seemed to contain every feeling that had ever been felt, and yet the silent aura of an absolute permeated across those eyes, something that transcended mere power. Something that spoke of authority over concepts so fundamental that even other absolutes treated her with caution. She was humming and skipping as she moved, her entire existence buzzed with manic energy that made the corrupted landscape around them seem calm by comparison. She hopped over twisted formations. She twirled past corrupted zones. She moved with the carefree abandon of a child playing in a garden rather than an absolute traversing one of the most dangerous regions in observable existence. As they neared the hut, oh, big bad chaos. We are here, her voice rang out with cheerful irreverence that made the living elemental wince, and we seem to be arriving at an opportune time. As she finished her words, the door of the hut flung open. Within it, the figure of an entity circled by endless chaos sat in contemplation, the primordial chaos, one of the four, the one who had laid claim to the fundamental principle of disorder itself. His form was humanoid but shrouded in constantly shifting patterns. Order could not exist in his presence. Predictability fled from his vicinity. Even the simple act of sitting still became an exercise in contradiction when chaos itself was your domain. His expression had been that of boredom, but it was slowly changing to interest at this moment. He was already looking up, sensing the changes that were permeating across existence. The alterations to the first tongue. The new phonemes that had been released, things were becoming more chaotic, and chaos was his domain. Emotive looked up as she continued to walk into the hut floating in the wastes of the fallout. Her eyes twinkled with amusement that bordered on madness. She looked toward the primordial chaos with the casual familiarity of someone who had long since stopped being impressed by such entities. I would ask you how you have been, big guy, but this entire moment seems to be stolen by this Osmond fucker. Her voice carried notes of genuine annoyance mixed with fascination. Is it true that you had him in your grasps in the infinite unfurling? And you simply let him go because you were playing your games of choices? She said such words calmly, as if questioning the decisions of one of the four was something she did casually, as if criticizing the primordial chaos to his face was merely nothing. A moment later, the primordial chaos did not even turn his gaze toward her, but his terrifying immensity slightly exerted itself. Everything nearby began to tremble and shake with utter chaos. The obsidian walls of the hut rippled with instability. The air itself seemed to forget which direction it was supposed to flow. Reality groaned under the weight of disorder being applied to its foundations. He waved his hands casually. The phonemes of the first tongue began to circle around him. All 18 of the originals appeared first, spinning in orbits that defied conventional physics. And then he began to perceive the letters that had not been there before: infinity, quintessence, tyranny, fortune, advantage, narrative, harvest, hunger, potential. 9 new additions, now made free and accessible to everyone. He studied them with eyes that had witnessed the birth of chaos itself. Pay him the respect he deserves when you talk about him. His voice emerged like the collision of folds. Deep. Resonant. Filled with authority that made lesser beings instinctively want to prostrate themselves. There are countless upon countless creatures across observable existence. And he became one of the four. The new phonemes continued to orbit around his form, being analyzed and catalogued. It is not by pure luck. It is not by happenstance. His eyes finally turned toward Emotive. Treat him with the same respect as you would treat the creature or the living paradox or me. His words were dangerous, filled with threat that made the living elemental take an unconscious step backward. And yet, shockingly, the figure of Emotive simply twisted her head and smiled eerily. But I don't give a fuck about the creature or the living paradox or you? Her voice came light and musical, as if she was discussing her favorite foods rather than dismissing the most powerful beings in existence. Just 4 old dudes claiming everything. She shrugged with exaggerated nonchalance. My emotion of fear toward all of you has long since disappeared. I have been around all you 3, and none of you have proceeded to kill me just yet. Her smile widened into something that was almost unhinged. Now Osmond, I am dying to meet. Her words were utterly heavy. This woman spoke to the primordial chaos as if he were merely an acquaintance she found mildly annoying. She dismissed the 4 as if they were irrelevant obstacles. The primordial chaos regarded her with eyes that swirled with infinite disorder. There is still time for you to be collapsed if you keep playing around. Broken doll. As he said this, he brought his hand toward the cheek of the living Emotive. His fingers, wreathed in chaotic energy that would destroy most beings on contact, grasped her chin. He moved her face left and right as if examining goods at a market. Turning her this way and that. Analyzing her features. Studying her existence, and she smiled brilliantly at this treatment, as if being manhandled by one of the 4 was exactly what she wanted, as if being called a broken doll was a compliment she cherished. Chapter 4771, Existence is Too Vast. 3. While this occurred, her voice echoed out with casual command, Elemental, how long are you going to stay out there like a scared fucking bum? Her eyes didn't even turn toward him. It's just chaos here. If you want to hitch a ride on us, you have to get used to this. Her smile grew sharper. Move the fuck in. We have lots to discuss. Emotive said such words commandingly. The living elemental floated into the hut with a cloudy expression. His gaze was wary as he looked at chaos, watching for any sign of hostility. But the primordial chaos didn't even spare him a glance. His attention remained fixed entirely on Emotive, his hand still holding her chin as if he found her far more interesting than any elemental authority could ever be. The living elemental's pride stung at being so thoroughly ignored. He spoke out for the first time since entering. The first tongue that we know is effectively incomplete. New letters have now been added. I can sense hush, the booming voice of the primordial chaos echoed out in the small obsidian hut. He didn't even gaze at Elemental, didn't acknowledge his existence, simply commanded silence with a single word that carried the weight of absolute authority. Elemental's expression became even more cloudy. Humiliation and frustration warred across his features. He was an absolute in his own right. He had claimed authority over fundamental elements of reality, and he had just been silenced like an unruly child, but not a single word escaped from his mouth thereafter. He knew better than to test the primordial chaos. With her chin still held by chaos, Emotive turned over to stare at Elemental with a mocking gaze. Her eyes sparkled with cruel amusement, as if she were laughing at his predicament, as if his humiliation was the entertainment she had been hoping for. At this time, Chaos let go of her. He had ascertained something from his examination. Whatever he had been looking for in her features, in her existence, in the depths of her emotional authority, he had found it, or confirmed it. All right, his voice came measured now, the threat from moments ago replaced by calculating interest. What do you want? What did Emotive want? Why would Chaos even entertain her? These were questions that the living Elemental desperately wanted answered. He had followed Emotive here because she had promised something. She had claimed to have plans that would benefit them both, but watching her interact with the primordial chaos as an equal, he began to wonder what he had gotten himself into. Emotive smiled brilliantly at this moment. Her beauty went on full display, features shifting into configurations that seemed designed to captivate and disarm. Every emotion that could make someone attractive manifested across her face simultaneously. Oh, I want many things. Her voice became almost dreamy. I want Osmond, the name hung in the air with weight. I want the creature, even heavier. I want things that even the four cannot give. Her smile became something sharp and hungry. But hey, a gal's gotta start somewhere. She shrugged with theatrical helplessness. There's Osmond, and then there are. Her eyes met those of the primordial chaos directly. The matters of my own complete axiom. The broken doll seemed to have grand ambitions, and for that, we have to go to the creature's Elfheim. WAA. Change was initiated as many people reacted differently to what occurred, when Noah managed to enact this partial embodiment. He felt the changes most closely. There were many things that he could now do and look forward to when it came to the first tongue. He was able to lay down high percentages of taxes right now for the phonemes that he had developed himself. He would be able to increase these percentages as his depth rose. Everyone had to pay him 100% taxes, and those related to Paradox had to pay 1000%. These numbers were not simply arbitrary, but what he felt like he could manage to declare at this point in time. His current authority, his current weight, his current standing among the four, all of it factored into what he could impose and enforce. The grander he became, the more he could do. He could increase the percentage for anything related to Paradox. He could even begin taxing those related to chaos, and if he felt like it, those related to existence. Those related to the creature. There were many things that he could do. And he had to do them absolutely, because at this moment, the influx of harvest he was already receiving within the first few seconds was already astonishing. Harvest analysis, phoneme taxation system, usage and interpretation of your phonemes of the first tongue is already collecting enough harvest to be the equivalent of devouring the depth of the surface depth entity every second, every single second. This rate of collection exceeds all previous harvest mechanisms by orders of magnitude. Anomaly detection straight face. This current rate is determined to be an outlier. Contributing factors straight face, 1. Countless lifeforms across observable existence who have access to the first tongue and can utilize it are doing so for the first time. 2. The novelty of new phonemes is driving experimentation across all factions and civilizations. 3. Scholars, warriors, and leaders alike are testing the capabilities of infinity, quintessence, tyranny, and the others. Critical assessment straight face. Such harvest can only be reaching these levels as a result of the usage of your letters by multiple absolutes. Confirmed or suspected users straight face. The living paradox, 1000% tariff applied. The creature, 100% tariff applied. The primordial chaos, 100% tariff applied. The secret of Ian, 100% tariff applied. Multiple others and half-step absolutes, countless fundamental, intermediate, and surface depth entities. Projection straight face. Such harvest is grand but may only be this inflated for this short period of time. As the novelty fades, usage will normalize. However, even normalized harvest will exceed previous intake by estimated 340-500%. Chapter 4772, Existence is too vast. For, the prompts were unique ones. Noah read them calmly while feeling the continued immensity of his existence grow with each passing moment, the immensity of his physique, of the indestructible lexicon of absolute weight that was made up of the 27 seals of absolute tongue, he felt it all get so much heavier, even though his actual power was supposed to be spilling into the fundamental depth. Even though he should have been advancing toward higher classifications. But at this moment, as if he could envision muscles for the surface depth and the intermediate depth, especially because of his body here in the agora of primordial judgment, he felt like the muscles of these prior depths were still thin, as if they had not been worked out enough, as if they were not as big as they could potentially be. So the terrifying harvest that was stemming from the usage of his phonemes across observable existence for the first time, foundation reinforcement. In progress, incoming harvest is flooding into your foundational physique to reinforce your determined immensity at the surface depth and the intermediate depth simultaneously. This is an unprecedented event. Most entities advance through depths and never look back. Their foundations at lower depths remain static, unchanged from the moment they progressed. You are different, your foundations continue to grow even as you advance. Current assessment straight phase, a rough approximation has been made based on comparative analysis with known absolute class entities. The surface depth straight phase. Your weight at this classification currently exceeds 175/100 th of what current powerful absolutes like the creature held at the same stage. You are nearly twice as heavy at surface depth as the creature was when he occupied that classification. The intermediate depth straight phase. Your weight at this classification holds 200/100 th of what current absolutes held at the same stage. You are exactly twice as fat at intermediate depth as the creature was. The Grimoire of Infinite Lexicon's assessment straight face. Likely, much grander immensity is possible. Its pages are still blank and ready to be filled with endless compressed foundations. The ceiling has not been found. The limit has not been reached. Continue building. Yes, he felt gloriously fat and heavy all around. Every single one of the 27 seals that represented his compressed power, it felt like each one was becoming so dense, so weighty, so impossibly heavy that if he took just one and threw it at an enemy, he would smash a fundamental depth entity with it and reject a declaration. This was the power that he was building. This was the foundation that would eventually support his ascent to heights that even the Four had not reached. At this time, his eyes opened wide to the immense silence in the Logocean. The Glossarians were looking at him with awe after his proclamation. Hoplite stared with expressions that had transcended mere shock into something approaching fervor. Lokagoi analyzed the 9 floating phonemes with desperate intensity, trying to memorize every stroke, every curve, every nuance of meaning. Even the polymarchs who had emerged from the shadows watched with eyes that burned with questions they barely dared to ask, after this brief period of silence. Moments later, multiple polymarchs began to come out one after another, primordial perfected geno-lifeforms who held the heavy power of fundamental depth entities. Beings whose weight within this domain made them feel like they were nearing the level of half-step absolute depth. Ancient scholars who had dedicated their existences to understanding the first tongue, they encircled the figure of Noah, not threateningly, not with hostility, but with the careful reverence of those who had just witnessed something that exceeded their understanding of what was possible. One was an entity that had a humanoid body seemingly made out of countless blue-gold pages. Her form rustled with every movement, inscriptions shifting across her surface as if she was a living library given consciousness. Her eyes shone brilliantly at this moment, filled with questions that multiplied faster than she could process them. Is it possible if we take Sir out of here momentarily to another place? Her voice came respectful but urgent. Whatever she wanted to discuss, whatever questions she needed answered, they were too important for the public setting of the Logocean. Noah looked at this and nodded. Then he turned around and pointed toward Lumavara, Ulmareth, and Skoll, the little fox. Watched with shining eyes, her injuries from Gilgamesh and the Weaver's assault seemingly forgotten in the excitement of what her master had just accomplished. Ulmareth stood with ancient dignity, his countless hairs rippling with pride, and Skoll sat like a very good dog while looking up toward Noah, his tail wagging slowly, his neon flames flickering with patient loyalty. He didn't understand what had happened. He didn't need to understand. He was simply happy to be here with his master, them as well. Noah's words were simple but absolute. The polymarch in front of him nodded without hesitation. She waved her hands, and a light of white gold mana flashed from her form. It wrapped around Noah, Lumavara, Ulmareth, and Skoll with gentle authority as they disappeared from the Logocean. The polymarch turned to the Glossarians who remained. Her page-like body rustling with the weight of command. Continue comprehending and utilizing the newly introduced phonemes of the first tongue. Her voice carried across every corner of the chamber. Keep your loyalty to the first tongue tight. Her eyes swept across hoplites and Lokagoi alike, and your mouths even tighter. The warning was clear. What had happened here was not to be discussed casually. The arrival of the Genesis monarch, the revelation of 9 new phonemes, the implications for everything the Glossarians believed, all of it was sensitive information that required careful handling. After she said this, she, Ophelia, and other polemarchs disappeared as well. Only a few remained behind to maintain order in the Logosian, and not even seconds later, from different directions, lights of chaos, paradox, and pure existence shone. The boundaries between philosophical schools meant nothing when something this significant occurred. Polemarchs of the Paradoxians appeared first, their togas of obsidian gold and white rippled with contradictory energy. Their faces held expressions that were simultaneously shocked and unsurprised, as if they had expected something unexpected. Polemarchs of the existentialists arrived next, their simple white togas blazed with multicolored radiance that spoke of pure being. Their eyes burned with the need to understand what had just altered the fundamental fabric of linguistic reality. Polemarchs of the Chaucites materialized last, their forms swirled with entropy and disorder. Their expressions held the manic excitement of those who thrived when established orders were disrupted. They looked toward the nearby Glossarian polemarchs they knew very well. A Chaucite polemarch who looked like a massive obsidian titan stepped forward. His body was carved from solidified disorder, constantly shifting and reforming in ways that hurt to observe directly. What happened? His voice rumbled like collapsing mountains. The Glossarian polemarch who remained looked up with a shining gaze. He looked around at the other Glossarians still present in the Logosian. At the hoplites and locagoi who were already attempting to inscribe infinity and quintessence and tyranny into the air before them. At the 9 brilliant phonemes that still floated above the plasma sea, slowly beginning to fade now that their creator had departed. We have uncovered new phonemes of the first tongue. His voice came measured and careful, as you all sensed. He spread his hands in a gesture of shared confusion. We are just as shocked as you all are. They said such words with clear eyes. The lie was masterfully delivered. Not a complete falsehood, but a careful omission. They had uncovered new phonemes. They were shocked. They simply failed to mention the entity who had revealed them. The surroundings buzzed with activity. Polemarchs of all 4 philosophical schools began attempting to write the new phonemes for themselves. Infinity took shape beneath trembling fingers. Quintessence blazed into existence with expressions of wonder. Tyranny pressed down upon those who inscribed it, making them feel its weight. The other primordial perfected Gino lifeforms were breathless. They knew there was something larger here. 9 new phonemes didn't simply appear from nowhere. Someone had revealed them. Someone had fundamentally altered the first tongue in ways that shouldn't have been possible, but they did not wish to make their suspicions too obvious. Not yet, not until they understood more. But at this time, Noah could be considered to have fully arrived in the agora of primordial judgment. He had made a contribution nobody else could. His merit points continued to increase even now as he was escorted away by polemarchs. The numbers on his toga climbed higher and higher, approaching and then exceeding the threshold of Lochagos, pushing toward territories that even ancient scholars took centuries to reach. One had to wonder just what would be obtained from this region of the vault of Ginnungagap by contributing what he contributed. What rewards awaited someone who had given the Glossarians 9 new letters of their most sacred language? What treasures from before the fallout would be unveiled for the Genesis monarch? The answers awaited in whatever destination the polemarchs were taking him. Chapter 4773, the Villa de Boscoriali. Existence moved in cycles, birth and death, rise and fall, beginning and ending, only to begin again. Noah had come to understand this truth deeply across his journey. Every event led to another. Every action created reactions that rippled outward to touch things that seemed entirely unrelated. Every choice opened doors while closing others, and those closed doors would eventually open again in different forms. One had to be an active participant in existence in order to enjoy the boons of existence. Those who sat idle, waiting for opportunities to come to them, would wait forever. Existence rewarded movement. It rewarded engagement. It rewarded those who stepped forward and seized what they wanted rather than hoping it would be given. Before the fallout and even now, Noah continued to actively move with existence as events unfolded, and those events had now brought him to the vault of Ginnungagap. Albeit in a different form than he had originally expected, he had expected to see the vaults of Ginnungagap in the infinite unfurling. That had been the plan. Before the primordial chaos offered him a choice, his traversal was ended short before he could go, and now, eons later, here he was, not through temporal traversal, not through the methods he had originally intended. The cycles of existence were strange like that. When he thought about temporal traversal and its possibility right now, the capability of temporal traversal still persists within your arsenal. It carries heavy influence in the existential paradox loop, current status straight face. Utilizing temporal traversal for movement to the earliest folds or infinite unfurling before the emergence of the fallout is nearly impossible. The fallout has created temporal barriers that resist penetration. The corruption extends across time as well as space. Attempting traversal to pre-fallout eras risks catastrophic paradox formation. Analysis straight face. Feasibility studies are still being conducted. Potential methods of circumvention are being explored. Current recommendation: focus on present opportunities rather than past destinations. What you sought in the past has manifested in the present. Perhaps this was always the intended path. Noah regarded the prompts calmly, then he looked out at the surroundings the polemarch had brought them to. They seemed to have arrived inside a bronze hall stretching out into the distance. The architecture was ancient beyond measure. Inscriptions covered every surface, phonemes of the first tongue arranged in patterns that spoke of knowledge accumulated across eternities of study. The hall led to a massive villa visible in the distance. Grand columns supported a structure that seemed to have been designed for beings far larger than those currently walking these corridors. Terraces and balconies extended outward at various levels. Windows of crystallized language filtered light that came from no discernible source. Around the hall, seas of blue-gold phonemes flowed all around, rivers of authority that carried meanings Noah could read if he focused. They swirled past in endless streams, each one representing concepts and ideas that had been refined across eons of Glossarian scholarship. Noah could already feel his seal of harvest buzzing. There was so much to collect here. So much knowledge. So much authority. So much potential harvest waiting to be gathered by one who knew how to take it. Skull rubbed against his leg with enthusiasm. The transformed Duke's neon flames flickered happily as he pressed his massive form against Noah's side. He didn't understand where they were or why they had been brought here. He simply wanted to be close to his master. Before them, the polemarchs turned to face the group. The polemarch, whose entire body was made up of countless blue-gold pages, stepped forward. Her form rustled with every movement, inscriptions shifting across her surface. She gave a slight bow that spoke of respect rather than subservience. Polemarch Lunaris greets the one who laid the claim. Her voice emerged like pages turning in an ancient library. I brought you here first because out of the four, you are the last one to have crossed this nexus of the primordial realms. Her page-like eyes met his directly. The creature, the primordial chaos, and the living paradox have all crossed here various times in the infinite unfurling. They walked these halls when the vaults were not yet corrupted. They contributed to what we have built. They took what they needed and left marks upon our society that persist to this day. She paused, and while the agora of primordial judgment has set rules to be followed, the change corrupted many things. There could be a great deal of differences between what they experienced and what you will experience. Much has altered since those ancient times. Her form straightened, so until everything is ascertained, it is the job of any Glossarian to ensure the safety of the Glossarian. Boom. The Glossarian. Noah gained another distinction so easily. The words of Lunaris were heavy ones. She was not merely calling him a member of their philosophical school. She was designating him as the Glossarian, the supreme representative of their way. All of the four had passed here before him. Was this the place where they also forged their foundations? Was this ancient nexus point one of the crucibles that had shaped the most powerful beings in observable existence? As he thought of this, he nodded, then he turned his gaze toward the distant villa. I have a few things that I wish to accomplish here. His voice came measured and direct. I have an absolute that came in with me. One absolute with three separate bodies who has gone ahead to the paradoxians. His eyes blazed with calculation. What do I need to watch out for if I wish to speedily collapse them before they earn enough merit to reclaim all their power? I should have enough merit to exceed the distinction of Olochegos. But there seems to be certain conditions I have yet to meet. He asked an equally heavy question. Ophelia, Lunaris, and the other polemarchs in this region frowned with concern at his words. Collapsing an absolute, even one suppressed, was no simple task. The implications of such an endeavor were vast. At this time, Ulmareth spoke up with his deep and heavy voice. Vibrant obsidian gold light flowed around the ancient Geno lifeform as he stepped forward. His countless hairs rippled with the weight of what he was about to share. My senses are unique ones, Scalebreaker. His veiled eyes turned toward the distant reaches of the domain. I cannot say definitely, but apart from the Weavers, there should be four other absolutes here. His voice grew heavier. I can feel their heat as if they were blinding suns. It was how I was able to locate little Lumavara, who was being stalked by Gilgamesh and the Weavers. Chapter 4774, The Villa de Boscorial 2. Almareth said such words as Noah turned to him with sharp eyes, for absolutes in the agora of primordial judgment, apart from the weavers who had just entered, that meant this domain already contained beings of the highest classification. Beings who had been here long enough to establish themselves. As Noah thought of this, Lunaris nodded. Yes, the Glossarian. This is where one of the difficulties for you will lie, and also why we brought you here. She began walking toward the distant villa, gesturing for them to follow. In our agora of primordial judgment, there are 4 absolutes sitting atop each faction. Her pages rustled as she moved. Each step measured and deliberate. Chaoticos the Unbound leads the way of chaos. He has existed within this domain since the infinite unfurling. His mastery of disorder is legendary even among other absolutes. He is unpredictable in all things, which makes him both dangerous and occasionally beneficial. They passed through sections of the bronze hall where the phonemes flowing around them changed in character. Ontikos the Unwavering leads the way of existence. His dedication to the fundamental principle of being is absolute. He rarely takes action, preferring to simply exist and observe. But when he does act, his authority is overwhelming. He represents the most stable of the 4 leaders. The villa grew larger as they approached. Paradoxos the Dual leads the way of paradox. He, or they, are perhaps the most difficult to understand. 2 minds in one form, constantly disagreeing yet always speaking in unison. His relationship with the living paradox is complex. They share a philosophical foundation but not necessarily goals. Her voice grew more cautious, and Glossicos the Articulate leads the way of the first tongue. She had been seeking to also lay the claim since the infinite unfurling. Of all 4 leaders, she is most likely to support you. But do not mistake likely support for guaranteed alliance. She stopped before the entrance to the villa. All 4 of these absolutes carry the status of strategoi. Supreme commanders of the agora of primordial judgment. Her page-like eyes met Noah's with gravity. The rank of strategos is the highest achievable within this domain. It exceeds Polemarch in all ways. The depth limitation for a strategos is the absolute depth if the entrant was originally an absolute, or the fundamental depth as the maximum for non-absolutes. She continued explaining, strategoi are the supreme authorities of the agora of primordial judgment. They govern all aspects of society. They judge the most important debates. They hold the power to grant or deny departure to any being within the domain. Her pages shifted to display relevant inscriptions. To become a strategos, one must achieve this rank through one of 2 methods. The first is the trial of primordial judgment. This is a series of debates against all 4 leaders of the ways simultaneously. The candidate must demonstrate understanding of chaos, existence, paradox, and the first tongue. All 4 philosophies. All 4 approaches to reality. She paused. The second method is unanimous acclaim. All current strategoi must unanimously agree that the candidate has contributed something of unprecedented value to the domain. No dissent. No abstention. Complete agreement from all 4. Her expression grew more serious. As a strategos, one gains full restoration of their original depth. Absolutes who achieve this rank would regain their absolute power within the domain. They would have complete authority. They could grant departure to any being. They could alter the laws of the domain with the consensus of other strategoi. And they would gain access to the primordial archive. Her voice dropped. The primordial archive contains knowledge from before the change. It is perhaps the greatest repository of ancient wisdom in all of observable existence. She raised a cautionary hand. But strategoi carry restrictions as well. They cannot leave the domain themselves. They are bound to it. They must defend the domain against existential threats. It is a position of ultimate authority but also ultimate responsibility. Lunaris looked toward Noah with grave eyes. I am confident Glossicos the Articulate will stand with you, the Glossarian. Your contribution of 9 new phonemes is unprecedented. Her pages shifted uneasily, but I am not so sure of the other strategoi. Chaoticos may support you simply because it would be chaotic to do so. Ontikos may oppose you because change disrupts the stability of existence. And Paradoxos. Paradoxos is impossible to predict. She gestured toward the villa before them. That is why I have brought you here first. To the Villa de Boscorial, The massive structure loomed above them, ancient and magnificent. This villa requires 9 polemarchs to open for one they deem to have contributed tremendously to the Glossarians. It is the highest tier vault within the Agora of Primordial Judgment apart from the one that Strategoi have access to. Her pages rustled with significance. Here, the Glossarian can use the tools within to elevate your ranking and move toward the standing of a polemarch. Before that, the goal of collapsing a paradoxical absolute, especially under the watch of Paradoxos the Dual. Lunaris smiled at this moment. A teasing look appeared on her pages, unexpected from someone who had been so grave moments before. Respectfully, as grand as the Glossarian is right now, your depth is very different from those like you. Her smile widened. If Sir debated with me on the first tongue, you would win. Your understanding exceeds mine. Your authority exceeds mine. Your contribution to our way exceeds anything I could offer in a lifetime. She tilted her head. But if you debated me on raw depth, Sir would lose. The words were not meant as insult but as honest assessment, and I am not confident of being able to collapse an absolute, even if they haven't recovered their standing in here. She met his eyes directly. Sir has lots of work to do. She gestured toward the villa's entrance. But what is inside there should help. The Villa de Boscorial contains treasures of utter wonder, and they scale depending on your contribution. Her pages settled into something like anticipation. Will you enter? The Glossarian. Noah looked at the ancient villa with eyes that blazed with possibility. Chapter 4775, the Villa de Boscorial 3. Noah stood before the golden doors of the Villa de Boscorial. Around him, Lunaris, Ophelia, and 7 other polemarchs touched the merit points on their togas simultaneously. Their authority flowed into the ancient seals protecting this vault, recognizing them as worthy guardians granting access to one they deemed worthy. The golden doors flung outward and opened, ancient light spilled from within, carrying warmth that spoke of treasures accumulated across eons. The door and the villa itself almost seemed to be purely decorative. The external structure outside was just that, a structure. Inside was a place spanning countless distances. A pocket of reality that existed independent of normal spatial limitations. Noah went down and played with Skull's head. I'll be right back. The transformed Duke's tail wagged with enthusiasm despite not understanding what was happening. His neon flames flickered happily at the attention. He was content to wait as long as his master would return. Noah then nodded to Lumavara and Olmareth. Hang on tight for me. The little fox's eyes shone with confidence in her master. Olmareth's veiled gaze held ancient wisdom and sternness at this moment. His gaze then went to Lunaris and Ophelia. Help them become Lokagoi in the meantime if possible. I don't know how long this will take. The Glossarians nodded with enthusiasm at this task. Lunaris's pages rustled with genuine warmth. Good luck, sir. With such words, Noah took a step toward the golden gate and disappeared. This time, the movement he felt was a smooth one. As if he was simply stepping through a door and entering another room. No violent transportation. No disorienting transition. Just a single step that carried him somewhere else entirely, yet vibrant philologies unfurled all around him. Dense constructs of linguistic authority swirled past his perception, welcoming him to this ancient place. They carried meanings that spoke of refinement and purification. Of foundations being strengthened and impurities being burned away. He entered a region filled with mist of ancientness and wonder. You have arrived in the thermi of cyclic refinement, the baths of foundation. Baths? Noah almost shook his head with incredulity. The vibrant treasures from the vaults of Janungagap began with a bath. Even as he had this thought, he smiled. He felt all his 27 seals of absolute tongue vibrating with expectation. They resonated with this place as if recognizing something fundamental about its nature. As if they had arrived somewhere that would feed them in ways nothing else could, and glorious it was quiet, not a single other soul was in sight. Only a faint golden gateway stood behind him, marking the path he had taken to arrive here. Noah looked around at what lay before him. The region resembled ancient bathing complexes of impossible grandeur. Pools of various sizes filled chambers that stretched beyond normal perception. Some were intimate, designed for solitary reflection. Others were vast enough to qualify as small seas. Steam rose from waters that glowed with blue-gold luminescence, carrying warmth that penetrated not just the body but the very foundations of one's existence. Mosaics covering the floors and walls depicted the journey of refinement. Beings entering as rough stones, jagged and unpolished. The same beings emerging as gems of perfect clarity. Their edges smooth, their surfaces brilliant. When he looked up, he saw a ceiling open to an artificial sky, and that sky displayed the 27 phonemes of the first tongue in slow rotation. The original 18 blazed with authority accumulated across eons, and his 9 They were already there: infinity, quintessence, tyranny, fortune, advantage, narrative, harvest, hunger, potential. They had found their place in the artificial sky, rotating alongside the originals as if they had always belonged there. Their light filtered down to bless those who bathed below, and Noah could feel the resonance between this place and his own existence. This seemed to be part of the reason why he was receiving such a grand harvest every second to his foundation. Apart from his phonemes being used by absolutes across observable existence, they were also being used here. In this ancient vault, as he stared at the radiant pools in the distance that seemed to call out to his existence, the first tongue within him received waves of information, the thermi of cyclic refinement, the baths of foundation. This region allows one's current depth to undergo passive refinement when specific treasures are consumed. The more one consumes, the more rounds of refinement they cross until they attain the highest cycle of depth refinement possible within this vault. The treasures will descend based on determined contribution to the glossarians and the agora of primordial judgment overall. The 9 cycles of catharsis, purification. 1. Prima catharsis, first purification, initial cleansing of foundational impurities. Weight increases by 10%. 2. Deutera catharsis, second purification, compression of scattered authority into denser forms. Weight increases by 20%. 3. Trita catharsis, third purification, harmonization of conflicting aspects within one's depth. Weight increases by 30%. 4. Tetarta catharsis, fourth purification, strengthening of the boundaries between depth levels. Weight increases by 40%. 5. Pempt catharsis, fifth purification, integration of external knowledge into core foundations. Weight increases by 50%. 6. Ecti catharsis, sixth purification, refinement of the connection between way and depth. Weight increases by 60%. 7. Abdomi catharsis, seventh purification, approaching the theoretical limits of current classification. Weight increases by 75%. 8. Ogdoi catharsis, eighth purification, transcending normal parameters for current depth. Weight increases by 90%. 9. Anati catharsis, ninth purification / the wheel of foundation, the absolute pinnacle of refinement possible without advancing to a higher depth. Weight increases by 100%, effectively doubling one's foundation at current classification. Historical note: straightface, most polymarchs who enter the Villa de Boscorial achieve only 1 to 3 cycles of catharsis. Reaching the 5th cycle is considered exceptional, the 7th cycle is legendary. The 9th cycle has been achieved by only a select few. The 9 cycles of catharsis flowed before his mind. Noah jubilantly took more steps within, already liking this place very much. Unlike others, with his formless depth, he could elevate the foundation of his surface and intermediate depth even now. There was still a ways to go before those foundations reached their theoretical maximum. Exceeding the foundation that the creature or the living paradox built was nice and all, but why not exceed it tremendously? Why not outstrip it completely? Chapter 4776, the Villa de Boscorial 4. So he stepped deeper toward the vibrant pools. Above him, the artificial sky seemed to shimmer with anticipation. The contribution he had made would allow the descent of loot for him to consume in these pools to refine his foundation even further. As he neared the pools, his existence was literally fed more information through the first tongue. Treasures of the thermi. The treasures in this region take the form of consumable items that must be ingested while bathing in the pools. Each treasure contributes to progression through the cycles of catharsis. Examples of known treasures: straightface, ambrosia. Pellets, small golden spheres that taste of honey and starlight. Contributes 1% toward next catharsis cycle. Classification: common, nectar of the muses, liquid silver that flows upward when poured. Contributes 5% toward next catharsis cycle. Enhances comprehension during refinement. Classification: uncommon, ichor crystals, crystallized essence that pulses with inner light. Contributes 10% toward next catharsis cycle. Temporarily elevates perception during consumption. Classification: rare, the apples of the Hesperides, golden fruits that never rot, warm to the touch. Contributes 25% toward next catharsis cycle. One of the most sought-after treasures. Classification: very rare, Prometheus's ember, a fragment of an infinite flame contained in a small bronze vessel. Contributes 50% toward next catharsis cycle. Burns away impurities with divine fire. Classification: extremely rare. The cornucopia draft, liquid that contains the essence of endless abundance. Instantly completes current catharsis cycle regardless of progress. Classification: legendary, Chronos' crystallized moment, a frozen instant of time given physical form. Completes current cycle and provides 50% progress toward the next. Only 3 have ever been found. Classification: mythical, the treasures ranged from common to mythical. One may ask, just what would the one who contributed 9 new letters of the first tongue obtain in a treasure vault of Placerians that protected and studied the first tongue itself? Noah had a brilliant smile as he thought of this. He arrived before an incandescent obsidian blue pool. The moment his eyes landed on it, its details unveiled before him. You have arrived before the pool of Lethe. Forgetting function helps one forget inefficient patterns in their foundation, allowing for reconstruction. Stepping into any pool will also allow for the generation and acceptance of treasures based on the quality and immensity of your contributions. This pool is particularly effective for those seeking to rebuild foundations that have accumulated flaws over time. A glorious pool lay before him. Noah's steps didn't stop. He went down the glistening blue-gold stairs that led into the vast pool. It looked more like a mini-sea than a bathing area, stretching outward until steam and distance obscured its far edges. And it felt, well damn, it felt fucking hot. The steam emanating from the pool of Lethe did not do justice to the level of heat the waters held. Just halfway in, Noah felt the scorching temperatures penetrate into his skin and toward his existence. The heat sought any and all inefficiencies to eradicate. It burned through patterns that had calcified without his notice. It seared away assumptions that had become limitations, and while it did so, Noah fully submerged his body. The obsidian gold waters surged around his upper chest, lapping against his muscular form with heat that would have vaporized normal the surface depth. Entities, he reclined back gloriously, finding a position that allowed him to relax while the waters worked their magic. He raised his head to see the shimmering artificial sky. The 27 phonemes continued their slow rotation, and the sky itself began shining gold. No doubt allowing many vibrant treasures to manifest soon, but, at such a time, the obsidian waters a few meters away from him churned. His eyes became sharp. He looked over with the alertness of one who had survived countless ambushes, and shockingly, a vibrant head of hair began to rise from beneath the surface. An entity, the only way Noah could describe the emerging head and figure was that of a dryad. Her hair was composed of flowing vines and leaves that seemed perpetually in bloom, colors shifting between emerald and gold with each movement. Her features were delicate but ancient. Her skin had a faint bark-like texture that spoke of connection to primordial nature itself. Her upper body emerged from the waters with casual grace, revealing form that was simultaneously organic and grand. Shoulders that seemed to grow from living wood. Arms that flowed like branches reaching toward sunlight. A presence that spoke of forests that had existed before differentiation gave them names, and her eyes, they had a brilliant obsidian blue swirl of immensity and glory, depths that contained ages of accumulated wisdom. Light that spoke of authority earned through eons of dedication. Patterns that seemed to write and rewrite themselves with each passing moment. While looking at her, Noah could have sworn he felt the aura of a Muspelheim lifeform, that particular resonance of fire and transformation that marked those born in Muspelheim, but this being whom he did not sense or observe before they showed themselves. She gazed at him calmly. Her eyes were filled with analysis that missed nothing. Every detail of his existence was being catalogued. Or she was trying to anyways. Then she waved her hand. A wall of pure mana formed behind her. She leaned back on it casually, just like Noah, her arms outstretched behind her in a pose of complete relaxation. Steam swirled around her form, obscuring and revealing in equal measure, and Noah could not sense any aura from her at all, nothing, as if she simply didn't exist from a perceptual standpoint, and yet Noah felt the same perception from her that he had now felt from a few others, that stifling sensation of oppression, that heaviness that felt undeniable, that brilliance as if one was standing too close to the sun. It was without a doubt the brilliance of an absolute. An absolute that at this moment looked at Noah with eyes that held ancient amusement. You come into someone spring unannounced, and you don't even introduce yourself? Her words were oppressive, her voice carried authority that made the waters around them ripple in response. The artificial sky above seemed to dim slightly in deference to her presence. Even the heat of the pool of Lethe seemed to intensify. As if recognizing its master, her gaze was even more so. Those obsidian blue eyes bore into Noah with weight that would have crushed most beings into submission. They demanded acknowledgement. They required respect, yet Noah stared back calmly. His voice came out soon after, steady and unshaken. You must be Glossicos the Articulate, Bumui Glossicos, an entity that was one of the four absolutes in the Agora of Primordial Judgment, the supreme leader of the Glossarians, chapter 4777, Leaders in King's Eye, Glossicos. Noah looked at this being with a calm gaze. She seemed to be trying to utilize her immensity to see if he would crack. To see if he would show weakness. To see if the weight of an absolute pressing against his existence would make him flinch or bow or reveal some vulnerability she could exploit. But Noah had stood before the creature, he had faced the primordial chaos in the infinite unfurling, he had been pursued by the weavers across the wastes of the fallout. One more absolute, even one bathing in the same pool as him, was not enough to make him falter. Moments later, Glossicos spoke. How did you do it? Her voice came grand and oppressive, carrying power that made the waters around them ripple in response. How did you take your position among the four? Her obsidian blue eyes bore into him with intensity that would have crushed lesser beings into submission. I learned everything about the first tongue. I spent eons perfecting my understanding of every phoneme, every logos, every philology that could be constructed from its foundations. I pushed further than any other scholar in the history of the Glossarians. Her voice grew heavier, and I could still never lay a claim on it. Not completely, something flickered in those ancient eyes. Every time that I tried, I felt like I had to take a step. And the moment that I did, the immensity of the first tongue itself would come crashing down on me completely. As if the language knew I was reaching for something I wasn't meant to grasp, her smile became dangerous. So how did someone so much weaker than me manage to do what I could not do? She tilted her head, studying him like a predator considering prey. And, if I were to take a gulp and eat you up right now, would I have whatever you had that allowed you to lay this claim? Boom, she smiled dangerously as she finished saying these words. The threat hung in the air between them, heavy with the promise of violence that an absolute could deliver without effort. Noah looked at her for a few seconds. Then he stretched his arms out behind him even more, getting even more comfortable in the pool. He actually looked up to the artificial sky where vibrant treasures had begun to form, golden light coalescing into shapes that promised power beyond measure. Now that I have integrated my own design phonemes across the first tongue permeating through existence, the level of control that I have over it is rising. His voice came casual and glorious, as if discussing the weather rather than responding to a death threat from an absolute. Not too long ago, I applied a thesis that allowed me to negate the usage of the first tongue for a fundamental depth entity and a half-step absolute entity. And then somewhat on an absolute, but there wasn't much time there. He continued gazing at the sky. Right now, I feel like I can apply this thesis, if I so wish, and deny the usage of the first tongue absolutely to even an absolute entity. His eyes finally returned to meet hers. Now, I am sure that you would have other means to move against me apart from the first tongue. Your sheer weight and depth would allow you options that don't rely on linguistic authority. His smile matched hers in danger. But I don't think you ever wished to experience the rejection from the letters of existence that you have been so closely studying and perfecting the usage of for eons now. Something that you have been trying to lay a claim on. He let those words settle. If I tried to think of it myself, it would feel unbearable if a day ever came when mana itself rejected me. Do you want that? She had begun the conversation with a threat, so he simply threw out a threat himself. Even though he was facing an absolute entity, his words were heavy, carrying the weight of someone who could actually deliver on the promise they implied. Glossicos regarded him for a long moment. The dangerous smile on her face shifted. Changed. Became something that looked almost like acceptance, the one who took the position that I sought all my life. Her voice came softer now, though no less weighted. I am glad to see that it is someone with a pair of balls. She laughed, and the sound was surprisingly warm despite the tension that had filled the air moments before. It would have been even more unbearable for me to say the first tongue was claimed by someone feeble of mind and stature. Her obsidian blue eyes sparkled with something that might have been approval. You seem big. You feel big. At these words, Noah looked back at the dryad with eyes that held no false modesty. I am big. Bigger than many across observable existence dismiss me to be. I won't posture and brag at this moment, as the best time to do so will be when I stand atop the cliff that shows all others below me. Until then, boom, a heavy silence settled between them, as if they were staring each other down across the steaming waters of the pool of Lethe. Two entities who had both dedicated their existences to the first tongue, now measuring each other's worth through gaze alone. A moment later, Glossicos sighed. The tension didn't disappear, but it transformed into something more bearable. More productive. Your eyes are most similar to the primordial chaos. Her words came contemplative. Unpredictable. Grand, Noah's eyes flashed. This was the first time that he had been compared to the primordial chaos. Most of the time, others drew parallels between him and the creature, but the primordial chaos, that was a different comparison entirely. Glossicos continued, not waiting for him to respond, go through the cycles of catharsis. We can talk meanwhile. She settled back against her wall of pure mana, getting comfortable as if preparing for an extended conversation. Even though I lost, I still want to see if I am better than you in the first tongue. Oh, Noah blinked toward this entity. Are you able to make new letters of the first tongue? Glossicos blinked calmly and replied, no, and Noah replied once more, then you are not better than me in the first tongue. You can't make any new letters. Well, I already made 9, he shrugged with casual dismissal, so let's not waste time there. Boom, his words were calm and almost commanding. Glossicos smiled dangerously in response. Ho? You seem to have gone from bold to commanding. Her voice carried edges that promised consequences. Don't forget where you are and where I am. Even if you represent what I want the most, I can still make life miserable for you. Noah looked at her, then he shook his head with surety. But you won't. His voice came absolute and unwavering, and I'm sure of that as I'm sure that the first treasure I will grasp will be the highest tiered one. His eyes met hers directly. I am sure of that because I am the first tongue. And a follower of it, regardless of their power, must follow me. The words landed like declarations of absolute truth, and then Noah raised his hand toward the artificial sky. The golden light that had been coalescing above responded to his gesture. From the shimmering expanse where the 27 phonemes rotated in eternal dance, the first treasure began to float down based on his contribution. It descended with the inevitability of prophecy being fulfilled, and it was Kronos's crystallized moment, a frozen instant of time given physical form. It appeared as a small sphere of impossible clarity. No larger than a fist, yet containing depths that seemed to stretch into infinity. Within its crystalline structure, light moved in ways that defied normal observation, simultaneously frozen and flowing, static and dynamic, past and future occupying the same space. The sphere pulsed with temporal authority that made the pool of Lethe's waters still momentarily around it. This was a mythical tier treasure. Only 3 had ever been found in the entire history of the Villa de Boscorial. And now a 4th descended to Noah's waiting hand. He grasped it, the moment his fingers closed around Kronos's crystallized moment. He felt time itself acknowledge his touch. Eons compressed into instants. Instants stretched into eternities. The boundaries between moments blurred and sharpened simultaneously. Then he swallowed it, without hesitation. Without ceremony. Without the reverence that most beings would show to something so impossibly rare, he simply put it in his mouth and let it slide down his throat. The effect was immediate and overwhelming. His muscles undulated and vibrated with energy that transcended normal physical response. Every fiber of his being began to compress and refine. The pool of Lethe churned around him, waters that had been calm now surging with the force of the transformation occurring within. The inefficient patterns in his foundation were erased from the timeline of his existence entirely. As if they had never been there to begin with. As if his foundation had always been pristine. His immensity began to rise, the cycle of catharsis that would have required 100% progress to complete. Kronos's crystallized moment completed it instantly, and provided 50% progress toward the next. Prima catharsis would be achieved, and deutera catharsis would be at 50% progress, and he wasn't even worried about utilizing it now or later. Because he was also sure that more would come. Opposite him, Glossicos was looking at him with very sharp eyes. Those obsidian blue orbs had widened slightly, the first genuine surprise she had shown since revealing herself here. Chapter 4778, Leaders and Kings 2. How could he describe the feeling of going through the cycles of catharsis? The pool of Lethe worked all around him, its scorching waters penetrating into every layer of his existence. It sought out the inefficiencies that had calcified over time. The assumptions that had become limitations. The patterns that served no purpose but had settled into his foundation simply because they had been there long enough to feel permanent, and Kronos's crystallized moment acted like a hammer and fire to cleanse his existence. It was not gentle or particularly pleasant. It felt like his very being was being melted down and reforged. Like every seal of absolute tongue within him was being pulled apart, examined for flaws, and reconstructed with precision that transcended mortal craftsmanship. His muscles trembled not from exertion but from fundamental reconstruction. His bones hummed with frequencies that spoke of foundations being compressed into denser, more perfect forms. Prima catharsis burned away the surface impurities. It was like shedding a skin he hadn't realized was dead. Like exhaling breath he had been holding for eons without knowing. His weight at the surface depth solidified into something harder, sharper, more absolute than it had been moments before. Deuterocatharsis went deeper, it compressed scattered authority into denser forms. The 27 seals within him, already impossibly heavy, grew heavier still. They pressed against the boundaries of his existence with weight that would have crushed lesser beings into paste. But Noah was not a lesser being. He was the Genesis monarch. And his foundations welcomed the compression like starving wolves welcoming meat. Catharsis progression confirmed, prima catharsis, complete, initial cleansing of foundational impurities achieved, weight increase at current depth, 10%, deuterocatharsis, 50% progress, compression of scattered authority into denser forms, ongoing, estimated completion upon consumption of additional treasures. The weight of your surface depth and intermediate depth continue to elevate alongside your elevating foundation. Current surface depth weight 192/100 th of baseline absolute parameters, previously 175/100 th. Current intermediate depth weight 220/100 th of baseline absolute parameters, previously 200/100th. Your foundations are approaching theoretical limits. The grimoire of infinite lexicons confirms, pages remain blank. Ceiling not found. Continue building. As all of this occurred, Noah kept his eyes on Glossicos. This terrifying entity maintained her calm smile throughout his transformation. Those obsidian blue eyes watched him with the patient attention of someone who had witnessed countless beings attempt what he was doing now. As big as he talked, he also knew absolutes were unpredictable. She could have done something crazy regardless of his warnings. She could have decided that eating him was worth the risk of rejection from the first tongue. She could have simply overwhelmed him with depth and weight that no thesis could fully counter. But against absolutes, he had gotten the act of bullshitting down to an art. If one simply talked big, especially in his position with the standing he had, things were a lot better this way. Confidence bred hesitation in opponents. Certainty made enemies second-guess themselves. What did they say? Fake it until you made it. Even though he wasn't an absolute, he simply needed to continue throwing his weight around until he was one. Even though his power did not match the title, the distinction of the one who laid the claim to the first tongue gave him his own unique power. It contributed to his formless depth, making him unable to be placed into any single classification. Neither surface nor intermediate nor fundamental could fully contain what he was becoming. He existed between categories, and in that liminal space, he found advantages that conventional power could never provide. As he was thinking all this, Glossicos spoke. You contributed 9 brand new letters to the first tongue. Her voice came measured and contemplative, eyes still fixed on him with that unreadable smile. In the Villa de Boscorial, not even the creature would be blessed as much as you. She tilted her head slightly. I wouldn't be surprised if you do get more. Kronos's crystallized moments. And if you don't complete all the cycles of catharsis after receiving such treasures, her smile sharpened, you would truly be a useless bum. As she said this, she leaned back on the pool of lethe and began to float fully once more. Her body submerged slowly, the obsidian gold waters swallowing her form inch by inch until only her face remained free, staring up at the artificial sky with the lazy contentment of someone who had all the time in existence. Noah looked at her, then he asked what he had been wondering since learning of the absolutes bound to this place. You and the other absolutes here, just what is going on? His voice came direct and probing. The creature, the primordial chaos, and the living paradox came here and left. You are absolutes just like them. Why are you bound to this realm? His eyes narrowed with calculation. Are you feeling particularly talkative to share anything about this? What secret did the corrupted vault of Ginnungagap truly hold? What kept 4 absolutes imprisoned in a domain they could not leave? What price had been paid, and by whom? Glossicos smiled while staring at the artificial sky, and ridiculously, as if to punctuate the absurdity of this conversation, another Kronos's crystallized moment began to float down toward Noah, a second mythical tier treasure, descending to him because his contribution warranted it. Glossicos watched it fall with eyes that held ancient exhaustion. As long as one is not an absolute, they do not understand the vastness of existence. Her voice came different now. Heavier. Laden with weight that spoke of secrets carried for far too long, or the results of choices that many beings make across it. She paused, the results of the actions of the creature when he made his belly of existence. The results of the actions of the living paradox when he ushered the fallout. Her laugh was bitter. You would think they would learn. You would think they would stop. The second Kronos's crystallized moment continued its descent. They never do. Chapter 4779, Leaders and Kings 3, Her obsidian blue eyes found his, U4. The 4, always want more. Fucking insatiable monsters you are, the words landed like accusations. It almost makes me wonder why you all were the ones to lay the claims, when all you do is change things again and again. When all you do is make things harder for everyone who has to live with the consequences of your decisions. She exhaled slowly. We, those of us here in the agora of primordial judgment, and in other places like this, we exist to act as glue. To hold a few critical things together. Her voice grew colder. The primordial realms are a unique part of observable existence. They share the secrets of its emergence. The foundations upon which everything else was built. Janung Begap. Muspelheim. Alfheimer. Jotunheim. All of them connected through nexus points that predate the modern understanding of reality. She stared at the artificial sky with something that might have been hatred. We are bound to places like this forever precisely because you four exist and do the things that you do. The second Kronos' crystallized moment reached Noah's waiting hand. We all hate you all so much. The words were spoken with the casualness of stating objective fact, but it is a unique hate. I do not hate what you stand for example. The first tongue is beautiful. Mana is necessary. Chaos has its place. Paradox, well, paradox is paradox. Her smile became something sharp and wounded, but the things you all do are so detestable. And they bring us all ever closer to extinction. All for the sake of, she paused, higher scales. The word hung in the air, scales, repeated with growing venom, scales, and again, scales. Her voice dropped to something barely above a whisper. Man, fuck you all and your scales. Boom, the words landed with weight that exceeded their apparent simplicity. Noah held the second Kronos' crystallized moment in his hand, feeling its temporal authority pulse against his palm. Higher scales. The four pursuing something beyond their current positions, and beings like Glossicos paying the price for that pursuit. He looked at this absolute who had just cursed him and everything he represented, and he found that he didn't have an immediate response, because what could he say? He was pursuing higher scales himself, he was changing things again and again, he was, by her definition, exactly the kind of insatiable monster she described, and yet, he swallowed the second Kronos' crystallized moment, because regardless of what she thought, regardless of what any of them thought, he would not stop, he could not stop, the powerless were ground to dust in the endless weavings of time. And he refused to be powerless, even if it meant the entire observable existence learned to hate him for it. But, hatred, there was actually genuine hatred in the eyes of Glossicos the articulate. Did the other three absolutes in here feel the same way? If they did feel like this, why didn't they actively move against beings like him and the creature? Noah looked at her as he asked directly. Are you going to tell me any concrete details, or keep the air of mystery? I've gotten the information that you all are bound here and protect this place. His eyes narrowed with calculation. Who are you protecting it from? Besides the four, what else is there that only absolutes know about? He asked such a simple question, and yet Glossicos smiled toward him with something between amusement and contempt. Maybe we are protecting it from the likes of you. The disruptors and chaotic things all of you are, she laughed, but there was no warmth in the sound. I actually ponder every day how all signs point to the primordial chaos being the strongest. Because all of you bring so much chaos that he can only benefit. And yet the creature and the living paradox did their own designs to somehow keep their edge. She waved her hand dismissively. It doesn't matter to you now. You won't be able to do anything now. You need to be an absolute, otherwise it is meaningless. Noah looked at her with a defiant glare. The second Kronos' crystallized moment permeated across his existence, its temporal authority weaving through every fiber of his being. The transformation was even more intense this time. His existence reconstructed itself from foundational principles upward. The 27 seals of absolute tongue within him blazed with incandescent brilliance that made the waters of the pool of Lethe boil around his form. His skin seemed to glow from within as compressed authority sought release through every pore. His muscles trembled with the force of power being packed into denser and denser configurations, deutera catharsis completed with the force of a dam breaking. Scattered authority that had been spread across his existence compressed into forms so dense that they approached singularities of concentrated power. His weight at every depth solidified into something that felt less like flesh and more like existential constants given physical form. Trita catharsis followed immediately after. The harmonization of conflicting aspects within his depth created resonances that made the entire thermi tremble. Elements of his foundation that had existed in tension now aligned with perfect precision. The result was a whole that exceeded the sum of its parts by orders of magnitude. Deuterocatharsis, complete compression of scattered authority into denser forms, achieved. Weight increase at current depth, 20%, cumulative with prima catharsis, tritocatharsis, complete harmonization of conflicting aspects within your depth, achieved. Weight increase at current depth, 30%, cumulative with previous cycles, foundation assessment update, current surface depth weight, 248/100 th of baseline absolute parameters, current intermediate depth weight, 286/100 th of baseline absolute parameters, you now exceed what the creature held at equivalent. Classifications by a factor of 2.48 at surface depth and 2.86 at intermediate depth. These numbers continue to climb. Pool efficiency notification. The effectiveness of the pool of lethe has been fully extracted. All foundational impurities that could be forgotten have been forgotten. All inefficient patterns that could be erased have been erased. Recommendation: enter another pool to continue catharsis progression. Remaining cycles: Titarta, Pempt, Ekti, Abdomi, Oddoi, Anati. Chapter 4780, Leaders in Kings 4. Noah looked at all of these prompts as he turned his gaze back to Glossicos. Nothing is ever meaningless. His voice came heavy with conviction. I may not have the depth of an absolute, but I can do things that only absolutes can. And I can even do things that no absolutes can. His eyes blazed with the fire of someone who refused to accept limitations imposed by others. You, nor the creature, nor any others can design new letters of the first tongue, and yet I did. His words were heavy. Glossicos looked at him and smiled, then she laughed with genuine amusement. You wouldn't be able to understand or do anything about anything before absolute. Simple as that. Her voice carried the certainty of someone stating fundamental truth. You can hate me for this just as I hate what the four stand for. When you get to that point, you actually won't even need for me or anyone else to tell you anything. Her obsidian blue eyes held his without flinching. You will know yourself. Noah frowned at these words. Cryptic nonsense or genuine wisdom? He couldn't tell, but he didn't have time to dwell on it. He rose up out of the pool of lethe. The obsidian gold waters cascaded off his form as he emerged, steam rising from skin that had been fundamentally transformed by the cycles of catharsis. His muscular figure gleamed with vitality that exceeded what it had held mere moments before. His toga wrapped around him with renewed elegance, the fabric seeming to recognize that its wearer had become something grander. Glossicos looked at him from where she remained floating in the pool. Oh, what I can do is bypass all the other requirements for you to grasp the Lochegos ranking and attain the Polymarch ranking. Her smile became something sharper. You have been saying you wanted to kill the weavers that arrived in here, right? She laughed. Ha, a tall fucking order, but good luck. The most I can do is make Paradoxos not interfere. She waved her hand casually, but I can at least allow you to be a Polymarch to try it. She finally said something good, and she acted on it immediately. The glorious change that unfolded was visible to the naked eye. Noah's toga shifted and transformed. The simple garments of a hoplite dissolved into light, replaced by the more elaborate attire of a Lochegos, multiple layers of inscribed fabric, phonemes burning brighter across the surface. But even that didn't last. The toga transformed again. The adornments of a Polymarch materialized around his form, rich blue gold fabric that seemed woven from crystallized authority itself. Inscriptions that didn't just display phonemes but actively channeled their power. A laurel wreath that burned with the light of compressed linguistic mastery. Upon his chest, a golden pin depicted a shield, spear, and laurel wreath intertwined, the symbol of a war leader of wisdom. Rank advancement confirmed. Previous rank: hoplite, citizen soldier. New rank: Polymarch, war leader of wisdom. Advancement method: direct elevation by strategos glossicos. The articulate requirements bypassed. Lochegos promotion. Trial demonstrations. Polymarch rights activated. Depth limitation: the fundamental depth. Your suppressed power has been restored. You may now express authority up to fundamental depth within the Agora of Primordial Judgment. Additional rights: straight face, full access to all libraries and sacred spaces, may participate in governance with voting rights, may judge formal debates and assign merit, may assign tasks to lower ranks, may access the path of departure. Requires strategos approval for actual departure. Note, as a Polymarch, you may now formally challenge other Polymarchs and even strategoi to debates or arena combat. The Weavers, despite being absolutes externally, are currently classified as hoplites within this domain. Well, maybe? We haven't really checked. You outrank them, maybe? Likely. Use this advantage wisely. Noah looked over the prompts calmly, and then he felt it. The immensity of his way fully returned to its fullest state. The suppression that had compressed his power to surface depth levels shattered like glass struck by a hammer. His formless depth surged through his existence, filling every corner that had been emptied by the domain's restrictions. Blue gold flames billowed around him as if unleashed from a prison. His figure became bathed in plasmic fire that spoke of mana and the first tongue intertwined. The flames didn't burn the thermi around him. They simply existed, declaring his authority through their very presence, and when he breathed, his nose and mouth released flaming logos and philologies, or really, what stood for his definition of philology. His Genesis principles had been transformed into archai, fundamental statements of reality that went beyond mere linguistic constructs. And now those archai spilled from him with every exhalation, declarations of existence that made the artificial sky above pulse in response. When Glossicos looked at him now, she laughed with something that sounded almost like delight. "Ha, well, now you look a lot more like the creature. That guy always had multicolored flames raging around him." As she said such words, Noah looked at her with eyes that now burned with restored authority. "Thanks for the advancements in status." The words were simple but sincere. As he spoke, he floated over to the next pool in this place. He was about to enter it when Glossicos spoke again. "Hold on a second." Her voice carried casual command. "Let me make it even easier for you as another favor." She rose slightly from the pool of Lethe, her dryad form glowing with the authority of an absolute, preparing to exert her power. "Oh, and these are favors that I will call upon sooner or later." Her smile held promise of future debt. "The pools in this place are nice, but you don't have to go through them one by one. If the power of an absolute exerts itself truly here." She raised her hand. Boom. The entire thermi of cyclic refinement transformed. All the pools covered by mist in this vast domain began to move. The floor changed and altered seamlessly, ancient stone rearranging itself as if it were liquid rather than solid. Channels opened. Barriers dissolved. Currents formed where none had existed. The pools converged. Chapter 4781, Leaders and Kings v. The pool of Mnemosyne flowed toward the center, its waters that helped one remember and integrate all knowledge they had ever encountered merging with the streams from other sources, and multiple other pools followed. One massive swirling sea formed where 6 separate pools had been. The waters churned with colors that shifted and merged, obsidian and gold and silver and crimson and white-hot flame and the deep blue of existential depths. Steam rose in patterns that wrote phonemes in the air. The artificial sky above blazed brighter as if recognizing the magnitude of what had been created. The following pools of the thermi of cyclic refinement have been temporarily combined by Stratego's authority. Straightface, the pool of Mnemosyne. Memory helps one remember and integrate all knowledge they have ever encountered. The pool of Styx. Invulnerability hardens foundations against external corruption during refinement. The pool of Acheron. Sorrow allows one to process and incorporate painful experiences into strength. The pool of Cocytus. Lamentation releases trapped potential that grief has locked away. The pool of Phlegathon. Fire burns away weaknesses with purifying flame. The pool of Oceanus. The existence river connects one's foundation to the fundamental flow of existence itself. Combined effect. Straightface. Stepping into the sea. Combining all pools will grant exponentially greater effect to catharsis. Multiple cycles may be completed simultaneously. Warning: the intensity of this combined refinement may exceed normal parameters. Recommendation: proceed. Your fat foundations can handle it. With shining eyes, Noah looked at the nonchalant Glossicos who remained in the pool of Lethe. "Thanks." The word was simple, but it carried genuine gratitude. Then his body delved into the vibrant sea. The multicolored waters surged around him the moment he entered. They penetrated into every layer of his existence. Memory and invulnerability and processed sorrow and released potential and purifying flame and existential connection all merged into a single overwhelming experience. The waters bubbled and churned, then they surged into his existence with force that would have destroyed anything less than what he had become. As such a process began, Noah found himself in a very nostalgic mood. He felt the immensity of his 27 seals heading toward an unfathomable level as everything happening here was all connected. Because as he continued to get stronger here every second, a battle outside the agora of primordial judgment, in the stoa of dogmata, was being greatly affected by the rising immensity of his brilliance. In a heavy and disastrous battle, many would only see the flashy impacts and terrifying expressions of power. They didn't truly have an idea how those involved in the battle were feeling. At this moment, in the stoa of dogmata, with an absolute watching calmly in the distance, Noah had his eyes on Gilgamesh. Every move he made was for the purpose of bringing ruin against this being. He really felt like fights were a unique thing. To fight against something, one did not necessarily have to hate it. When he first fought against apes and wolves in the first few dungeons after he became a hunter, he didn't particularly hate them. For him, they were only beasts that served as obstacles. He found them, killed them, and moved on with the loot, but then, there were a few enemies across his existence where he genuinely hated them. When he fought against these enemies, he found himself unfathomably focused, truly and fully weaponizing his hatred in the most efficient manner until the enemy before him had that brilliance in their eyes collapse into nothingness. So, boom, even though Gilgamesh was surrounded by swirling weapons rushing from golden pools endlessly, each one carrying his depth. And it was a heavy depth at that. Noah threw his absolute seal of infinity forward. It acted like an unstoppable hammer, crashing and pulverizing the swirling weapons around Gilgamesh before it was eventually knocked back toward him. But this was seconds ago, before he began catharsis. As his weight became grander and grander, the weavings of Gilgamesh that were already on the defensive, he began to pierce through them while nothing passed through to him, because he had the fragment of the axiom of differentiated tongue floating around him. Anything that neared was broken down and dissolved into components of the first tongue. Spears became phonemes. Swords became scattered logos. Axes became fragments of meaning that dispersed harmlessly into the air. He proceeded ahead toward Gilgamesh more and more, and all this time, his expression still remained bright. At this moment, Noah took the 27 seals of absolute tongue swirling around him and branded them over his skin. One by one, they pressed into his flesh like tattoos being seared into existence itself. Infinity blazed across his right arm. Quintessence burned over his left, tyranny marked his chest, the remaining seals spread across his body in patterns that spoke of absolute authority, each one adding its weight to the whole. His entire body became shrouded with plasmic blue-gold flames. A leader shows the path forward. His voice came heavy with conviction. I will lead you now and take you on your path to a grave of endless darkness. His eyes locked onto Gilgamesh with the focus of someone about to end an existence. I'm getting a bit more serious. Get ready, boom. The moment he said this, his body erupted outward like an existential nuclear warhead. His weight and immensity became so terrifying that the very air compressed before him. The Stoa of Dogmata groaned under the pressure. Ancient inscriptions on the surrounding pillars flickered and dimmed. He smashed across all weapons surrounding Gilgamesh. Golden spears shattered, existential swords broke, legendary axes that had conquered civilizations crumbled into fragments. He appeared right before Gilgamesh in an instant. Gilgamesh's eyes opened wildly. A declaration instantly erupted from him, golden light blazing with authority that had commanded armies since before most civilizations existed. But Noah didn't even care for what such a declaration was or what it was trying to accomplish. His fist blazed with the absolute seal of quintessence. His left hand grabbed the shoulder of Gilgamesh with grip that could crush mountains. He looked deeply into the stern eyes of this being, then his right fist thundered and hammered itself into his chest. Dung, it was like metal meeting metal. Chapter 4782, Leaders in King 6. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the Stoa of Dogmata. Ancient pillars cracked. The floor beneath them cratered. Noah held him down with one hand while using another hand filled with the weight of his way to heavily impose and hammer everything that Gilgamesh stood for. How exactly was the weight of someone that exceeded even the foundation of the creature at the surface depth and the intermediate depth by more than 200% each? At this moment, Noah knew it was enough to rock Gilgamesh, who was grander than other the fundamental depth entities, to the extent that his golden pupils developed cracks in them. Boom, his left hand remained on Gilgamesh's shoulder as he clamped down. He looked into the eyes of this being calmly. With that strike just now, I saw cracks permeating across your unity. His voice came measured and analytical, an impossible thing for you to fathom, I imagine. His grip tightened. I'm sure that, like me, you dreamed of your path and all that you would accomplish after the fallout. Was the future you saw brilliant? Filled with your glory. As he said such words, bzzzt, his stomach buzzed with impact. The tips of two spears grabbed by Gilgamesh smashed onto him. They carried a declaration of being capable of piercing anything. The authority behind them would have punched through fundamental depth entities without resistance, and yet 15 seals were swirling over his front. They ground down and denied that declaration completely. The spears stopped as if they had struck an immovable wall. Thereafter, Noah looked at this being as he spoke out. My fist carried a severing light that is meant to sever unity above all else. Boom, a heavy thesis backed by the weight of a foundation that even the creature could not match. Noah threw his hand out again. It smashed into Gilgamesh's chest like a hammer forged from the authority of existence itself. The blast and impact caused blue-gold flames to flash and burst around their two figures like a volcanic eruption. Fire and light and concentrated power exploded outward in waves that made the entire Stoa tremble. The ancient inscriptions on the walls blazed brighter as if trying to contain the devastation, and after he did it once, Noah proceeded to do it again. Boom, the second impact cracked something fundamental in Gilgamesh's chest. Gilgamesh laid out his own declaration. Weapons swirled from all around to pierce into Noah. Golden spears and swords and legendary axes descended like rain, but they were dissolved into phonemes before they could touch him. Boom, the third impact. The fourth, even when weapons neared his body, the seals covering his skin dissipated them into harmless light. Boom. Boom. Boom, the fifth. The sixth. The seventh. The eighth, each strike carried the severing light meant to destroy unity. Each impact added to the cracks spreading across Gilgamesh's existence. Each hammer blow pushed the first leader closer to collapse. Boom, on the ninth impact, Gilgamesh's body was filled with cracks, crimson gold blood leaked from fissures that had formed across his golden armor. His flesh, saturated with paradox and unity intertwined, showed damage that should have been impossible for something at his level to sustain, and yet his face remained regal, that of a leader, that of a king. Even broken and bleeding, he did not show weakness. He did not show fear. He showed only the dignity of one who had commanded since before time learned to count. But, your unity is tattered, pounded, and broken down. Noah said such words calmly while his left hand continued to literally hold the depth and immensity of Gilgamesh right before him. And at this time, Gilgamesh held a light of defiance. He didn't even acknowledge this assessment, and because he didn't acknowledge it, it almost acted like a declaration. His way began to heal itself, unity putting itself back together piece by piece. But, boom. Boom. Boom, in a femtosecond, Noah smashed out 18 times. The combined weight of his 27 seals battered against Gilgamesh with force that transcended normal parameters of violence. Each strike was a statement. Each impact was a thesis. Each hammer blow declared that unity would break before Noah's authority. On the 18th time, his hand cleanly pierced into the chest of Gilgamesh. It went through golden armor that had withstood the attacks of countless others. It went through flesh saturated with the authority of one who had led since the earliest ages. It went through everything that protected what lay within, and his hand grasped a beating heart of unity, the heart of unity, the core of Gilgamesh's civilization, the representation of everything he had built, everyone he had led, every accomplishment he had achieved across eons of existence. With a single pull, Noah ripped it out. The sound was horrific, flesh-tearing, bone-breaking. The wet separation of something that was never meant to be removed from its housing. Crimson gold blood sprayed across Noah's face as the heart came free. It continued beating in his grasp, each pulse sending ripples of fading authority through the air. Multiple seals flared all around Noah like chains. They wrapped around the hands of Gilgamesh, they bound his feet, they dragged him down to his knees with weight that even the first leader could not resist. Then the seal of tyranny formed into a purple throne behind Noah. It materialized from concentrated authority, a seat of power that declared dominion over all who knelt before it. Noah proceeded to regally sit upon it as he breathed out. His hand grasped the beating heart of unity. As he examined it with clinical interest, it had bright hues of purple and gold, the colors of leadership and glory intertwined. And mixed in here and there, threads of obsidian that spoke of paradox woven into its very structure. Hatred brings with it a sense of brutality. His voice came heavy with something that might have been regret. I don't need to do this. I truly don't. His eyes met Gilgamesh's defiant gaze, but I am only human. I wish to express my hatred. I wish to give back. I wish to answer your curiosity. The image was one that would burn itself into the memory of any who witnessed it. The first leader, Gilgamesh, bound by seals of terrifying immensity, kneeling before a throne of tyranny, the heart of his civilization, something that one had to protect against all cost, grasped by another, and while he grasped it and sat grandly upon his throne, Noah looked at the defiant visage of Gilgamesh. Then he took the heart of his civilization, and began to take bites out of it. The first bite tore away a section of beating muscle, immense depth was devoured, crimson gold blood savage leaked around Noah's mouth, running down his chin in streams that painted his chest. The taste was iron and authority in the accumulated glory of eons. His eyes remained locked with Gilgamesh this whole time. He chewed, he swallowed, he took another bite. It was brutal, it was savage, it was the act of a predator consuming the very essence of its prey while that prey watched, and while he did this, declarations were shockingly forming around Gilgamesh even now, even with his heart torn out. Even with his body bound, even with his unity shattered, the first leader still fought back. Golden light blazed as he tried to reclaim what was being taken. Authority surged as he attempted to stop the consumption of everything he had built, but every single declaration was dissolved or dispersed. Noah's presence, his weight, his authority over the first tongue itself, it negated everything Gilgamesh tried. Noah continued eating, blood ran down his chin, his eyes never left Gilgamesh's. I am doing everything I can so that one day, I never sit where you sit. Watching another man devour my civilization, he took another bite. This is my leadership to you as I show the way. Another bite, however brilliant you were, this was not something you saw being possible. Another bite, however brilliant I am, I will take this as a lesson. He swallowed the last piece of the heart of unity. Keep the defiant light. Remain true to who you are to the very end. His voice grew softer. At the very least, you will not lose your title of a leader. Noah said such heavy words as he brutally finished devouring the civilization of Gilgamesh. The first leader knelt before him, bound and broken, his unity consumed, his civilization destroyed, and yet those golden eyes still blazed with defiance that refused to die. In the distance, the secret of Ian looked at this scene with shining eyes. Moments later, she shockingly licked her lips, as if she was parched, as if she felt a bit hungry herself. Chapter 4783, The Ultimate Failure. Brutality. There were different forms of it across civilizations. Some said it was not necessary. That violence begot violence. That cruelty only bred more cruelty in an endless cycle that consumed all who participated in it. But truly, sometimes, brutality was warranted, and sometimes, it was a must. When an enemy sought to destroy everything you built, was gentleness the answer? When a predator came for your people, was kindness the response? When someone sent an attack of curiosity across time that nearly collapsed your existence and everyone you cared about, was restraint truly the moral high ground? Noah had long since made peace with this truth. Observable existence was cruel. Those who held back when brutality was required found themselves and everyone they loved ground to dust in the endless weavings of time. He would not be ground to dust, and so, he would not hold back. With every bite of the heart of unity he took, his gaze never left Gilgamesh. The crimson gold blood ran down his chin. The taste of accumulated authority and ancient glory filled his mouth. The depth of a civilization built across eons dissolved into his existence with each swallow, and through it all, those golden eyes of the first leader remained defiant. Even broken. Even bound. Even watching his very heart being consumed, defiant, Noah respected that. Barely, after the final bite, he spoke. After a certain point, the necessary brutality has to be brought to an end. His voice came measured and calm, as if discussing philosophy rather than the destruction he had just wrought. I won't be so cruel as to torture you. He wiped the blood from his chin with the back of his hand. I have collapsed your way of unity. I am eating the very heart of your civilization. Your depth and immensity continues to reduce as you will very soon fall to the level of Prethi. His eyes studied the kneeling figure before him. I was planning to devour you completely. But out of curiosity, I will give you a choice. He leaned forward on his throne of tyranny. You see, the four, especially the primordial chaos, like to act all mysteriously and play around with choices. I've experienced a few aspects of who they are. His smile held no warmth. Right now, I'll give you a choice. He paused. I've collapsed many beings across my life. Every life I take, however rapid or futile it may seem, I know that it is complete cessation and darkness for the other side. The end of everything they were, everything they could have been, everything they hoped to become. His voice grew heavier. Do you want complete darkness? Or will you submit? The words hung in the air. If you do, I will send you to an inescapable prison where even the living paradox would never be able to take you away from. Noah said this calmly as he looked at Gilgamesh. He was a glorious and distinguished being. After having collapsed the entirety of his civilization, Noah had already gained immensely from the vibrant depth of a fundamental depth entity like Gilgamesh. But if he could continue to gain and use such a being, if he could have them reforge their way in the infinite Desmoterian, that was an even grander punishment. He held the prompts at bay as he waited, and on the face of the first leader, there was still defiance. But something else flickered in those golden eyes now. Something that looked almost like clarity, as if the consumption of his heart had stripped away illusions he had been carrying for eons. Gilgamesh was silent for a long moment, then he laughed. It was not the laugh of madness or desperation. It was the laugh of someone who had finally understood a joke that had been played on them across the entirety of their existence. I seem to have been under the banner of others for too long. His voice came heavy with the weight of accumulated regret. I thought existence was mine. I thought I was Gilgamesh, the first leader, commander of armies, conqueror of civilizations, the one whose name would echo across existence. His golden eyes met Noah's directly. But I was never truly leading, was I? I was being led. Guided by threads I couldn't see. Moved by hands I refused to acknowledge. He shook his head slowly. It seems I failed the moment I agreed to go under the banner of paradox. The words landed with weight. The moment the choice was made, my fate was sealed. Every battle I fought afterward, every victory I claimed, every civilization I conquered, all of it was in service to another's design. All of it was building toward this moment. His laugh came again, bitter and clear. What a waste! Boom! The words were heavy. Noah looked at this being who had just rejected survival in favor of ending. Who had chosen complete darkness over servitude. Who had, in his final moments, found the clarity to see what he had truly been all along, not a leader, but as a follower who had convinced himself he was leading. So you choose collapse. Noah's voice came without judgment. I choose to finally make a decision that is truly mine. Not paradoxes. Not the living paradoxes. Not the weavers. Mine. His golden eyes blazed with something that transcended defiance. If I cannot live as Gilgamesh, I will die as Gilgamesh. The first leader. The one who knelt to no one at the end. He straightened his spine despite the seals binding him. Well, he said all that, but he was technically being forced to kneel right now. Noah looked at this being for a long moment. He had expected the practical choice. He had expected Gilgamesh to choose survival, to choose the possibility of future escape, to choose anything over the absolute finality of complete collapse, but the first leader had surprised him. In the end, he had chosen to be what he always tried to be, a leader, someone who made their own choices, even if that choice was death. Noah rose from his throne of tyranny. In the end, you made a choice that was yours. And for that, I will grant you a clean collapse. No torture. No drawn-out suffering. Just ending. Gilgamesh closed his eyes. Noah's hand blazed with the combined authority of his 27 seals. Gilgamesh said no more as even at this moment. He looked ridiculously grand. Boom! Noah's hand descended. Brilliant blue-gold flames erupted from his palm with force that transcended normal violence. They consumed the bound form of Gilgamesh completely. Not slowly, not painfully, but instantly and absolutely. The first leader did not scream as he simply ended. His existence, accumulated across eons of conquest and command, collapsed into nothingness in the span of a heartbeat. His depth, already diminished by the consumption of his heart, dissolved into Noah's flames. His way of unity, already shattered and devoured, ceased to be entirely. Gilgamesh, the first leader, was no more. The stoa of dogmata fell silent. Where he had knelt, only scorched stone remained, not even ash, just absence. Oh. Chapter 4784, The Ultimate Failure 2. The area became unfathomably quiet as Noah stared at the place where a leader used to be. The attack of curiosity all the way from the earliest folds ended like this after all this time. What a wonder existence was. Noah closed his eyes as before him. Prompts began to descend. Victory, opponent, Gilgamesh, the first leader, classification. The fundamental depth, affiliation, the living paradox, the loom, status, completely collapsed. You have devoured the heart of a civilization that held immense comparative weight at the fundamental depth. Gilgamesh's unity exceeded normal/average fundamental depth parameters by estimated 340%. Additional harvest obtained from complete collapse of remaining existence. This harvest has provided sufficient depth to trigger advancement. Your civilizations of mana and hunger, though they don't necessarily fit into this classification as they are in totality formless, can officially be considered to have advanced to the fundamental depth. You may now begin refining and reinforcing your foundation at the fundamental depth. You may elevate its weight and immensity through continued harvest and catharsis. At this current moment, not enough information has been gathered to make a truly accurate statement regarding the comparative weight you currently hold at the fundamental depth compared to the creature and others like him. Preliminary estimates suggest your foundation exceeds normal parameters, but precise measurements require additional data. Recommendation: continue building. Continue harvesting. The ceiling has still not been found. Gilgamesh, the first leader, has been completely collapsed. Former status, warden of the loom. Current status, non-existent. His accumulated knowledge and authority have been absorbed into your foundations. His existence will never return. Complete collapse is absolute. This action will be known to the living paradox soon enough, similar to how you found the potential collapse of Lumavara and Olmareth through your connection to your followers. The living paradox will sense the permanent loss of Gilgamesh through his connection to the loom. Prepare for potential retaliation. Prepare for potential escalation. The weavers remain at large within the agora of primordial judgment. Your original objective has not been completed. Gilgamesh was a distraction. A worthy one, but a distraction nonetheless. The weavers must still be collapsed. Noah smiled at such words as ruination was having her fun. Your advancement to the fundamental depth does not change your formless classification. You remain unplaceable within conventional depth categories. Your fundamental depth foundation, assessment pending. data insufficient, Noah opened his eyes to the gaze of the secretive Ian looking at him up and down with a slight smile. She had been watching the entire time and now, she seemed ready to share her thoughts. No death or collapse is good. Her voice came imposing and mysterious, holding the weight of someone who had contemplated these truths across eons. I actually consider death to be a failure of existence. A failure of someone to completely master what existence has presented them. Her eyes held depths that seemed to swallow light itself. Even the peasant born without any authority always has another chance to continue living. Another path to find. Another way to survive what existence throws at them. She tilted her head slightly. If they meet death, they simply were not successful. They did not solve the puzzle that their circumstances presented. They did not overcome the obstacles that could have been overcome. Her smile grew sharper. The most fearsome peasant that I know is the living paradox. Look at where he arrived after all of that adversity. Born into nothing. Given nothing. And yet he clawed his way to become one of the four. He solved every puzzle. He overcame every obstacle. He refused to accept failure. She paused. Whatever life that Gilgamesh led before his death, whatever glory and accomplishments he had, to me, all of it is worth absolutely nothing. Her voice grew colder, because in the end, he could not stop his collapse. In the end, he faced the ultimate failure. The secretive Ian shook her head as she said this. Noah turned to observe her calmly. He did not reply right away. He thought more about her words. The cold logic of them. The brutal assessment that reduced an entire existence to a simple binary of success and failure. Live or die. Overcome or be overcome. There was truth in what she said, and yet, in the end, he chose not to reply. He simply held a moment of silence. Whether it was for himself or for another, he did not know. Perhaps for Gilgamesh, who had at least chosen his own ending. Perhaps for the countless beings across his journey who had faced the ultimate failure under his hands. Perhaps simply to acknowledge that existence was vast, and not everything could be reduced to equations of success. After a few seconds of this silence, he turned toward the secretive Ian. If your disciple could choose between any of the philosophies of the oldest powers in existence, which one would she choose? He asked such a question simply. The secretive Ian yawned before she replied. Existence. The word came casual and dismissive. She was always a fool when it came to existence. She idolized the creature even though I told her, in the end, I would stand above him and collapse him as well. Boom, a fool when it came to existence and the creature. When Noah thought about this, he couldn't help but turn his head in a particular direction, toward the early veiled shore of the creature, toward where another body of his currently stood. The embodiment that the creature had laid out had ended moments ago, and the results were astonishing to observe. Noah stood near the figures of the first hunger and the living origin as both of them at this moment held radiant fundamental depths. They were power-leveled ridiculously by a single embodiment of the creature. The depth of the living origin seemed even more potent, as if she was not that far away from half-step absolute. Her entire existence thrummed with authority that had been compressed and refined by forces beyond normal comprehension. It made some sense. The living spirit and the living concept who sided with the living paradox within the loom each had power at half-step absolute. They had followed different paths, aligned with different philosophies, served different masters, but in the end, they achieved the same destination. Chapter 4785, The Ultimate Failure 3, and yet, even with the level of power that Tor and the living origin currently held, both had complex expressions, as if they did not truly want this. Noah looked at the two of them and shook his head. He was already receiving an influx of harvest from the fact that entities who backed his way of existence had attained this level of depth. Their advancement fed into his foundations through the connections they shared. But with them acting like this, power is power, regardless of where it came from. His voice came direct and practical. A poor man will never question if a mountain of gold fell into his house one day and wallow about it. Why should you too? Tor's gaze was bright as he shook his head. Imagine being collapsed by someone, only for that someone later on to say, "Oh, here you go. A higher level depth for you." His voice held notes of bitter irony. But alas, you are right. I won't complain. The vibrant waves of hunger from him became even more potent. His foundation, newly elevated to the fundamental depth, pulsed with appetite that seemed to devour the very air around him. Whatever conflicted feelings he held, they did not diminish the power he had been granted. Noah looked at the figure of the living origin next. She stood with serene glory that transcended her previous state. Her form seemed to glow from within, multicolored light playing across features that had been refined by the creature's embodiment. Her eyes held depths that spoke of authority approaching the threshold of half-step absolute. I have always been chasing after the creature. Her voice came measured and heavy with accumulated history. My everything burned for the creature. I first met him in Alfheim, before he even became an absolute. Her eyes grew distant with memory. He was brilliant. Every word he said, every action he took. I was enticed completely. I followed him across realms and eons. I gave my everything I had to support his rise. Something flickered in her expression, but of course, emotive came along. Her voice grew harder. I truly don't know what that malevolent creature has to make her jump from one absolute to another, but, she paused, I am not satisfied with how I was treated. I do not take this as an answer. Her eyes blazed with determination, so I will seek my own answer. For now, I will return to Alfheim. There, whether he wants to or not, the creature will have to give me an answer. Boom, the living origin said many heavy words. Her eyes were thinking of none other than the creature, and near her, Noah turned to see the crimson obsidian gaze of the first hunger. His gaze seemed to only be directed toward the living origin. One was looking at someone at an extremely distant place, seeking answers that may have already been given, while another was looking at someone right in front of them who would not even gaze their way. The words of the first hunger echoed out as he said calmly, Alfheim? I'll tag along for fun. His voice came measured and seemingly casual. You can navigate there even in the fallout. He asked this question as if the answer didn't matter. Origin looked at him and blinked. I will always know my way back home. Boom. With such words, she turned toward Noah. I will make this little trip, if that is okay with you. It almost seemed like she was asking for permission, because at this moment, she no longer backed the creature, she backed him instead. Noah smiled lightly as he waved his hand. He allowed the emergence of a small seal of quintessence to flow toward the living origin. It drifted through the air with lazy grace before settling into her palm, its radiance pulsing with compressed authority. Just keep this with you in case of emergencies. If anything happens, let me know. The living origin nodded at such words. She and the first hunger prepared to make an exit into the wastes of the fallout. Their destination was Alfheim, where the creature had first risen, in the agora of primordial judgment, in the thermi of cyclic refinement. Noah had his struggles across existence, but he liked when things were comparatively easier as well. Among the four, he was the weakest, but at this moment, he was getting his dues, the contribution of 9 new letters to the first tongue inside the agora of primordial judgment. How could it be beat? Especially when the reward stemmed from the very philosophy of Glossarians, the Villa de Boscorial, which held the treasures of the corrupted vaults of Ginnungagap, flowed into him steadily. The entire time, only one Kronos' crystallized moment after another descended. As soon as he finished one, another would float down from the artificial sky. Mythical tier treasures that should have been impossibly rare fell into his grasp like common fruits from an abundant tree. In less than an hour in the combined pools of the thermi of cyclic refinement, his existence felt a sense of exuberance and immensity that gave him a sense of invincibility, a false sense of invincibility, but it was there nonetheless, because after all, the 9 cycles of catharsis were all passed gloriously. His skin shone with a crystalline blue-gold allure as if he was a primordial treasure given flesh. Light seemed to emanate from within him, filtering through flesh that had been refined beyond normal biological parameters. Every pore radiated authority. Every inch of his form spoke of foundations compressed to impossible densities. His depth and weight felt utterly suffocating. Even Glossicos, an absolute, nodded as if saying, hey, not bad. All 9 cycles of catharsis have been successfully completed. The pool of mnemosony, memory, all knowledge you have ever encountered has been perfectly integrated into your foundations. Nothing is forgotten. Everything is accessible. The pool of Styx, invulnerability, your foundations have been hardened against external corruption. Attempts to destabilize your depth through foreign influence will face exponentially increased resistance. The pool of Acheron, sorrow, all painful experiences across your existence have been processed and incorporated into strength. Trauma that once weakened now fortifies. The pool of Cositus, lamentation, trapped potential that grief had locked away has been released. Capabilities you did not know you possessed are now accessible. The pool of Phlegathon, fire, all weaknesses have been burned away with purifying flame. What remains is only that which serves your advancement. The pool of Oceanus, the existence river, your foundation has been connected to the fundamental flow of existence itself. You resonate with reality at frequencies that most beings cannot perceive. Chapter 4786, The Ultimate Failure 4. The prompts continued to flow before his eyes. Cycle completion, breakdown, Titarta catharsis, 4th purification, strengthening of boundaries between depth levels. Weight increase, 40%, Pempt catharsis, Fifth, purification, integration of external knowledge into core foundations. Weight increase, 50%, ecti catharsis. Sixth, purification, refinement of connection between way and depth. Weight increase, 60%, evdomi catharsis. Seventh, purification, approaching theoretical limits of current classification. Weight increase, 75%, ogdoi catharsis. Eighth, purification, transcending normal parameters for current depth. Weight increase, 90%, enati catharsis. Ninth, purification / the wheel of foundation, the absolute pinnacle of refinement possible without advancing to higher depth. Weight increase, 100%, total cumulative weight increase from all 9 cycles, 445%. Comparative weight assessment, the surface depth straightface, current weight, 950/100 th of baseline absolute parameters, you exceed what the creature held at surface depth by a factor of 9.5, the intermediate depth straightface, current weight, 910/100 th of baseline absolute parameters, you exceed what the creature held at intermediate depth by a factor of 9.1, you are now approaching a theoretical maximum, and it is becoming even harder to reach it. The numbers felt surreal for the most part. But even when he checked again, they remained the same. The jumping off point of his foundation was grander, and it continued to be so. More prompts came as his existence buzzed. Distinction achieved. Due to attaining the 9th cycle of catharsis, you have gained the distinction of straight face, absolute immovable object. This is a quality mainly gained by those with the absolute depth. You have achieved it at the fundamental depth. This is unprecedented. Boons of the distinction of absolute immovable object. 1. Absolute existential anchoring. Your existence is now anchored to reality at a fundamental level. Attempts to displace, banish, or forcibly relocate you require authority that exceeds your total weight. For most beings below absolute classification, this is unfathomably hard. 2. Declaration resistance. Declarations that target your existence directly must overcome the cumulative weight of all your depths simultaneously. This creates layered defense that compounds with each foundation. 3. Immutable core. The core of your existence cannot be altered by external forces without your consent. Existential control and manipulation. An existence rewriting face resistance proportional to your total refined weight. 4. Absolute gravitational authority. Your weight passively influences reality around you. Lesser beings will feel instinctive pressure in your presence. 5. Collapse resistance. Complete collapse of your existence now requires force sufficient to overcome all refined depths simultaneously. Partial damage will not cascade into total failure. Warning, this distinction does not make you invincible. Absolutes possess authority that can still challenge these protections. But for all beings below absolute classification, you have become functionally immovable, even though sufficient information has not been fully collected regarding the comparative depth of the creature and others at fundamental classification. A rough and potentially inaccurate estimation has been made. Current fundamental depth weight, approximately 2/100 th of the creature's fundamental depth. This disparity appears significant, but context is required. Analysis, it is hypothesized that the creature and others felt the insufficiencies of their prior foundations at the surface and intermediate depths. In order to build a strong foundation for the sake of becoming absolutes, their fundamental depths were built to unfathomable levels. They may have spent eons at fundamental classification, accumulating weight that you have only begun to gather. As of now, all of this stands to only be conjecture. There could be another reason for the disparity. Further data collection is required for accurate assessment. Your surface and intermediate foundations now exceed all known parameters. Focus on building fundamental depth to match. The ceiling has not been found. The prompts were heavy to observe, but Noah's eyes remained brilliant as he felt the changes of his foundation and seals. Each of the 27 seals of absolute tongue had become so dense that they felt like collapsed folds embedded in his existence. When he focused on any single one, he could feel its weight pressing against the fabric of reality itself. They no longer merely represented compressed power. They had become anchors that tethered him to existence at fundamental levels. His physique of the indestructible lexicon of absolute weight had transformed into something that transcended its previous state. What had once been impossibly heavy now felt like the foundation upon which primordial mountains could be built, upon which civilizations could stand, upon which even the machinations of absolutes could be resisted. The distinction of absolute immovable object thrummed through every fiber of his being. He could feel reality bending slightly around him, space itself acknowledging that he had become something that could not be easily displaced. A fundamental depth entity could hit him, and he wouldn't even be forced to move back a step. As he analyzed all of this, in the corner of his eye, he saw the visage of Glossicos rising up fully from the pool of Lethe, with a frown. Her glorious figure of a dryad emerged from the obsidian gold waters with grace that belied the displeasure on her features. Vines and leaves that composed her hair dripped with liquid that seemed reluctant to leave her form. Her bark-like skin glistened with moisture that caught the light of the artificial sky. The immensity she gave off was unmistakable. Even rising from a casual bath, she radiated authority that pressed against everything around her. The air grew heavier. The steam swirled in patterns that spoke of power being exerted without conscious effort. Her frown quickly became anger. Something had happened. Noah frowned as well. What happened? His voice came sharp with concern. Glossicos' obsidian blue eyes blazed. The Weavers, now at the Lochegos ranking, have been granted a special right of challenge that cannot be denied. Her voice dripped with distaste. By paradoxos, a polemarch can deny such a challenge with the support of a strategos. But a Lochegos or hoplite cannot refuse when the right is properly invoked. She must have discovered that you cannot be challenged directly. Your polemarch status, combined with my backing, makes you untouchable through normal means. Oh, Noah frowned deeper, and Glossicos continued, her anger barely contained. The Weavers have uniquely issued the right to challenge, to a dog instead. Boom, the words landed like hammer blows, to the hoplite muspelly lifeform you left out there. I assume it is to force your hand. Or perhaps them making a move before you can advance too much. Boom, Noah's eyes opened wide, but there was no panic in them, only burning calmness and immensity. His dog, the Weavers went after his dog Uskol, the transformed Duke who had followed him loyally since Muspelheim not too long ago, the good boy who sat waiting patiently while his master refined his foundations, the innocent creature who had no understanding of the machinations occurring around him. The Weavers had targeted Skoll, chapter 4787, egregious. One could make many mistakes in life, but some mistakes were so unfathomably egregious compared to others that someone had to ask, why would that person do that? Hunt Noah. Okay, not a problem. Scheme and plan and make things difficult for him? No problem. Struggles were part of existence, after all, but why would they go after his dog that he had just gotten a chance to be with in such a short time span? For him, the matter of time was actually inconsequential when it came to the relationship itself, the moment that Duke passed from the hands of Galileo and came to him. The moment that he awakened him from Duke to Skoll. The moment that this simple dog helped him rescue others of his civilization and even escape the hands of an absolute. At the moment all of these things came to pass, Duke was already part of his camp, part of his family. The time of it did not matter too much. Bonds were not measured in duration. They were measured in weight. In meaning. In the willingness to stand beside someone at times of great difficulty. Skoll had stood beside him, and now the Weavers had targeted him? As if the Weavers had seen all of this, she had decided to skip Lumavara and Olmareth. She went straight for his dog. The innocent one. It was an utterly egregious mistake, one that Noah would be sure to let the Weavers know to their last breath. Glossicos spoke with measured calm. The challenge has already been issued. Your dog has been directly transported to the arena. Her obsidian blue eyes studied him. A few other things seemed to be happening behind the scenes. But what will you do? What he would do was already set in stone. Now, it just meant that it would happen with even more brutality and blood. Noah's eyes pulsed with the weight of the seal of infinity. Blue-gold radiance spilled from his gaze as if his very perception had become weaponized. I'm sure they did this to pull me out. So I will put myself forward. His voice came cold and absolute. Pass the word for me. I will stand to replace the one that the Weavers have challenged. The figure of Glossicos sighed and lightly nodded. Absolute is absolute, regardless of where you currently stand. Her voice carried warning. If you are not an absolute yourself, regardless of how astonishing you are. She did not finish her words, as if their ending would truly not be a great one, but she did continue. Originally, there is another location within this Villa de Bascorial apart from the Thermi of cyclic refinement that would have served you well. Her eyes grew distant with contemplation. It is filled with items and weapons that have a level of power similar to, or even sometimes exceeding, fragments of axioms. Her gaze returned to him. This region is the Mouse-Ion of fated artifacts. The Museum of Destiny, she began to explain. The Mouse-Ion of fated artifacts contains item-based treasures. Unlike the Thermi where consumption is guaranteed to provide benefits, the Mouse-Ion operates on principles of fate and worthiness. Her voice grew more serious. If one is fated to receive a particular artifact, they will be drawn to it and the barriers will part. If one is not fated, the barriers remain impenetrable regardless of power level. She paused for emphasis. Even absolutes cannot force their way to artifacts not meant for them. Her hand waved, and images seemed to shimmer in the steam around them. Some items include the stylus of Cadmus, a bronze writing implement that never dulls. Anything written with this stylus becomes a binding declaration for 24 hours. The image shifted. The lyre of Orpheus, a golden stringed instrument that plays itself when held. Music from this lyre can influence emotions of beings up to one depth above the player. Another shift, the thread of Ariadne, an unbreakable golden thread on a spindle. It always leads the holder to what they truly seek. The images continued to flicker. The caduceus shard, a fragment of the original herald's staff. It allows communication across any distance. It can broker truces that cannot be broken. She dismissed the images with a wave. There are countless others. Weapons that can pierce through declarations. Shields that can absorb the weight of absolutes. Items that defy conventional understanding of what is possible. Glossicos looked at him directly. I'll make sure you don't miss that opportunity. Her voice grew practical. Give me a unique signature of your depth and I will take it to the Mouseion of fated artifacts. Whatever is fated for you will come to you anywhere in the agora of primordial judgment. Her smile held a dangerous edge. Even while you are facing the weavers in the arena, she said such words as Noah nodded. He waved his hand. A brilliant blue gold seal of infinity emerged from his palm, spinning with authority that told of foundations refined beyond normal parameters. It carried the unique signature of his depth. The weight of his existence compressed into a single spinning construct. His dominating body turned around and disappeared a moment later. The seal of infinity continued spinning toward Glossicos like a coin flipping through air. She grasped it in her hands. She looked it over up and down with careful attention. The weight of it. The density of it. The sheer authority compressed into something so small. A contemplative look entered her eyes. Would he truly be able to make a significant enough difference? An absolute wondered, and it was a wonder in itself as to what exactly she was contemplating. Was she thinking about the battle ahead? Was she thinking about the future of the agora of primordial judgment? Or was she thinking about something else entirely, something that only absolutes knew? The questions hung in the steam-filled air of the Thermae as Glossicos began moving toward the Mouseion of fated artifacts, carrying the signature of the Genesis monarch with her. Chapter 4788, Egregious. 2. Outside of the Villa de Boscorial, Wap, Noah reappeared. He observed the solemn and angered figures of Olmareth and Lumavara who now had on the togas of Lokagoi. Their advancement had occurred while he was undergoing the cycles of catharsis. Their expressions spoke of fury barely contained. The Glossarian polemarchs were also in the surroundings with equally nasty gazes. They had welcomed Noah. They had protected his companions. And now the weavers had circumvented their protection through bureaucratic manipulation. Skoll was nowhere to be seen. Lunaris turned toward Noah as she was going to speak when her figure pulsed with astonishment. She sensed the immensity his figure emanated, especially now, when he looked a little bit mad. His crystalline skin glowed with blue-gold radiance. His eyes burned with weight that pressed against everyone in proximity. His presence alone made the air heavier, made breathing slightly more difficult, made reality itself acknowledge that something dangerous had arrived. He looked devilishly dashing with such a serious gaze, didn't he? The moment she had such a thought, she shook her pages as she refocused on the situation at hand. Sir, they have already taken your companion due to a challenge that even we could not deny. Her voice came serious and professional. The esteemed Glossicos has informed us. We are ready to bring you to the arena for you to accept this challenge instead. She paused. We do have to warn you that now, you will be under the scrutiny of all those in the agora of primordial judgment. She said such words as Noah turned to her, reining in his unfolding waves of tyranny. The pressure that had been pressing against everyone eased slightly, but only slightly. His voice came out calm, too calm, the kind of calm that preceded storms. Let's just go. His eyes burned with blue gold fire. Some absolutes need to understand what happens when they make someone lock in. Boom. The words landed with weight that made several polemarchs take unconscious steps backward. Not from fear of him, but from recognition that whoever stood on the other side of that statement was about to experience something terrible. Lunaris nodded and began leading the way toward the arena. toward the weavers, toward a confrontation that would be witnessed by every faction in the agora of primordial judgment, and Noah followed with steps that made the ground tremble, Olmareth and Lumavara joining him as brilliant blue-gold light began to wrap around all of them. The Palestra of Primordial Reckoning, this was the name and distinction of the grand arena within the agora of primordial judgment. It was a place of existential and combat training where battles determined fundamental truths about the combatant's worth and existence. Different factions called it by different names. Glossarians called it the lexicon of blood, where declarations were written in violence. Paradoxians called it the contradiction ring, where impossibilities became possible. Existentialists called it the crucible of being, where existence was tested. Chaucites called it the entropy pit, where order broke down into beautiful disorder. Four names for one place, all of them true. The Palestra of Primordial Reckoning sat at the exact center of the agora of primordial judgment, equidistant from all four philosophical territories. It was accessible from any faction's domain through dedicated pathways called the Roads of Reckoning. These roads were neutral ground where no faction held authority. Stone inscribed with phonemes of the first tongue paved the way, each step a reminder that this place belonged to everyone and no one. The arena existed partially underground and partially above, creating a structure that resembled a massive amphitheater built into a depression in reality itself. Some said the depression was created by a battle between the creature and the primordial chaos during the infinite unfurling. Others said it was always here, waiting for conflict to fill it. The truth was likely somewhere in between. The arena itself looked like a colossal structure of bronze, marble, and crystallized existence. Its outer walls rose approximately 500 meters high, covered in bas-reliefs depicting legendary battles. The entities clashed across the stonework. Absolutes warred in frozen tableaus. The history of violence made beautiful through artistic preservation. Noah floated across the vast roads leading to this place. Polemarchs surrounded him, their presence a statement of Glossarian support. Olmareth and Lumavara flanked him, their newly achieved Lochegos togas marking their advancement within this domain. Beside him, Olmareth had a worried look as he spoke. Absolute is difficult. Truly difficult, even if weakened to a lesser level. His countless hairs rippled with concern. A redundant sentence has been said that absolutes can only ever absolutely be taken down by other absolutes. Do you have a plan? A plan? Noah kept his eyes ahead as he replied. An idea of a plan? Audacious and ridiculous by all accounts, but an idea of a plan. Olmareth fell silent as he nodded. What else could he say? His little anomaly had grown into something that exceeded comprehension. If anyone could find a way to challenge an absolute without being one, it would be the Genesis monarch. Ahead, Lunaris, Ophelia, and others led them through the Gate of Tongues. The Glossarian entrance stood before them, constructed from pages of crystallized knowledge fused into solid form. Every known logos in philology covered its surface in inscriptions so dense they seemed to shimmer with accumulated meaning. The gate itself seemed alive, aware of those who approached it. There were many Glossarians by the hundreds crossing into the arena at this moment. Hoplites and Lokagoi streamed through the entrance, drawn by word that something significant was about to occur. Lunaris and Ophelia passed through first. The moment they crossed the threshold, the gate spoke. Polemarch Lunaris has entered the Palestra of Primordial Reckoning. The voice was ancient and resonant, carrying across the surrounding area. Lochegos Ophelia has entered the Palestra of Primordial Reckoning. Each name was recited with the same weight, the same significance. And when Noah finally passed through, the Genesis monarch has entered the Palestra of Primordial Reckoning. Boom, his name burned with glory. Chapter 4789, Egregious. 3. The voice seemed to carry extra weight when speaking his distinction. Extra resonance. As if even the ancient gate recognized that something unprecedented was walking through its threshold, many Glossarians made way for him. Their looks were those of awe and wonder. This was the being who had contributed 9 new letters to the first tongue, as some very well knew. This was the Glossarian. This was someone who had achieved what even absolutes could not. Ahead, heavy noise bustled. Noah looked at it all. The interior of the arena opened before him in magnificent scope. It followed a modified amphitheater design with distinct sections arranged in concentric circles descending toward the central combat floor. Thousands upon thousands of seats filled with beings of every description. He saw entities of the other 3 philosophies here. Chaucites and Paradoxians were roaring with fervor. They cheered and shouted, their sections a cacophony of noise and movement. Some celebrated the challenge itself. Others celebrated the chaos it would bring. Their energy was infectious, spreading excitement through the crowd like wildfire. Existentialists watched on calmly and silently, their section was still observant. They did not cheer or jeer. They simply existed, witnessing what would unfold with the patience of those who understood that all things eventually revealed their truth. And on the very bottom of the arena floor, there was a dog looking around while frowning cutely. Skull sat in what appeared to be a substitution circle, his neon flames flickering with uncertainty. His massive head turned this way and that, trying to understand why he had been brought here, why so many beings were watching him, why the nice people who had been helping his master suddenly couldn't help him anymore. He looked confused, he looked worried, but he was still a good boy, sitting patiently and waiting for his master to come. Noah's eyes flashed sharply as he saw this. He went further in. Lunaris spoke as they descended deeper into the arena, her pages rustling with the formal delivery of necessary information. Within the palestra of primordial reckoning, certain rules are absolute. Her voice carried professional weight. No faction may attack another's members outside the combat floor. This neutral ground is sacred. Violations are punished by all four strategoi acting in unison. They continued descending. Strategoi cannot directly interfere with challenges they did not issue. Glossicos the articulate cannot intervene on your behalf, no matter how much she may wish to. Her pages shifted uneasily. The right of challenge, once properly invoked, cannot be withdrawn. The weavers began this. It must be seen through to conclusion. They passed through rings of seating. Hoplites watched with wide eyes as Noah passed. Lokagoi nodded with respect. Polymarchs observed with calculating gazes. Lunaris continued her explanation. The combat floor is called the Circle of Reckoning. It is the heart of the palestra. Her pages displayed diagrams as she spoke, circular, approximately 1 kilometer in diameter. The floor can expand or contract based on the nature of the battle. For absolute level conflicts, it extends to accommodate existential warping combat. They were getting closer now. The surface is composed of reckoning stone, a material that absorbs and neutralizes residual civilizational authority as it bears dozens of philologies. It is inscribed with a massive seal combining elements from all four philosophies. The central point is called the Nexus of Truth. It glows faintly at all times. She gestured toward the compass points of the arena floor. The four pillars stand at cardinal directions around arena itself. Noah could see them now. The pillar of words to the north. Blossarian. It records everything said during combat. The pillar of contradiction to the south. Paradoxian. It displays paradoxes emerging from battle. The pillar of being to the east. Existentialist. It tracks the existential state of combatants. The pillar of entropy to the west. Chaosite. It measures chaos generated by conflict. Her voice grew more serious. The arena can generate environmental challenges based on the nature of the conflict. Barriers can be erected to contain specific types of energy, as even strategoi may not be able to leave until the battle is over, and none can interfere. She paused. In short, sir, once you step onto that floor, you cannot leave until the challenge is resolved. Noah barely gave a glance to all the things she mentioned. His gaze remained on Skull, but he was also looking around at the higher areas of the arena. The concentric rings of countless seats had hoplites just above the arena floor. Then Lokagoi in the next ring up. Then Polymarchs higher still, and far above them all, the strategoi thrones floated at the highest level, for massive throne platforms positioned above their respective factions' gates. Glossicos the Articulate's throne hung above the north gate. It was constructed from living pages that constantly wrote and rewrote themselves. Floating phonemes orbited around it like satellites. The seat itself was carved from crystallized first tongue, each armrest inscribed with her personal theses. Currently empty, as she was in the mouse ion on his behalf, Paradoxos the Duel's throne floated above the south gate. Two thrones fused into one, facing opposite directions yet somehow both facing the arena. Half obsidian, half gold, the division line constantly shifting. Observers reported seeing one occupant or two depending on the angle of observation. Currently occupied by something. Someone. It was difficult to tell. It could also be empty. Antikos the Unwavering's throne sat above the east gate. A single block of uncarved white marble, utterly simple yet radiating profound presence. No decorations. No inscriptions. Just pure existence given form. The most stable structure in the entire arena, unmoved by any battle below, Katikos the unbounced throne existed above the west gate. Or it didn't. The throne refused to maintain consistent form. Sometimes it appeared as a pile of debris, sometimes as an elaborate seat, sometimes as nothing at all. As Noah watched all of this, there was no sign of the weavers anywhere. They of the four thrones of absolutes far above may or may not be occupied. But the weavers themselves were absent from the arena floor, so he simply took a step. He appeared on the arena floor in an instant. Skull turned toward him immediately. The massive dog's tail began wagging with enthusiasm. His neon flames brightened. His worried frown transformed into canine joy as he bounded over to his master. Noah rubbed his head with a smile. "You okay, boy?" He asked such a simple question, and Skull, woof, nodded affirmatively. His tail wagged even harder. Everything was fine now. His master was here. Whatever had been confusing and scary before no longer mattered. Such a good boy. And a moment later, a voice boomed out across the bustling arena. The noise of the crowd diminished as the voice of reckoning spoke. "The challenge today has been intercepted. The Polemarch, the Genesis monarch, is stepping in for the challenged hoplite." A murmur rippled through the crowd. "The challenger has no qualms about this." The voice paused. "They are now called to the stage." All eyes turned toward the south gate, the paradoxian entrance, where the weavers would emerge. Chapter 4790, Absolute Denial, in an area not too far from the arena. In a region filled with waves of paradox and immensity, the bodies of the weavers were floating above an obsidian gold sea. The liquid below churned with contradictions made manifest. Patterns that should have been impossible coexisting in constant flux. In front of them was a throne of an absolute, Paradoxos. The dual sat upon it, or they sat upon it. The entity defied singular description. Two figures occupied a single space, their forms overlapping and separating in constant rhythm. One face was masculine, carved with sharp features that spoke of cold logic. The other was feminine, softer lines that held warmth that contradicted the coldness of its counterpart. Both faces existed simultaneously, neither dominant, neither subservient. Their body was half obsidian, half gold, the division line shifting with each breath. Sometimes the left side was dark and the right was bright. Sometimes it reversed. Sometimes both sides were both colors at once. They wore robes that flowed in two directions simultaneously, fabric that defied the laws of physics by moving with and against gravity in equal measure. Their eyes were the most unsettling aspect, 4 eyes total, 2 per face, each one holding depths that seemed to look at everything and nothing. They perceived truth and falsehood as the same thing. They saw possibility and impossibility as interchangeable concepts. This was Paradoxos the dual, strategos of the paradoxian way, an absolute bound to the agora of primordial judgment, and they were looking toward the weavers with distaste, yet the weavers remained calm. All three bodies spoke in unison, their voices layering into something that was one and many simultaneously. "I can understand the hatred of you four toward us all." Their golden eyes held no concern for the displeasure being directed at them, "but you still follow the philosophy of paradox. The one who claimed it all can forever put you in his service." Their smiles were identical across three faces, because how can you deny that which you follow? The three bodies of the weavers spoke as one, golden threads moved all around them, countless strings of fate and destiny swirling in patterns that only they could fully perceive. Two of the three bodies held golden scissors, and they were cutting multiple threads all at once. Snip, snip, snip. Each cut severed something important somewhere in existence. Each cut altered the weavings of reality according to their design. They worked even while conversing, even while facing an absolute who clearly despised them. Paradoxos looked at the weavers with a cold gaze, then both mouths opened, and their voice boomed out with weight that made the obsidian gold sea churn violently. "We can respect and hate with great intensity." The words came from two throats as one sound. "All of us are absolutes, yet who decided for some of us to be locked while others run free? Who decided that the rest of us had to constantly fight?" Their four eyes burned with ancient grievance. "It does not matter either way." The tone shifted to something more businesslike. "I have sent a message to the living paradox that his three ugly little weapons have somehow landed in my place." The weaver's scissors paused momentarily. "He wanted me to tell you that your other little project, Gilgamesh, is gone." The words landed with weight. "You did not manage to protect a good seed," he said. "That in itself is a failure." Paradoxos leaned forward on their contradictory throne. "And after this, there can be no more. There can be no surprises." Their voice grew heavier. "So he asks you. Osmont is not an absolute, but he is one of the four. If you are not confident, step out of the way, and I can take care of it. The air grew thick with tension, because the glory of the four is written in their impossibilities that they perform. Gilgamesh now lies on that wall of impossibility, and the living paradox would much prefer if the weavers did not join it. Both faces smiled without warmth, so he asks again. Are you confident? Boom. The question was a heavy one. The three weavers had their golden pupils spin with a sense of insult and glory. How dare anyone question their confidence? How dare the living paradox himself suggest they might not be capable of handling one being who wasn't even an absolute? They were about to reply when Paradoxos continued. This was not a question for you to answer. Their voice cut through the beginning of the weaver's response. He has already answered it on your behalf. Paradoxos waved their hands. He has paid a heavy cost to lend you this from me. The space before the weavers began to distort. Something emerged from the contradiction between existence and non-existence. It held a blinding obsidian light of paradox that could barely be observed. The radiance hurt to look at, not because it was bright, but because it shouldn't have been possible to perceive. It was a thing that existed and didn't exist, a concept given form that defied the very nature of conceptualization. It was a collection of multiple fragments of an axiom. And it looked nearly complete. Paradoxos gestured toward the impossible object, an almost complete axiom. Their voice held weight that made reality itself pay attention. The axiom of absolute denial. The name alone made the air grow heavier. Its capability is simple, yet it is perhaps the most terrifying of all axioms that exist. If only it were complete. Paradoxos' four eyes fixed on the weavers. Whatever the wielder wishes to deny, is denied. Absolutely, the words were simple, the implications were not. An attack coming toward you? Denied. A declaration being enacted against you? Denied. The very concept of your defeat? Denied. Their voice grew colder. In its complete form, wielded by an absolute, it would make the user nigh invincible. Nothing could touch them. Nothing could harm them. Nothing could affect them in any way they did not permit. The almost complete axiom pulsed with obsidian light. This version is not complete. It has limitations. But against someone who was not an absolute, Paradoxos smiled with both faces. It should be more than sufficient. The weavers looked at the almost complete axiom of absolute denial. All three bodies studied it with golden eyes that spun with calculation and growing excitement. Then all three smiled eerily. Man, now this is just overkill. Their voices layered into amused acknowledgement. Okay, they reached out, and the almost complete axiom flowed into their collective existence. It merged with their being, its obsidian light intertwining with the golden threads that perpetually surrounded them. With such words, the weavers looked at Paradoxos. They stopped cutting the golden strings around them. I believe I have been called. Their smiles held promise of violence to come. See you on the other side. Then, with a flash of brilliance, she disappeared. The obsidian gold sea continued to churn in their absence. Paradoxos remained on their throne, four eyes staring at where the weavers had been with contemplation. Chapter 4791, Making History. Sometimes one had to tune out the noise completely, regardless of whether there were thousands of entities who had all forged their civilizations situated across the Palestra, regardless of whether the four absolutes sat on their thrones or not. Noah looked at Skoll and finished rubbing his head. All right, go to that hairy old man there and the little fox. Stay with them no matter what, okay? He pointed toward the distance where Ulmareth and Lumavara stood alongside Lunaris and Ophelia and other Glossarians. Skoll nodded with shining eyes. He was no longer bound by the power that had kept him in the substitution circle. With a flash of neon light, he disappeared and reappeared right between Ulmareth and Lumavara. His tail wagged happily as he sat down like a good boy, ready to watch his master do whatever his master needed to do. Noah stood up imperiously. He looked at the other end of the arena where at this moment, there was nobody on the other side, and yet he remained standing. His body began to billow with flames. Blue-gold plasmic fire wrapped around his form like a second skin, his toga shining resplendently beneath the radiance. The phonemes inscribed across his garments blazed brighter. The adornments of his polymarch status caught light that seemed to come from within him rather than from any external source. His immense foundations exceeding even the creature at this stage began to leak out and spread. A sense of suffocation radiated from him, absolute immovable object. He was an absolute immovable as at this moment, where his feet stood, he would not be moved. The reckoning stone beneath him seemed to groan under the weight of his presence. The air compressed around his form. Reality itself acknowledged that something heavy had planted itself in this spot, and his aura stretched out maddeningly, even from afar, a sense of suffocation no fundamental depth entity should have radiated from him. Hoplites in the lowest seats felt their breathing grow labored. Lokagoi shifted uncomfortably under the pressure. Even some polemarchs raised eyebrows at the intensity bleeding off this single being. The loud noises turned into hushed whispers soon enough, and Noah continued tuning everything out. An instant later, the figures of the weavers appeared on the other end of the arena. 3 bodies materialized simultaneously, each one identical to the others. Ancient crones with skin like weathered parchment, eyes of spinning gold that seemed to perceive threads invisible to all others. Their white hair flowed in patterns that defied natural movement. Their fingers were long and spindly, built for the task of cutting and weaving fate itself. They gazed toward Noah with smiles and malice. All 3 bodies even waved at him, casual gestures of greeting as if they were saying hello to a friend they were about to destroy. Their golden scissors gleamed at their sides. Their threads swirled around them in lazy spirals. The disconnect between their friendly waves and the murderous intent in their eyes was jarring. Moments after she appeared, 3 of the 4 thrones above seemed to have gained immense weight, but Glossicos' throne remained empty. The voice of reckoning boomed out across the palestra. Welcome to the circle of reckoning. The challenger, the weavers, Lokagoi of the Paradoxian Way, have arrived. The voice carried across every corner of the arena, and though this may seem unfair as it appears to be 3 against 1, the 3 are actually a single body separated. One existence divided across 3 forms. This is permitted under the rules of challenge. A dramatic pause, and what a challenge this is. This debate in battle is a grand one that depicts paradox against the first tongue in ways that many here do not even comprehend. This is a battle of philosophies that will dash. Shut the fuck up. Boom. Noah spoke such words calmly. The voice of reckoning cut off instantly. Immense quietness descended all around as he looked at the weavers. The entire arena fell silent. Thousands of beings who had been murmuring and shifting went still. The voice itself, ancient and supposedly unstoppable, simply stopped, because the Genesis monarch had told it to, and in this place, in matters concerning the first tongue, his authority was not something that could be easily dismissed. His imperious glare swept across the distance toward his opponents. Radiant seals flickered over his skin, the 27 absolute constructs pulsing with weight that pressed against reality itself. His eyes burned with blue-gold fire. His stance was that of someone who had already decided how this would end. He didn't even gaze above to spare a glance at the 3 absolutes he hadn't seen before. They were irrelevant to this moment. He kept his gaze on the weavers. When was the last time that an absolute fell? His voice carried across the silent arena. Do you happen to know? Boom. The words were heavy. The weavers cackled in response. All 3 bodies laughed simultaneously. The sound layering into something that was one voice and many at once. Their smiles widened as terrifying pressure leaked from their bodies. The cheerful wave was replaced by something far more ancient. Their forms shifted. The pretense of friendly old women fell away, revealing what truly lay beneath. Decrepit ancient beings whose age transcended normal comprehension. Entities who had existed since the infinite unfurling, since before the modern shape of existence was formed. Their skin grew more weathered. Their eyes burned brighter with golden malevolence. Their fingers elongated into things that looked less like appendages and more like instruments of fate itself. Absolutes do not die. All 3 voices spoke as one, carrying weight that pressed against Noah's aura. For those who do fall at the hands of other absolutes, their smiles became something knowing and cruel. We respect them enough not to spread stories of their demise. Their endings are private affairs. Their collapses are not entertainment for lesser beings. Oh, Noah nodded his head at this, then he smiled. Then it looks like I will be making history today. His flames blazed brighter. Come on now, you decrepit hags. Let's see what you have up your sleeves. Boom, the words landed like a challenge that could not be taken back. The weaver's golden eyes spun faster. The arena held its breath. Chapter 4792, You Could Never Be Me. How exactly did one go about collapsing an absolute that could not be collapsed, not even one at that, but 3 bodies of a single absolute? Each body still emanated the ridiculous depth of an absolute depth entity. If you proposed this problem to any other being that did not have the level of an absolute, they would begin digging their grave and simply wait to walk into it, because it was an impossible fucking situation. And yet, Noah held this impossible situation and was not digging his grave just yet. He was not even thinking about utilizing an anchor point to activate the existential paradox loop. This was a safeguard for his civilization and way. But it was not the final solution to everything. If he went across existence with a mindset that if things were impossible to overcome, there was always the fact that he could reverse time itself, he knew that he would not achieve anything glorious in his journey. He still treated everything that he did as if there was no safety net, so even though he was facing an absolute at this very moment, he did not plan to die and instead would be trying out a daring action. The Weavers were at the Lokagoi ranking. Even with whatever help they had received from Paradoxos, they could not raise their merit as fast as he did with his contributions to the first ton, so they were effectively supposed to be only expressing the aura of an intermediate depth entity. But the sheer immensity they radiated was enough to crush any fundamental depth entities, and Absolute had to be given their respect, normally, but Noah would not be giving any respect to these three shrewd fuckers. Now, back to the main point, the collapse of an Absolute. His plan was actually a relatively simple one. It may only be capable of working once, maybe multiple times if he did not have an audience. But since he did not have this luxury, he merely acted, and while everyone watched breathlessly to see what move would be made by the combatants in the arena, Noah shockingly took his right hand and plunged it into his chest, his muscles opened freely as if allowing everything to happen. Crimson gold blood leaked out to form swirling rivers around him that shaped themselves into infinity symbols. The blood moved with purpose, painting patterns of boundlessness in the air itself, and from the hand that he plunged into his chest, he shockingly grasped an incandescent object, and pulled out a heart. Dum. Dum. The beat of the heart permeated across this entire place. Every single entity in the palestra felt a sense of exhilaration and trepidation wash over them. The sound was not merely auditory. It resonated through their very foundations. It made their own hearts beat in sympathy. It made their very ways tremble with recognition of what they were perceiving. His heart, the heart of the Genesis monarch of infinite lexicons, it was unfathomably glorious, the size of two fists pressed together. It blazed with blue-gold radiance that made the artificial lighting of the palestra seem dim by comparison. Veins of crystallized mana ran across its surface in patterns that wrote and rewrote themselves constantly. It pulsed with life that transcended mere biological function. Twirling archi orbited around it like satellites around a star, seals of absolute tongue wrapped around it in protective embrace. This was not merely an organ. This was the concentrated essence of everything Noah had become. His claim. His way. His authority over the first tongue itself. A moment later, from Noah's head, a radiant blue-gold book also emerged. It was none other than the Grimoire of Infinite Lexicons, its pages open to the halfway point, blank sheets waiting to be filled with compressed foundations. He shockingly took his heart and placed it upon the pages of the grimoire. Its terrifyingly sacred aura erupted immensely in the next moment. Every single follower of the first tongue in the palestra rose to their feet in shock. Glossarians gasped, hoplites fell to their knees, Lokagoi stumbled backward, polemarchs reached out as if they could grasp what they were seeing from across the arena. The empty throne of Glossicos far above was instantly filled. She appeared with a look of shock that transcended her normally composed demeanor. Her pages rustled violently. Her obsidian blue eyes widened to impossible degrees. Moments later, all others rose with utter solemnity. Paradoxos stood on their contradictory throne, her eyes fixed on what was happening below. Katikos looked over, his expression shifting to something unreadable. Even Antikos seemed to lean forward slightly, a movement that for him was equivalent to screaming. Thereafter, Noah took the grimoire and heart before him, and pushed it out calmly. It floated toward the Weavers. All three bodies of the Weavers had an incredulous look on every single one of their faces. Noah's imposing figure stood with an open chest, crimson gold blood still flowing in infinity patterns around him. His eyes burned with certainty that defied the madness of what he was doing. That right there is the entirety of my way and claim of the first tongue. His voice carried across the silent arena. Many want my claim. Many want to be one of the four. He gestured toward the floating grimoire and heart. As an absolute, you should be able to tell whether it's genuine. That right there is everything that many dream of. His smile held no warmth. Take it, and you can effectively claim the first tongue. He spread his arms. My everything. Boom. His singular action was so ridiculous and devastating and unbelievable all at once that even the Weavers didn't know how to react. The grimoire and the heart floated toward them rapidly. Outside the arena, the figure of Paradoxos stood up and floated above as if they wanted to enter the arena themselves. Their four eyes fumed with greed that contradicted itself. Two faces twisted with desire that was the same and different simultaneously. Chapter 4793, You Could Never Be Me. 2. The figure of Katikos the Unbound floated up and laughed madly. His voice boomed out like bells of chaos. What is this? What is happening? Antikos remained still, but his body flared with multicolored flames that had not been there before. The most stable structure in the arena was experiencing agitation, and Glossikos. She looked toward Noah with a gaze as if she had been betrayed, as if she asked, "Dude, what the fuck?" If he was going to give away the claim of the first tongue, he was just with her bathing inside pools moments ago. He had contributed 9 new phonemes. He had gone through all 9 cycles of catharsis. He had achieved the distinction of absolute immovable object, and now he was just giving it away. What was most anger-inducing was the fact that none of them could even interfere in this battle or enter the arena, unless Glossikos looked toward Paradoxos. Paradoxos also turned to look at her, and the two of them turned to look at the other 2 absolutes on their thrones. If all 4 of them came to the same decision, they could override the rules of anything in this domain. Beings at this level communicated extremely fast. Glossikos and Paradoxos communicated with Chaotikos and Antikos as they got closer and closer to the arena boundary, asking for all 4 of them to be in agreement to open it up. Whoever could get to the heart first, it was fair game, and yet, bahaha, where's the fun in that? No, Chaotikos shockingly denied them. Glossikos and Paradoxos looked toward him with anger that could have collapsed lesser beings. They could only whip their heads back to observe. A radiant book and heart which represented the very claim for the first tongue was floating toward the weavers. Now, with how every single absolute who could not get their hands on it was reacting, one could understand how the weavers felt when they had the very thing that everybody wanted coming straight for them. Their eyes seemed to pulse with disbelief and incredulity. They didn't even need to ascertain whether this was a trick or anything, because as absolutes, they could feel it. They could feel that Noah had truly and completely laid out his claim in that heart and in that grimoire. If they took it, if they accepted the weight of that way in civilization, they would effectively be holding the claim to the very first tongue. One of the 4, mine. 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 Boom, all 3 bodies of the weavers surged with immensity, their hands outstretched toward the book and the heart. Even the 3 of them, which were the same person, were fighting over who could get their hands on it first. Mine. The joy and euphoria on the faces of the weavers was absolute. Every single one of them grabbed hold of the grimoire and heart, and they sensed it. Unbelievably, they sensed the claim to the first tongue in their hands. Even now, as they held it right in their hands, they turned toward Noah at his open chest. He was looking at them calmly, as if they were looking at him and shaking their heads while asking, "What the fuck, man? This is like really real." Thereafter, they only shook their heads as if to say, "What a fucking buffoon that guy was." The euphoria of the first tongue was just that intense, because this effectively meant they would be in the rare company of entities like the creature in the living paradox and the primordial chaos, as they held the heart and grimoire. Glossikos outside howled out with agony and valor as if she was seeing her lover taken by another right in front of her eyes. Paradoxos had an extremely vile expression, both faces twisted with identical fury. Chaotikos continued to laugh, but even his laughter had taken on an edge. Antikos remained still, but the multicolored flames around him blazed brighter. And in the arena, the weavers roared out, "The first tongue is mine. Mine. I shall take it from the hands of the unworthy. I shall claim the first tongue." The weavers cackled while saying such words. Incandescent blue-gold light shone everywhere. On the other side, Noah watched on with an imperious glare. The weavers began to flicker with an endless light of mana, an infinite light of mana, an infinite light of the first tongue, and, shockingly, their cackling laughter came to a stop. Their expressions changed soon after, and in the next moment, an unfathomably piercing screech that could have shattered the depth of any fundamental entity boomed out. The bodies of the weavers trembled. At this moment, all of their golden pupils cracked and became hollow sockets. What is this? What is this? It is too much. Boom. The cracks spread across their bodies in an unfathomable progression. Shockingly, their very depth seemed to be collapsing inward in an unfathomable manner. Noah watched this scene with imperious eyes. He took a single step and appeared right before the weavers, right before the storm of billowing brilliance. He stood inches away from them. They were holding both his heart and grimoire. Their existence was collapsing in on itself. Every single one of them was trying to pry their hands away from his heart and grimoire as if they no longer wanted the first tongue. But their fingers would not obey. The claim had been accepted, and now it was consuming them, because, what was the only reason Noah was able to lay a claim on the first tongue? What did he have that nobody else held? Noah's figure shone with interminable glory as he spoke at this moment. "You seek to hold and claim the first tongue." His voice came cold and absolute. "But, do you hold any infinities within you to bear the infinity of the first tongue?" Boom, the words were akin To a death sentence, the weavers turned their eyeless sockets to him. He could see the incredulity, trepidation, and disbelief in their hollow gazes. At this moment, he did not attack, he did not even conjure up a single seal. Because the weavers were bearing the full weight of the first tongue they sought to claim, and yet they didn't have any infinity to back their claim. Their very depth should be getting collapsed by the immensity of the first tongue that permeated across all of observable existence. The first tongue was not merely a language, it was the foundational authority of reality itself. It permeated through every corner of observable existence. It was spoken by countless beings across countless realms, and the weight of all of that was now pressing down on the weavers, without infinity to bear it, without the capability to hold what they had so greedily grasped. This is impossible, 3 voices croaked out at once. Noah looked at them with lividity. He raised his head imperiously. You try to claim what I have when you can't even express a glimmer of who I am. His voice grew heavier. You threaten my dog. Heavier still. You try and kill my people. His eyes blazed with blue-gold fury. You have the first tongue before you, and you can't even claim it. He took a step closer. You try to do what I did, when you could never do it. His voice became absolute. You could never be me. Boom. Chapter 4794, History. As he said such terrifying words, an unfathomable immensity that nobody could sense or see passed down. It was the weight of all of the first tongue across observable existence pressing down on an absolute, and snuffing out absolutely everything. Someone had failed their claim on one of the 4 aspects of the oldest paradox of existence, and the penalty for failure was annihilation. Before Noah, the bodies of the weavers stood still, no words, no immensity, nothing. Even Noah breathed hard as if he couldn't half believe it had occurred. As if he couldn't believe it had worked, he beckoned to his heart and grimoire. They floated back to him. His heart reinserted itself into his chest, muscles closing around it as if welcoming it home. His grimoire sank back into his existence, its pages closing with finality, and a moment later, his expression became heavy, his existence buzzed with pain. Crimson gold blood began to leak from his nose and mouth. You have taken a dangerous and unprecedented action with your claim. Allowing another to attempt claiming the first tongue has caused grievous injury to your way. Your claim is too distinguished to be passed around freely. The weight of the first tongue pressing down through your offered claim has damaged the foundations you built. Consequence, your comparative way has fallen from the fundamental depth to the intermediate depth. Your overall formless depth has been shaken slightly. Recovery will require time and resources, but your way and actions have achieved something unfathomably remarkable. An absolute has fallen. I repeat, an absolute has fallen. Noah felt breathless. It had worked. An absolute had fallen. The moment such a thing was truly ascertained, boom, from where the weavers floated, cracks appeared in reality itself. These cracks glowed with obsidian gold brilliance that shattered existence itself. The cracks spread outward from the point of death, spanning across the palestra in branching patterns that looked like lightning frozen in space, from all around. Hoplites scrambled away from the spreading fractures. Lokagoi fled toward the edges of the arena. Polemarchs erected barriers to protect themselves and those near them. The reckoning stone beneath the point of collapse began to crumble. The 4 pillars trembled. The nexus of truth blazed with light it had never shown before. Glossicos and the other absolutes stood where they were with a myriad of expressions and incredulity. Glossicos looked at Noah with something that transcended shock. Her figure had gone completely still. Paradoxos wore expressions of fury and disbelief on both faces simultaneously. Kaetikos had stopped laughing entirely, his features frozen in something that might have been awe. Ontikos, for the first time in recorded history, Ontikos moved. He leaned forward on his throne of uncarved marble. As such a terrifying thing occurred, the region where the weavers stood collapsed entirely. It became a terrifying vacuum. The bodies of the weavers disappeared into the void created through their failure. Nothing remained where they had been, only an absence, only a wound in reality where something that should have existed no longer did. You have triggered the first death of an absolute across observable existence after the fallout. What have you done? An unknown and unfathomable process is beginning as a connection with something absolute has been established. The absolute everythings that made up the absolute you collapsed are yours to claim straight face, their weavings, the accumulated threads of fate they had cut and woven, their bodies, their depths, the authority they had gathered across eons, all items on their existence at the time of collapse. This includes the axiom of absolute denial, almost complete, fragments of axioms. This includes the golden scissors of fate, 3 sets. This includes accumulated threads representing countless severed destinies. Warning, due to the collapse of an absolute, unknown changes are unraveling. Reality is adjusting to accommodate the absence, error, information procurement and analysis is temporarily being hindered. Hold on, boom. Noah stood at the edge of the vacuum that had once been the weaver's. Blood continued to leak from his nose and mouth. What truly happened when an absolute died? It was such a rare and impossible thing. At this moment, at the point where the vacuum bloomed where the weavers used to be, boom, the vacuum collapsed in on itself again and again. The cycle repeated with increasing intensity, reality itself unable to process what had just occurred. The absence where an absolute had existed moments before was too profound for normal space to accommodate. It was not merely empty. It truly and unimaginably was the negation of fullness. The opposite of presence. A wound in existence that refused to heal. The entire scene felt tense and sacred, as if something sacred had fallen, as if reality itself was holding its breath, uncertain how to proceed, and at such a moment, an obsidian gold pillar of paradox instantly shot up and down. It pierced through the ceiling of the palestra, through the artificial sky, through barriers that should have been impenetrable. It drove downward through the reckoning stone, through the foundations of the arena, through layers of reality that descended beyond normal perception. Other pillars of paradox shot out in all other ordinal directions, north and south, east and west, and diagonal trajectories that shouldn't have existed in normal space. The pillars spread outward like the death throes of something fundamental, announcing to all of observable existence that one of its absolutes had ceased to be. Noah observed all this while his body floated gloriously and illustriously, his chest had sealed. His heart and grimoire had returned to their proper places. But blood still leaked from his nose and mouth, evidence of the price he had paid for this victory. Information extraction continuing, processing with some difficulty due to unprecedented nature of event. Additional information has been obtained. An absolute's depth is not only contained within their body like lesser beings, it has permeated into observable existence itself through eons of existence. The weavers existed since before the fallout. Their authority had woven itself into the fabric of reality across countless weavings of existence, and all of this has been collapsed. Death consequence. When an absolute dies, this depth begins to hemorrhage back out of existence. All absolutes across observable existence will sense the hemorrhaging depth of another absolute. They will know what has occurred. The depth that is hemorrhaging will go toward, watch out, boom. Chapter 4795, History. 2. The words of ruination in the form of prompts only arrived as a blinding pillar of obsidian gold light shot forth from the vacuum. It smashed into Noah with force that would have obliterated anything less than what he had become. But since he was an absolute immovable object, he was not moved back. He took the impact with a changing expression. An unbelievably dense concentration of civilizational authority flowed toward him. It was absolute civilizational authority. The accumulated power of an entity that had existed since before the fallout, compressed and channeled directly into his existence, but it was so unfathomably heavy and painful that he almost felt like he would unravel. His foundations, already damaged from offering his claim, groaned under the additional weight before they ate everything and began to recover in an unfathomable way, basked and seeking to integrate what WSS coming in. His seals of absolute tongue blazed with desperate intensity as they tried to process the incoming depth. His very way trembled as authority that belonged to paradox attempted to merge with authority that belonged to the first tongue. But your formless depth withstands against the immensity of the absolute depth of absolute sovereignty flowing into your existence. You are the entity who caused the causal collapse of an absolute. By the weavings of existence, you inherit most of what they held. By the nature of your formless classification, you can bear what others could not. Integration proceeding, integration painful. Due to the collapse of an absolute, something unique has begun to permeate across observable existence. The silence. For a brief moment, everything stops. All conflict pauses, all noise ceases. Existence itself seems to mourn or celebrate. The passing of an absolute is acknowledged by all aspects of reality. Noah felt his immensity burning and surging up, but more than this, existence seemed to truly be mourning. When he looked around, he felt threads of paradox mourning. They wept in ways that transcended normal emotion. The obsidian gold weavings that permeated observable existence trembled with loss. One of their own had fallen. One who had served the living paradox since before the fallout. One who had cut and woven countless destinies, gone. He felt threads of chaos mourning and buzzing with excitement simultaneously. The contradiction was pure chaos. Sorrow and joy coexisting. Loss and gain indistinguishable. Kaotikos' domain recognized both the tragedy and the opportunity in equal measure, and surrounding weavings of existence and the first tongue, mourning, even his own claim grieved for what had been lost. Why would they be mourning the death of an absolute? The weavers had been an enemy. They had hunted him. They had threatened his people. They had targeted his dog, and yet reality itself wept for their passing. Noah's gaze was one of immense glory and tyranny, as if he wanted to rebuke the very aspects of the oldest paradox of existence. How dare they mourn his enemy? How dare existence grieve for those who sought to destroy him? But he stood there, beginning to accept the rewards and, apparently, the consequences of killing an absolute. What he was receiving now seemed to only be the tip of the iceberg, since prior to this, he had seen the prompts that detailed the bodies of the weavers and everything they held. Which apparently included an axiom that was almost complete among other things: all is to claim. So he stood in what used to be an arena, and yet, right now, it was an immense vacuum caused by the collapse of an absolute. The void continued to collapse in on itself while pillars of incandescent waves of paradox radiated all around. The seats that had held thousands of observers were shattered or displaced. The 4 pillars that had stood at compass points around the circle of reckoning were cracked and leaning. The reckoning stone itself had fractured into countless pieces that floated in the altered gravity around the vacuum, around the destroyed palestra, for absolutes gazed toward him with grave eyes as if they were all looking at an enemy, as if none of them had truly believed the collapse of an absolute here was possible. Glossicos floated near her empty throne, her eyes completely still. Whatever she had found in the mouse ion of fated artifacts remained unknown, as she had returned the moment she sensed what was happening. Her obsidian blue eyes held something between awe and immensity. Paradoxos stood on the edge of the destruction, both faces twisted with identical fury. Their 4 eyes burned with hatred that transcended their normal contradictions. One of their absolutes had been killed. One who followed their philosophy. And the one who had done it stood before them, covered in blood but very much alive. Katikos' laughter had stopped, but one could see his eyes trembling with veiled excitement and wonder. The first absolute to fall was from Paradox. His voice echoed out across the ruined arena, and the first one to kill an absolute was not any of the oldest 4. His grin returned, but it held edges that cut. But the youngest and weakest of the 4. He laughed, but it was not the carefree chaos of before. Ha ha, his menacing words echoed out as something far too immense had occurred here. At this time, Paradoxos stood up grandly, their visage emanated waves of menace as they looked toward Noah. The contradiction of their dual nature seemed to have resolved into a singular purpose. Hatred. Pure and undiluted, Glossicos had her chest rising up and down as if she was on the cusp of making a truly grand decision. Her eyes flickered between Noah and the vacuum where the weavers had been. Between the one who had given her hope for reclaiming what she never had, and the evidence of what that one was capable of doing to absolutes. And Antikos, well, he was particularly unique. The multicolored glow and flames of existence around him took on an even heavier intensity. The glow focused on his eyes. They became glazed over as if another was looking through them, and through that gaze alone, it seemed like a depth that was more than 10 times as grand, if not unfathomably more, was looking at Noah, observing the Genesis monarch standing amidst the ruins of an arena, covered in his own blood, surrounded by the hemorrhaging depth of a dead absolute. The death of an absolute was already an impossibility. The one who collapsed that absolute was even more of an impossibility. It was a single action. But its effects only just began. Chapter 4796, the youngest moves first. Observable existence was unfathomably vast, so vast that one could say the only entities who could truly understand the scope of its vastness had to be entities that had attained the absolute depth. But in the vastness of existence, far from the corrupted vault of Ginnungagap or the endless weavings of the wastes of the fallout, in a primordial realm known as Alfheim, primordial realms of existence were each different. No single one was the same as the other. Some could argue that some realms were lesser, while others were grander. For anyone making such an argument, Alfheim could be considered one of the places that sat at the very top. At this moment, the realm stretched out in wonders of impossible beauty. Forests of crystalline trees rose toward skies that shifted between aurora and starlight. Rivers of liquid radiance flowed through valleys carved from solidified dreams. Mountains of pure condensed mana pierced through clouds that sang when the wind passed through them. Everything here was more vibrant, or alive, nor real than reality had any right to be. In a region where the crystalline forests gave way to meadows of luminescent grass, 3 figures moved across serenely. The primordial chaos walked with the casual ease of someone who owned everything and nothing simultaneously. His form shifted constantly, never maintaining the same appearance for more than a few moments. One instant he was tall and imposing, the next compact and dense. His features rearranged themselves according to no discernible pattern. The living emotive floated beside him, her body crackling with emotions that changed faster than expressions could form. The living elemental trailed behind them, his form shrouded by the phonemes of fire, air, earth, and water. The four fundamental concepts swirled around him in constant rotation, each one manifesting in brilliant displays. He moved with the caution of someone who knew he was in the presence of beings far more powerful than himself, and yet a moment later, their gazes were those of astonishment. They looked up and saw the illusion of an endlessly blinding pillar of obsidian gold light shooting across Alfheimer itself. It wasn't physically present, it was a sign, a signal that permeated across observable existence. Now, the vision of absolutes was unique. They directly knew what the pillar that they saw meant. Due to their status, they were even able to understand and read what this pillar meant in ways that others could never imagine. After all, this was a signal that permeated across observable existence, but for the most part, it was mainly absolutes who would gaze upon it and understand exactly what it meant, and they had not expected to see something like this so soon. It meant the collapse of another absolute. This is the signature of the Weavers. The living emotive's voice came out in a shriek of disbelief and excitement. The fucking Weavers. What happened? Her eyes shone with an ecstatic and crazy light as if seeing such a thing gave her a thrilling high. Did the creature go scorched existence? She was genuinely shocked, even though the Weavers were what could be considered entities from her camp. Since she also moved alongside the living paradox in the loom, even though at this very moment, she was standing beside the primordial chaos, but this woman seemed to have absolutely no allegiances. At this moment, both her and Elemental looked deeply into this pillar that represented the collapse of an absolute. It communicated many things for those who could perceive them. Right now they knew the identity of who had been collapsed, and they were reading the sign that permeated across observable existence to seek out who had done the collapsing. But before they could fully arrive at an answer, the primordial chaos frowned. His grand and magisterial figure billowed with waves of disorder as he spoke calmly. It is not the creature. He would not kill. His voice held certainty that transcended normal perception. It is the youngest. Boom. Chaos did not even need to look at the dazzling sign above to find out information on exactly what had happened. He simply knew. The youngest? Who the fuck is the youngest? Emotive's expression shifted through confusion and dawning realization. Wait, you don't mean? She was astonished. She wanted to see it for herself. Focusing on the sign above, she poured her perception into reading its message. Moments later, a barely imperceptible image formed within the obsidian gold light, an image of Osmont. It looked grand. Immovable. Standing imperiously in a toga, surrounded by blue-gold flames, but it was there. Emotive and Elemental were shocked to confirm it. Osmont, that fucker wasn't even at the surface depth before the fallout, right? The living Elemental had sent him a savage curse of burning from the loom. At that time, Osmont was not at the, he had been nothing, a speck, an ant that Elemental had tried to crush, and now, no fucking way, right? The living emotive's body shone with a manic light of countless emotions. The weakest of the four is the first one who made a move to kill an absolute. Her laughter echoed across the luminescent meadows of Alfheim. And not just any absolute, but the Weavers? I mean, I know they're a bit shit since they fully rely on paradox, but still, damn, her emotions cycled faster and faster as she processed the implications, and then her expression shone as if she gained a new understanding. She looked toward the living Elemental, who had an absolutely ashen expression. A brutal and somewhat heavy scene unfolded as the living emotive pointed at him while she laughed with mania. Elemental, you're absolutely fucked. Her finger jabbed toward him accusingly. Did you not curse the youngest before he even became the? He must fucking hate you. Her laughter grew more unhinged. And you are not stronger than the Weavers, are you? Maybe about the same. She tilted her head with mock concern. Whoa. This means your existence is on a timer. Her grin became something feral. That is fucking hilarious. Chapter 4797. The youngest moves first too. The living emotive said such terrifying words. The living Elemental looked at her with icy and flaming eyes simultaneously. But he did not respond, because what could he say? This entire time, the calm figure of the primordial chaos looked between the two of them as if he was watching children bickering. The youngest killed that tiny absolute. His voice came measured and thoughtful. Before they grasped absolute themselves, he paused. But when it comes to whether he has the capability to collapse any absolutes similar to the little Weavers, his shifting features settled into something resembling certainty. He is not there yet. These words were heavy. The living emotive instantly turned toward the primordial chaos. Her body slid up behind him, arms wrapping around his massive form in an embrace that should have been impossible given their size difference. She whispered in his ear with the intimacy of a conspirator sharing secrets. Big guy, what did you find out? Can you share with us? Her voice dripped with curiosity and hunger for information. The primordial chaos was unbothered by the actions of the living emotive. He simply waved his hands, and in the next moment, a massive illusory screen appeared above them. It played out events that had occurred in a distant palestra within the agora of primordial judgment. It showed the Weavers and Osmond. It showed Osmond, presenting them with a beating heart. The scene played out in perfect clarity. The Weavers grasping for the grimoire and heart. Their euphoria. Their screams. Their collapse. The primordial chaos's expression billowed with endless obsidian weavings of chaos as he spoke. If you do not want to face an early collapse from the hands of the youngest, just leave his heart alone for now. His voice held warning. He was able to grasp the first tongue for a reason. His shifting features darkened. The Weavers did not have that reason. And they tried to do the same. Contempt entered his tone. They read countless fates. And yet they were foolish enough not to know what would happen. He shook his head. It is a waste for any absolute to fall, but a glorious and grand expression flashed across the eyes of the primordial chaos. Chaos is rising now and gaining an edge. While this entire time, paradox and existence have been seeking supremacy, his smile became something vast and terrible. With the collapse of the first absolute, he hummed to himself with satisfaction that made the air around them vibrate with disorder. Emotive and elemental could not take their eyes away from the events playing out on the illusory screen, at this same time, and even actually in the same place. In a different region of Alfheim, a serene area of radiant waterfalls cascaded from floating islands that hung gloriously in the air. The islands themselves were composed of crystallized mana so pure that they glowed with soft inner light. Waterfalls caught the aurora light of Alfheim's ever-shifting sky, refracting into countless colors that painted the mist with rainbows that never faded. On one waterfall, the figure of the living Origin Saturday, she played with the water as if she was playing with something from home, and it was home to her. She and the first hunger had just arrived in Alfheim. The journey through the wastes of the Fallout had been harrowing, but Origin knew paths through the chaos that others did not. She had walked these routes long before the fallout had transformed them into nightmares. Tor stood behind her and watched her back calmly. His crimson obsidian eyes observed her as she played with the water and enjoyed being back home after so long. His expression was unreadable, but there was something in the way he positioned himself that was a bit protective. The living Origin raised her gaze at this moment. She turned to look at Tor, her hair and eyes shining with gorgeous white gold radiance. The Origin within her seemed to resonate with Alfheim itself. As if this realm recognized one of its oldest daughters, she began speaking to him with a somewhat difficult expression. I can't. Before she could say the rest of her words, she looked up in shock. Tor looked up alongside her. They saw the pillar of obsidian gold light tearing across the skies of Alfheim. Origin was astonished. Tor was confused. He tilted his head and said with genuine uncertainty in his voice, "What is that?" Origin had a grave expression as she replied, "That is the sign of collapse of an absolute." Her voice carried weight that made the water around her grow still. I wonder which one of those monsters has made the move. Monsters. She was thinking along the lines of either the living paradox or the primordial chaos, or even potentially the creature. She was not an absolute, so she was not able to fully read that sign. But she had seen a sight like that before. Long ago. In ages that most had forgotten, she could recognize it. She wondered just which monstrous thing collapsed in absolute, far from Alfheim, in a completely different primordial realm with its own musings of existence. Within Jotunheim, the realm stretched out in wonders of brutal grandeur. Mountains of black ice rose toward skies that crackled with perpetual lightning. Glaciers the size of continents groaned as they shifted across landscapes carved by violence that predated memory, and across these frozen wastelands, the glorious chaos giants of existence moved, beings of impossible scale, their forms composed of elemental fury given flesh. Some stood hundreds of meters tall, their footsteps causing earthquakes that reshaped the terrain. Others were smaller, merely the size of mountains, but no less fearsome. Their skin was the color of storms and obsidian. Their eyes burned with the light of dying folds. They were chaos incarnate, descendants of forces that had existed since before differentiation. Most of them were pre-the entities, powerful but not having crossed the threshold into true depth classification. But there were also a few hundred entities who had formed their depth here, sitting at the surface and intermediate depths and fundamental depths. They were the elite of Jotunheim's chaos giants. Chapter 4798, The Youngest Moves First 3, An ancient citadel dominated one region of this brutal realm, the citadel of churning eternities. It was carved from a glacier that had been frozen since before time learned to count. Its walls were black ice infused with threads of chaos that made them stronger than any mundane material. Spires rose toward the lightning-filled sky like accusations against the heavens. Chaos giants moved across its battlements and through its halls, their massive forms somehow fitting within architecture that seemed too small to contain them. Inside that grand citadel, elevated above everything else, sat a temple, the temple of temporal observation. Its construction defied normal understanding. Parts of it existed in multiple timeframes simultaneously. Its walls showed scenes from past, present, and futures that might or might not occur. The floor was made from crystallized moments, each tile a frozen instant of history. It was forged specifically for one being, inside the temple. 3 figures sat around a bonfire, but the bonfire was not mere flame, it was a fragment of an axiom, burning with authority that transcended normal fire. It cast shadows that moved independently of the light source. It crackled with power that made the air heavy with potential. Around the 3 figures, beautiful chaos giants moved to serve them. These were not the brutal warriors of the citadel's exterior. These were refined, elegant beings whose chaos had been shaped into grace. They carried sacred drinks in vessels carved from frozen lightning. They offered sacred panaceas on platters made from solidified time. Out of the 3 beings served here, the most powerful was an entity shrouded by dancing purple flames of time. The living temporal, his face was ancient beyond ancient. Lines of accumulated eons carved into features that had witnessed the birth and death of countless civilizations. His eyes were not eyes at all, but windows into the rivers of time themselves, purple depths that showed currents flowing in all directions simultaneously. His hair was silver white, flowing like temporal streams around a face that held wisdom and cruelty in equal measure. He was neither young nor old, but both and neither, his age existing in superposition. The aura of an absolute around him was so heavy that one might mistake him as one of the 4. He was not, but he was close enough that the distinction barely mattered. When a fucker could mess with time so much, the potential to become powerful was insane, and the other 2 near him also radiated auras of absolutes. One shone with the multicolored glow of prismatic light. Her eyes burned like prisms, refracting everything she looked at into component spectrums, the living quantum. The other had silver brilliance surrounding him completely, making his entire body hazy. He existed in multiple locations simultaneously, his form never quite settling into a single position. The living dimensional. At this moment, their heads were raised high. They looked at the imposing pillar of obsidian gold light that tore across the skies of Jotunheim, as absolutes. They had already discerned what that sign meant, who was killed, and who had done the killing, and they were silent because, well, the living dimensional was the first to speak. His voice came deep and resonant, slightly echoing as if arriving from multiple directions at once. His bald head gleamed in the light of the fragment axiom bonfire. His thick beard was silver like the rest of him, braided with threads of dimensional energy. We set up shop in Jotunheim because you told us that in a possible future timeline, Osmond passes here, temporal. He turned toward the living temporal with eyes that held calculated concern. But now the question is, do we want to be here when he passes if this freak has already begun killing absolutes? Boom! The words landed with weight that made the sacred drinks ripple in their vessels. The living temporal turned to look at dimensional with eyes that contained rivers flowing through them. We do not know the nature of how things unfolded. His voice came measured and calm. At this time, the youngest of the 4 has not yet reached the stage of an absolute. It would be part of the reasons why he is killing without understanding anything. The living quantum put down her cup. She tasted the sacred liquid on her lips, her prismatic eyes dancing with colors that shouldn't exist in normal spectrums. And what an entrance this being is making. Her smile held appreciation. Not even an absolute, and yet, he has taken down an absolute. She tilted her head with genuine curiosity. Could any of you have done that before you became absolutes? She was calm as she asked this question. The 2 beside her did not reply for a moment, because the answer was obvious. No, none of them could have. Maybe the creature in the primordial chaos. Definitely the living paradox. An instant later, the living temporal raised his gaze. Rivers of time and wheels of time passed through his eyes with immensity and glory. Purple flames danced higher around his form as if responding to his focus. In observable existence, countless geniuses, anomalies, and tremendous beings have always risen and fallen over time. His voice came with the weight of someone who had seen it all. The primordial paradox was an unfathomable genius. A tremendous anomaly of an existence. He paused, letting the words settle, and he had everything that he built devoured alongside his claim by the living paradox. A peasant, his eyes met those of his companions. Existence is grand and unfathomable. And the rivers of time are relentless in nature. He took a sacred drink from a serving chaos giant, sipping it with the unhurried grace of someone who had all the time in existence. when their churning waters cool, who knows who will still be breathing with their heads raised high? He set the drink down, and who knows who will be lying at the bottom of the bottomless rivers of time. His smile was thin and knowing. Even absolutes have no guarantee. He leaned back, the purple flames of time dancing around him like loyal servants. Whatever you two decide, I will stay here. His eyes turned toward the fading pillar of obsidian gold light, waiting for Osmond. Chapter 4799. The youngest moves first. 4. The living quantum and the living dimensional exchanged glances. The living temporal remained grand and unbothered, as if he truly held all the time in existence. The sign of an absolute's collapse continued to radiate across the skies of Jotunheim, and in the temple of temporal observation, 3 absolutes contemplated what this development meant for the future that was already beginning to shift. In the corrupted vault of Ginnungagap, Noah stared into the calm eyes of the secret of Ian. She had been looking at him without a word ever since the pillar of obsidian gold light signifying the collapse of an absolute permeated across this space. Ever since it became clear that he had collapsed the weavers, the eyes of this terrifying entity seemed to be trying to grasp something, or look at something within him. But they couldn't quite get to it. His formless depth made him difficult to read, his foundations that exceeded the creature in some aspects made him difficult to assess, and whatever she was searching for remained hidden behind layers of authority that even an absolute could not easily penetrate. Eventually, she spoke. Do you remember when the last time was that an absolute died before today? Her voice came calm and measured, as if asking about the weather rather than the death of beings who shaped reality itself. Noah shook his head grandly. I actually haven't been around all that long to know such things. His voice held honesty. I was a tiny wee little human with no power or say, while the living paradox had already had the loom established for eons. While all this in the creature was suppressed, he paused. I am actually too young to even remember such things. He truly was too young. A bit over 3 years back, he awakened to become a hunter. At that time, things had already been unfolding across scales he couldn't comprehend. His mind simply had no idea. He knew nothing of the creature in his belly of existence while he was hunting apes in the Apes' Paradise dungeon. He had been focused on survival, on getting stronger. He knew nothing about wheels of existence and folds and early veiled shores. He had been worried about rent payments and why his focus, why his mana, was blank. Time was such a unique thing. On this major milestone of collapsing an absolute, he found himself, reflective. Where had he been 3 years ago? Where was he now? Standing in the aftermath of killing an absolute, speaking with another absolute as if they were equals. The journey between those 2 points felt both impossibly long and impossibly short, and yet in front of him, the secret of Ian laughed. The sound was musical and unsettling, holding depths that made the air around them vibrate with hidden meaning. You were too young. Her smile grew wider. You were active more than billions of years ago in the earliest folds. And I saw you in Ginnungagap even further before that. Her eyes sparkled with ancient knowledge. Age is a unique thing. Some can claim to be young. She leaned closer. But not you. You cannot claim to be young. Boom, the words landed with weight. But if you haven't seen it, then you haven't seen it. The secret of Ian waved her hand dismissively. The collapse of an absolute, everything mourns it. Existence mourns it. Her voice grew more serious, because absolutes are critical. Observable existence loves absolutes. Noah raised his brows at such words. He looked at Ian with eyes that held challenge. Are you truly going to be lecturing me on the importance of absolutes and not killing absolutes when you are planning to kill absolutes with me? His voice came direct and unafraid. You wish to collapse the 4. Arguably the most critical of the absolutes. He tilted his head. Where exactly would your argument be going here? His eyes were radiant as he said this. And the figure of the secret of Ian looked at him. She put her hand on her chin and smiled even brighter. Your words to me seem to be getting bolder and bolder as you do more and more things. Her eyes danced with something that might have been approval. Is there a confidence growing? Oh, scalebreaker. She laughed again. But anyhow, what you do and what I do is different. Her voice grew more instructive. When you collapse an absolute, you take away what they contribute to overall existence. The weavers contributed to the fate-weaving aspects of paradox. Now that contribution is gone, observable existence is slightly diminished. She paused. When I collapse an absolute, I replace. Her smile held pride that transcended normal ego. Nothing is lost. She began pacing slowly, her form drifting through the air with casual grace. I have the potential capability to collapse the primordial chaos under the right circumstances, and be capable of taking on what he contributes to the overall existence. I would become what he was. His claim would become my claim. His role would become my role. She turned back to face him. I will commend you for doing something I did not believe the current you could do. I give credit where credit is due. Her eyes sharpened. But whether you can successfully carry out the other half of the actions required after collapsing an absolute is yet to be seen. She tilted her head. Has the absolute existential palace formed yet? It should be about time soon. The absolute existential palace. Noah raised his brows at this unfamiliar term. The secretive Ian smiled and explained, it is the remnant of existence that forms after an absolute dies. Where you can claim all that the absolute held, items, depth, memories. Her voice grew heavier, and whether their collapse will be a complete loss for existence, or not. She paused dramatically. Of course, I know about this because, her eyes met his directly, you are not the only one who has collapsed in absolute. Boom, the words landed like thunder. Chapter 4800, The Weaver of Existence. The secret of Ian simply stated how he wasn't the only one to have killed an absolute. Noah re-evaluated her again. He wanted to ask who she collapsed, but he left it alone as her words did catch his interest. The vacuum where the weavers had died, where an incandescent beam of pure depth had smashed into him, had continued to increase in immensity. The hemorrhaging authority of a collapsed absolute was still flowing, still seeking its rightful destination, and just as she said it was about time, something began to form within that vacuum in the palestra. He looked at Ian calmly. She smiled back at him, her gaze stretching out across the stoa of dogmata as if she could perceive everything occurring in that distant arena. I counted you out and thought you were not ready. Her voice came measured and wise, holding the weight of someone who had learned to accept when they were wrong. Killing an absolute is a sign as any on whether you are ready or not. She tilted her head thoughtfully. Depending on what you can take from what made them an absolute, you may even have your answers. Her smile grew warmer. Have fun with the absolute existential palace of the weavers. She began to drift backward, settling into a comfortable position in the air. Rarely do such things form. Rarely do absolutes die. Her eyes held something that might have been nostalgia. Only the killer has access to it. If that wasn't the case, everyone would swarm toward the grave of the weavers like vultures to carrion. She waved her hand dismissively. So enjoy it, big guy. You are deserving of it. Her tone shifted slightly, becoming more serious. Just make sure that the chaos you caused doesn't affect my disciple. You still have to bring her out. Her eyes sharpened. She comes out, we can get started on our mutual work. After she said this, she sat down comfortably, as if absolutely nothing had changed, as if what had just occurred would not change anything of her plans, as if the first death of an absolute since the fallout was merely a minor development in whatever grand design she was weaving. Noah calmly looked at her. He wondered just what had changed from his actions, and what would be the response from the living paradox. The weavers had been his instruments, his weapons, his eyes and ears across observable existence. They had served him since before the fallout, cutting and weaving fates according to his design, and now they were gone, permanently. Would the living paradox retaliate immediately? Would he send more of the forces of the loom? Would he come himself? Noah held no fear for the future or what would come. He had killed an absolute. Whatever consequences arose from that action, he would face them as he had faced everything else. With manna. With the first tongue. With foundations that exceeded even the creature, he focused on what was finishing forming in the palestra where the weavers had died, and it truly seemed like killing an absolute was a grand affair. A mausoleum-looking structure formed before him, visible even from this great distance through his connection to the vacuum that had created it, in the agora of primordial judgment, in the palestra. Glossicos and the other three strategoi were immeasurably silent. They watched the structure that formed where the weavers had collapsed. They saw the emergence of the absolute existential palace, something that would now forever exist in the middle of the agora of primordial judgment. Because the tomb of an absolute did not perish, it would remain here as a monument to what had occurred. A reminder that in this place, on this day, an absolute had fallen. Visitors would come from across observable existence to see it. Scholars would study it. Legends would be told about it, and the only one who could enter and raid the tomb of its contents was the killer. The palace manifested as an impossible structure that existed in multiple states simultaneously. It was both ancient and unbuilt, both magnificent and ruined, both a temple to fate and a tomb for those who tried to control it. Its walls were woven from golden threads that stretched into infinity. The threads caught light that shouldn't have existed in this space, refracting it into patterns that spoke of destinies cut and woven across eons. 3 towers rose from the structure, representing the 3 bodies of the weavers. Each one leaned toward the others as if in eternal conversation, their angles defying normal architecture. They would never touch, but they would never separate. Frozen in the moment of reaching for each other forever, gates made from massive golden scissors marked the entrance. They were frozen mid-cut, their blades positioned as if about to sever something impossibly important. To enter was to pass between those blades. To accept the symbolism of what the weavers had been, the entire structure floated in a void filled with severed threads drifting like existential debris. Remnants of fates that the weavers had cut. Destinies that had been altered or ended at their whim. Now they floated aimlessly, no longer guided by the hands that had manipulated them. The absolute existential palace of the weavers. Osmond had watched it emerge calmly, the brilliant beam of light being absorbed by him stemmed from it, connecting him to the palace through bonds that could not be severed. He was its master now. Its only visitor. The sole inheritor of everything the weavers had accumulated across their impossibly long existence. Moments later, whap, he took a step toward it and disappeared, swallowed by the palace that called only to him. Off to the side, the gaze of Paradoxos was heavy. Both faces wore identical expressions of cold fury as they watched the killer of their faction's absolute vanish into a treasure trove they could never access. The four continued to do whatever the four want to do. Their voice came bitter and resigned, regardless of the consequences. The words echoed across the ruined palestra. Glossicos remained silent, her eyes completely still. Antikos, the multicolored flames around him had dimmed, as if whoever had been watching through his eyes had seen enough.